Chapter 15:15. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the crisis that Feng Hui was facing. He did not expect that Lu Huan would be so desperate to kill his teacher, Feng Hui, after he had made a name for himself several times. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Bai Lihong were following the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect to the place where the hunting assessment would be held. It was above a mountain ridge with a steep terrain. Looking from afar, the mountain ridge was so vast that it would make one's jaw drop. This mountain range will be your stage from now on. You can kill the savage beasts as you please in there. However, it's best that you leave a mark on the wild beast after you kill it so that we can verify your results. Zhonghua, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, told the group of inner court disciples including Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing his words, Duan Lingtian and the rest nodded their heads. It seems like I can't destroy the wild beast's body directly. After all, once I destroy the body, I won't be able to prove that I'm the one who killed the wild beast, and I won't be able to prove that I've killed any wild beast. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While they were still on the way, he had already roughly understood the rules of the hunting assessment this time. In the hunting assessment, the points would be different depending on the strength of the wild beast that was killed. Each of you will take one of these jade tokens. If you encounter any accident, just crush it. At that time, the 3 inner court elders and I will rush to your side immediately. Zhonghua raised his hand and took out several jade tokens before passing them to Duan Lingtian and the rest. However, I still have to remind all of you, once you crush the jade token, it'll mean the end of the assessment. Even if the assessment time is not up yet, the person who crushed the jade token will have already finished the assessment. What Zhonghua was trying to say was obvious. Unless they were in danger, it was best not to crush the jade token. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was studying the jade token in his hand thoughtfully, the group of inner court disciples, including Hezhong, nodded their heads in realization. Saint inscription? At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed a saint inscription was inscribed on the jade token in his hand. This saint rune was very special. It was neither an offensive saint rune nor an auxiliary saint rune. At the very least, he had never come across such a saint rune before. Senior brother, did you inscribe the saint rune on this jade slip? Duan Lingtian asked Bai Lihong through a true energy sound transmission. Although he couldn't recognize the saint inscription on the jade slip, he could tell that there were traces of Bai Lihong in the saint inscription. The words had handwriting, and so did the sacred inscriptions. Yes, junior brother, don't underestimate the saint inscriptions on these jade slips. These saint inscriptions are 3-star saint inscriptions. 3-star saint inscription? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard this. However, although this saint inscription is a 3-star saint inscription, it only has a warning effect. Moreover, its cost is extremely low. It's not even comparable to a 2-star saint inscription. Bai Lihong added. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Although the cost is low and it's easy to inscribe, it's still a 3-star saint inscription no matter what. Even the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse can't restrict its warning. Of course, it's a different story if it's a saint stage powerhouse. Bai Lihong continued. It can warn through the territory of an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, he no longer dared to underestimate the saint inscription on the jade slip in his hand. Alright, all of you can leave now. The 3 inspectors and I will take turns to look after all of you. If all of you encounter any danger, just crush the jade slip, and we'll come to your rescue immediately. Zhonghua, the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, did not beat around the bush. As for the detailed rules of the hunting assessment, he had already explained them on the way here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhonghua's words left his mouth, the group of inner court disciples flew down one after another and entered the lush mountain range. Their bodies disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was as though they were stones that had sunk into the sea. Duan Lingtian nodded at Bai Lihong before he flew down and entered the lush mountain range as well. Elder Bai Li, I think junior brother Duan is the one who's going to participate in the hunting assessment this time. He should be able to get first place. What do you think? After the group of inner court disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, entered the lush mountain range. Zhong Hu looked at Bai Li Hong and asked with narrowed eyes. Naturally, he asked this question on purpose. However, in the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded when he heard Bai Li Hong's answer. Not should, but he definitely will. Junior brother will definitely get first place in the hunting assessment this time. This was Bai Li Hong's answer. Bai Li Hong's answer not only stunned Zhong Hu, but even the other two inner court elders could not help but click their tongues. They thought Bai Li Hong's confidence in Duan Lingtian was a little too blind. However, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was pretty good. However, having good innate talent did not mean that he was powerful. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's foundation must be unstable since he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in such a short time. He might not even be as good as most of the inner court disciples who came this time. Naturally, this was also because they did not know about Duan Lingtian's secret. If they knew that Duan Lingtian possessed a heaven-defying celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they would definitely not think this way. While Duan Lingtian entered the lush mountain range and started killing the wild beasts inside, the city governor's estate in the faraway Mount Hill City was in a state of panic. In the sky, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, looked at Su Qi with a complicated expression. However, he did not say anything in the end. In his opinion, Su Qi's choice was not wrong. In this world where the strong were respected, was it not for the sake of survival that people worked so hard to cultivate? To be honest, he did not blame Su Qi for choosing to become Lu Huan's disciple in order to survive. Su Qi did not do anything wrong because he wanted to survive. However, when he saw the killing intent flashing in Lu Huan's eyes, his heart turned cold. He realized Lu Huan did not come looking for him with good intentions. He even wanted to kill him. He did not find it strange that Lu Huan wanted to kill him. However, Lu Huan brought Su Qi here. This made his heart turn cold. Lu Huan wanted to use Su Qi to flaunt his prowess before killing him, ruthlessly trampling on his dignity in front of his former disciple, and then obliterating him. Fang Hui, I really have to thank you for finding me such an outstanding disciple. As expected, Lu Huan looked at Fang Hui and said with a smile, Lu Huan, stop pretending. Didn't you come here today to kill me? Duan Lingtian's existence is like a fishbone stuck in your throat, isn't it? Fang Hui glanced at Lu Huan indifferently and said fearlessly, even if I die today, I have no regrets. Duan Lingtian is destined to be a nightmare for you. Of course, that's if you can live longer. Ha 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 ha. When Fang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he laughed heartily. Fang Hui. Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave as he roared in a deep voice. He did not expect Fang Hui would still dare to provoke him at this moment. Moreover, it was obvious Fang Hui was not afraid of death. Are you trying to provoke me so that you can die a quick death? Lu Huan asked with a cold smile as he regained his senses. Lu Huan, your imagination is still as vivid as before, Fang Hui said indifferently. Fang Hui said calmly. His expression was calm, as if he had already seen through life and death. Humph, I think I guessed right, didn't I? If you want to die a quick death, I won't let you get what you want. Lu Huan sneered. Although you're going to die today, I won't let you die a quick death. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I'm going to rip off every inch of your flesh. When Fang Hui heard Lu Huan's words, he shuddered even though he had already seen through life and death. Lu Huan, my death is just the beginning of your nightmare. Fang Hui was still laughing. He was laughing freely and heartily. It had been so many years, but this was the first time he was so happy when he saw Lu Huan. All these years, he had been living like a walking corpse. Wasn't it all because of the trace of obsession in his heart? Now that his disciple Duan Lingtian had risen to power, Lu Huan felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He suddenly felt that all these years of forbearance and sacrifice were worth it. This was because he had received a huge reward. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was the best gift that God had given him. With Duan Lingtian around, there was no need for him to worry that no one would avenge him. Although he had only known Duan Lingtian for less than a year, He knew very well what kind of person Duan Lingtian was. If he died, Duan Lingtian would definitely not let Lu Huan go. "You're seeking death." Lu Huan was furious. True energy surged from his body, causing his long robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Lu Huan's robe fluttered furiously as he was about to attack Lu Huan. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face. At the same time, he lifted his hand at lightning speed and slapped the side of his body. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as a figure was sent flying by Lu Huan like an arrow that was shot out. The person who was sent flying was none other than Su Qi. To be more precise, it was Su Qi who was sent flying by Lu Huan's palm after he stabbed a needle into Lu Huan's body. Su Qi, seeing Lu Huan's body trembling violently and his face turning green, Fang Hui would have lived his life in vain if he still did not know what had happened. At this moment, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, Su Qi did not betray him. Su Qi's heart was still with him. Su Qi was not afraid of death. He was waiting for the right time to avenge him. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, he no longer hesitated. He flew out and caught Su Qi. "Master, if you were a few months later, I'd definitely be able to kill him for you. What a pity! What a pity!" Blood spurted from Su Qi's mouth. His face was pale. "Rascal, when did you poison me?" In the distance, Lu Huan roared as he questioned Su Qi. Chapter 15:16. At this moment, Lu Huan realized Su Qi had been plotting this for a long time. The poison in his body was not formed overnight. "Lu Huan, the soup I made tastes pretty good, right? Haha, cough, cough." Su Qi, who was caught by Lu Huan, glanced at him coldly before he laughed out loud. His face turned even paler as he coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, Su Qi's vitality began to weaken. It was obvious he was on the verge of death. "Soup? I see. It seems like you didn't sincerely acknowledge me as your master from the beginning. I've always treated you well, but in the end, you actually wanted to harm me. Rascal! Rascal!" Lu Huan finally understood everything. His face that was glowing green was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it at any time. "Sincerely?" When Su Qi heard this, he mocked. "I, Su Qi, only acknowledge one master in my life. But it's not you, Lu Huan. It's ridiculous that you, Lu Huan, actually thought you could make me submit to you. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting patiently for the right time to avenge my master, why would I pretend to submit to you? Unfortunately, you were so close. If I had a few more months, I'm confident I'll make you die from the poison." When Su Qi reached the end of his sentence, a look of pity could be seen on his face. Lu Huan was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. An ordinary poison would not be able to harm him at all. Due to this reason, he had used a slow-acting poison that he obtained by chance on the mortal continent. Not only was it colorless and tasteless, but it was also undetectable. As for that type of poison, it wasn't usually that toxic. It would only show its powerful toxicity when it was combined with another drug. The needle that he had pierced into Lu Huan's body earlier was stained with the drug that triggered the poison. It had completely activated the poison that had been hidden in Lu Huan's body for a long time, causing him to be poisoned. "Master, you must leave now." While Lu Huan is focused on expelling the poison and doesn't dare to move recklessly, "You must leave now," Su Qi urged Lu Huan as he looked at him. He knew very well that he was the one who had poisoned Lu Huan. Currently, Lu Huan only had the strength to protect himself. If he moved, the poison in his body would invade his organs. At that time, even a Daluo celestial being would not be able to save him. If Lu Huan wanted to suppress the poison in his body, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours was enough for his master, Fang Hui, to escape from Lu Huan's pursuit. Su Qi. Tears welled up in Fang Hui's eyes, and his face was filled with emotions. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. When he found out that Su Qi did not really betray him, the disappointment in his heart vanished. All that was left was happiness. He realized that he had not misjudged Su Qi. This disciple, who had been by his side since the beginning, had always regarded him as his only master. Master, leave quickly. However, Su Qi knew that this was not the time to be sentimental, so he hurriedly urged her. Wasn't he poisoned? I'll kill him now. However, Fang Hui had no intention of leaving. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lu Huan, who was focusing on expelling the poison. Master, it's just that he doesn't dare to move. But he still has the ability to protect himself. Let's go. Let's go. Su Qi continued to urge him. He was so agitated that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His injuries worsened. Good. I'm leaving. Although Fang Hui was unwilling, he knew that Su Qi would not lie to him. He gritted his teeth and was prepared to leave with Su Qi. However, at this moment, ha 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 ha, a burst of loud laughter suddenly resonated in the air. It was filled with wanton arrogance. Both Fang Hui and Su Qi's expressions changed when they heard the loud laughter. In the distance, Lu Huan, who was standing in the air and laughing loudly, had no trace of green on his face at all. At this moment, Lu Huan stood there in high spirits. He did not look like a person who was poisoned at all. Impossible! Impossible! Upon seeing this, Su Qi's body began to tremble violently. He kept shaking his head. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. It was apparent that he did not expect this to happen. Nothing is impossible. Lu Huan smirked. I'm a saint refinement master who focuses on refining medicine. Although I've neglected it for many years, I've consumed the 1,000 poison beasts' flesh when I was young. Ever since then, although my body isn't immune to all poisons, it's still extremely resistant to poison. The poison that you used is indeed not bad. It's very subtle as well. Unfortunately, it's not much of a threat to me. Every word that Lu Huan said seemed to have struck Su Qi's soul directly, caused Su Qi's face to turn even paler. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. Since you're so close to your master, I'll send both of you to hell. Lu Huan's eyes turned cold. His body moved as though it had transformed into a hurricane. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Hui and Su Qi. Master, if there's a next life, I'll still be your disciple. Su Qi suddenly shouted. He used the last bit of strength in his body to leave Fang Hui's side and charged toward Lu Huan. He wanted to use the last bit of strength he had to protect his master. He would die without regrets. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lu Huan smirked. With a lift of his hand, a vast and rolling energy exploded Su Qi into a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Apart from not being able to touch Lu Huan, the bloody mist splattered all over Fang Hui's face. Fang Hui's heart turned as cold as ice when he sensed the bloody stench that was coming toward him. His soul began to tremble violently at this moment. Su Qi, Lu Huan, die! Fang Hui suddenly shouted. The true energy in his qi surged out without any reservation. It was as though he was going to fight Lu Huan to the death. However, the gigantic saber that was consolidated by Lu Huan's true energy, consolidated weapon easily broke Fang Hui's ferocious attack. Fang Hui, perhaps you could be compared to me when you were young. However, you're no different from an ant in my eyes now. Lu Huan stared at Fang Hui coldly and said condescendingly, That's right. My ability can't be compared to yours. However, your disciple can't be compared to the disciple that I've taken in. Fang Hui smiled again when he was on the brink of death. A figure flashed in his mind. It was a young man who always wore purple. He was also his hope. Duan Lingtian. Fang Hui, I've told you before that I won't let you die a quick death. I'll torture you until you're left with your last breath. Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Lu Huan's eyes turned even colder. He took one step at a time and faced Fang Hui like a hunter hunting his prey. Every step he took seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed heavily on Fang Hui's chest. Without warning, Lu Huan lifted his hand and grabbed Fang Hui at lightning speed. At this critical moment, a swift swordlight suddenly pierced through the air and passed between Lu Huan and Fang Hui. It shocked Lu Huan so much that he retracted his hand. Who's that? Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he realized the threat of the sword ray. Haha, Elder Lu Huan, it seems like we haven't seen each other for a few years, right? At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Along with it, a strong figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a strong build. The middle-aged man's gray robe fluttered in the wind. He was holding a sword in his hand. You're Wang Tao? Lu Huan asked in a deep voice as he studied the middle-aged man in front of him with a frown. It seems like you still recognize me, Elder Lu Huan. Wang Tao smiled. Humph, Wang Tao. I can't believe that you've also broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage after so many years. However, do you think you can stop me? Lu Huan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Lu Huan had some impression of the person before him. He was an inner court deacon in the Moon Illumination sect. However, it did not cross his mind that he would meet this person again here. Since Wang Tao was able to pass through his territory that covered an area of 100 meters without him noticing, one could easily imagine his cultivation base. He must have entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even so, he was not afraid of Wang Tao. A martial cultivator who had just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage was nothing to him. I'll have to try to find out if I can stop you, Elder Lu Huan. Wang Tao smiled faintly with a carefree expression. It was as if he did not take Lu Huan seriously at all. Deacon Wang? Fang Hui finally regained his senses. He stared at the muscular figure in front of him in a daze. It did not cross his mind that this person would appear at this moment. Moreover, it was obvious that he was here to protect him. Wang Tao was the youngest inner court deacon in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, he was also a sword cultivator. However, due to his reclusive nature, he did not have much of a reputation. Based on Lu Huan's words, this Deacon Wang seemed to be a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Good. Very good. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Huan was so angry that he laughed. Wang Tao, I really want to know why you're protecting him. As far as I know, you don't seem to be friends with him, right? Elder Lu Huan, you don't have to test me. I'm only protecting him because someone asked me to. Wang Tao said nonchalantly. The person who asked you to protect him, is that person Elder Bai Li? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. However, Wang Tao did not answer him. All he did was stare at him quietly. At this moment, Lu Huan was almost certain. Humph! Lu Huan's expression changed for a while. In the end, he clenched his teeth and chose to leave. However, before he left, he did not forget to leave behind some ruthless words. Wang Tao, the grudge between you and me has been formed. He had thought it through carefully before he decided to leave. Initially, he did not dare to make a big fuss about killing Fang Hui. For this reason, he had even used his true energy consolidated territory to cover an area of 100 meters to conceal himself so that nobody would notice him. This was because he knew if people saw that he was the one who killed Fang Hui, he would definitely enrage Elder Bai Li. Perhaps, Elder Bai Li would not care about Fang Hui's life or death. However, he would care about Duan Lingtian's emotions. However, he was not afraid as long as nobody knew he was the one who killed Fang Hui. Chapter 15-17. However, Wang Tao's appearance forced him to give up. It was obvious Wang Tao was sent by Li Hong to protect Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Although he was confident he could defeat Wang Tao, he did not have the confidence to kill him. After all, they were both at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Unless the disparity in their strength was too great, nobody would dare to say they could kill each other. Moreover, even if he was confident he could kill Wang Tao, Li Hong would definitely suspect him when he returned and learned about Wang Tao's death. There were not many people in the Moon Illumination sect's surrounding area who could kill Wang Tao. It was not difficult for him to suspect him. Killing Wang Tao was completely different from killing Fang Hui. Anyone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage would be able to kill Fang Hui. Thank you, Deacon Wang. Fang Hui sighed in relief when he saw Lu Huan leaving just like that. He quickly thanked Wang Tao. You don't have to thank me. I was just asked to do this. Wang Tao replied nonchalantly and left as soon as his words left his mouth. Naturally, he did not really leave. Instead, he hid at the side and secretly protected Feng Hui. On the other hand, the more Lu Huan thought about it after he left, the angrier he became. Damn it! Bai Li Hong, that old man, is such a busybody. At this moment, a sense of helplessness rose in Lu Huan's heart. It was as though Bai Li Hong had predicted every move he made. It made him feel extremely aggrieved. I hope the people from Mountain Shade Black Market can seize this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop during the hunting assessment. Once Duan Lingtian is dead, Bai Li Hong won't be able to target me anymore. Lu Huan thought to himself. Moreover, from today onward, any disciple Lu Huan accept must swear on the lightning penalty oath that they'll never betray me. If they don't swear, I won't accept them no matter how high their innate talent is. Lu Huan was annoyed when he recalled Su Qi, whom he had just killed, and Zhou Qi, whom he had killed earlier. He really felt like he was the unluckiest person in his 8 lifetimes. The 2 direct disciples he had accepted consecutively had betrayed him in the end. Due to this reason, he made up his mind. Whoever wanted to acknowledge him as their master would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath first. When Lu Huan returned to the Moon Illumination sect gloomily, Duan Lingtian had also killed many wild beasts in the mountainous forest. Even though he had killed quite a number of savage beasts, his robes were still bright and clean. It was as if killing the savage beasts was nothing to him. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. Putting aside the fact that he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base than him, just based on his current cultivation base at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, it was almost impossible to find a wild beast that was a match for him in this mountain forest. Even if there are Mastery Saint Realm wild beasts here, I'm afraid there aren't many of them, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Along the way, he had only killed a few dozen intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. Most of them were early Saint Realm wild beasts, several hundred of them. Perhaps it had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts, but as he continued to walk forward, a deafening beast roar sounded. It was like a clap of thunder, as if it wanted to tear apart Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Is this a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast? When Duan Lingtian heard the beast's roar that sounded like a sonic attack, he was shocked. Soon after, he saw a gigantic beast the size of a small hill charging toward him. Wherever it passed, the ground would tremble as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Wherever the gigantic beast passed, the trees would collapse one after another. Huge footprints would appear on the ground one after another. Each of the footprints was like a huge pit. Good timing! In the face of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that was charging at him menacingly, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even went up to it. At this moment, a gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a gigantic hammer in the air in just a blink of an eye. It fell like a meteor and slammed hard on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast in front of him. It was a wild beast that looked very similar to a gorilla. Roar! In the face of Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated weapon technique, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly. The terrifying sound wave formed a sound wave attack in an instant, causing clear ripples to appear in the air. As the sound wave rolled out, the gigantic hammer that Duan Lingtian had condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique seemed to have hit a cotton ball. It advanced rapidly before it was squeezed out. In the end, it was even defeated. What a powerful sonic attack! Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect his true energy consolidated weapon technique would be defeated by the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast's roar. In fact, the gigantic hammer that he had condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique was able to kill an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beast with a single strike. Good. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Facing the powerful strength displayed by the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, Duan Lingtian was not afraid. Instead, his eyes lit up as he raised his hand and took out a heavy sword. It was none other than the 1,000-catty heavy sword. Roar! At the same time, the wild beast roared again as it lifted its boulder-like fists and smashed them toward Duanling Tian. A deafening sound of wind and thunder resounded in the air as it passed by. Good! Facing the pair of giant cannonball-like iron fists of the wild beast, Duanling Tian laughed and swung the 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand to meet the wild beast head-on. It was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Heavy as Mount Tai, Duanling Tian seemed to be particularly excited as he shouted the name of his next move. The 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand slammed down like a collapsing mountain towards the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. Pong! Pong! Accompanied by two deafening noises, Duanling Tian's 1,000-catty heavy sword collided with the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. True Qi collided, causing waves of Qi waves to appear in the air as they continuously pressed against each other. The waves of air surged and set off a series of thunderous explosions. Gusts of raging wind swept out and blew gravel and trees in the surrounding area. It was as if a strong typhoon had set off. Roar! The wild beast roared and took a step back. When it looked at Duanling Tian again, its eyes that were as big as a gong were not only red, but there was also a hint of fear in them. Although the wild beast did not have the intelligence of a saint beast, it had its own survival instinct to survive in a harsh environment. Duanling Tian blocked its fists with his sword. At this moment, it regarded Duanling Tian as a strong enemy. Just when Duanling Tian saw the fear in the wild beast's eyes and thought it would retreat in the face of difficulties, a shocking scene appeared. Dong! 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 Along with the sound of drums, the savage beast was beating its own chest with its fists. Its crazy appearance was exactly the same as that of a gorilla. There was no difference at all. If there was a difference, it would be the size of the wild beast. It was several times bigger than a gorilla. Has it gone mad? Just when Duanling Tian thought the wild beast in front of him had gone mad, a shocking scene appeared. As the wild beast kept hitting its chest with its fists, a blood-red mist appeared from its heart. It spread all over its body and merged with every pore on its body. The blood-red mist continued to grow. In the end, the wild beast's body seemed to be covered by a layer of blood-red energy. On top of the blood-red energy, one could vaguely see a blood-red lightning flashing. What's this? Duanling Tian was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Could it be berserk? In the blink of an eye, a thought suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. The reason why such a thought popped up in his mind was because he recalled the berserk mongrel rodent clan. They were a clan that was good at berserk. Once they went berserk, their strength would increase tremendously. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The wild beast that was shrouded in blood-red energy seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war at this moment. It roared at Duanling Tian. The sound waves rolled in the air and continued to compress and explode, creating a thunderous sound. It's really become stronger. Even Duanling Tian felt a little uncomfortable with the sound waves. It was obviously on a different level from the previous sound waves. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian did not dare to hesitate. He infused his true energy into the 1,000-catty sword in his hand and activated the 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000-catty saint inscription. When the wild beast swung its fists at him again, he met it head-on. Heavy as Mount Tai, it was the same sword, but due to the power of the 1,000-catty saint inscription, it became even more terrifying. However, this terrifying sword was actually repelled by the wild beast's iron fists. Not only that, but it also caused Duanling Tian's hand to go numb. A faint trace of blood could be seen on his hand. Although he did not bleed, it was enough to shock Duanling Tian. His body was different from an ordinary human's body. Even the 5-clawed divine dragons who were at the same level as him among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not compare to him in terms of body strength. Even so, the web between his thumb and index finger was still slightly cracked from the impact. Roar! Duanling Tian's sword was repelled, and the wild beast's iron fists also changed its direction and landed on empty air. However, it quickly regained its senses and swung its iron fists at Duanling Tian again. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. I'm not going to play with you anymore. With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's true energy swept out from his qi and flowed into his hands through his 99 saint veins. At the same time, he casually put away the 1,000 caddy sword and clenched his fists. He was actually going to meet the wild beast's fists head-on. If someone was here, they would definitely think Duan Lingtian was overestimating himself. Even his sword was defeated by the wild beast after it had gone berserk. He actually dared to fight the wild beast with his bare hands. He was simply seeking death. However, what they did not know was that Duan Lingtian had also used his brute strength in this punch. Chapter 15:18. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It shook the air so much that it seemed to distort slightly. Ripples that could be seen clearly spread out. Bang! Another loud bang reverberated in the air. Even the birds that were hundreds of meters away were frightened and fled in all directions. At the same time, 2 clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. It was as though a small blood rain was falling. It was the wild beast that had gone berserk. Its iron fists were smashed by Duan Lingtian's fists. Roar! The wild beast shrieked in agony when its iron fists were gone. Its survival instinct urged it to turn around and flee immediately. At this moment, in its eyes, Duan Lingtian, this little thing, was no different from a devil. Right now, it only wanted to get as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. This feeling of fighting fire with fire is really good. Feels so good. Duan Lingtian grinned and laughed heartily as he looked at his fists that seemed to be wearing a pair of golden gloves at some unknown time. Earlier, when his fists were about to collide with the wild beast's iron fists, he had cast the golden shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, in time to strengthen his physical strength again. It was precisely because of this that he could easily smash the pair of iron fists of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that had gone berserk. In this hunting assessment, the points of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast will definitely be more than the points of an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out the sun-shooting bow at lightning speed. He raised his hand and shot an arrow out. The true energy arrow that contained the penetration saint inscription easily pierced through the wild beast that was only focused on fleeing and killed it. To him, the wild beast was the equivalent of points. Boom! The wild beast's huge body crashed to the ground. Duan Lingtian chased after it in time and left his name on the wild beast's body. This meant he was the one who killed the wild beast. As long as he left his mark, he did not have to worry about a second person leaving his name behind to claim it. This was because the traces left behind one after the other could be seen from the degree of drying of the bloodstains. While Duan Lingtian was leaving his name on the body of the savage beast, he did not know that a black figure was hiding in the leaves of a large tree not far away. His body seems to be. The figure was curvaceous, and it was obvious that it was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with a great figure. Now, the woman's exposed pair of autumn eyes flickered with excitement. Found it! I finally found it! Not only was her gaze excited, but her heart was also very excited, as if Duan Lingtian was her old acquaintance and lover. Is Duan Lingtian? Soon, the woman with a hot figure, who was covered in black clothes and only revealed a pair of exposed autumn eyes, came back to her senses and murmured. A harmless-looking purple sparrow was perched on her shoulder. Although the purple sparrow seemed to be very quiet, the gleam in its eyes as it stared at Duan Lingtian showed that it was not calm at all. This woman was none other than the Mountain Shade Black Market's quasi-4-star assassin, Chi Mei. He must know her, he must know her. Moreover, their relationship is not ordinary. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't be so strong on him. Chi Mei had just calmed down when she sensed the barely detectable aura on Duan Lingtian's body. She said with certainty. At the same time, she moved and hovered in the air in front of Duan Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, as though she was trying to see if there was anything special about Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to not notice such a big living person. He reacted immediately, and his expression changed. Mountain Shade Black Market, Chi Mei. Chi Mei hovered in the air and replied nonchalantly. If the other assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market heard Chi Mei's words, they would definitely be shocked. This was because as far as they knew, Chi Mei would not speak nonsense when she made a move, let alone reveal her identity. In fact, almost all of the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so it was almost impossible for them to reveal their identities. If the other assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market saw that Chi Mei was not killed by the lightning penalty of the 99 Heavenly Tribulation after revealing her identity, they would be even more shocked. This was because this meant that Chi Mei did not swear on the oath at all. Without the oath, she was not considered a real assassin of the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, Chi Mei was indeed an assassin of the Mountain Shade Black Market. In this case, there was only one possibility. Someone had used his authority to make Chi Mei an assassin of the Mountain Shade Black Market without her swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Such a person would usually be a person who held great authority in the Mountain Shade Black Market. In the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, only the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch could use his authority to do such a thing. Mountain Shade Black Market? Upon hearing the pleasant female voice, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, he was not surprised by the fact that the other party was a woman. Based on the black-clad person's graceful figure, it was not difficult to tell that she was a woman with a hot body. When he first saw this woman, he even had the urge to remove the veil on her face. It was not that he was a pervert, but it was his first reaction as a man. The woman's figure was too perfect. It was so perfect that it could move anyone. She was not inferior to his 2 fiancées at all. However, when the woman revealed her identity, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. The Mountain Shade Black Market had actually sent someone again. Before this, he had learned from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that once the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin failed, the mission would either be cancelled or they would send a more powerful assassin to continue the mission. In other words, the assassin in front of him was even more powerful than the black-robed man from before. That black-robed man was one of the best among those at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. If the other party was not a devil cultivator, it would be impossible for him to kill him. However, the woman in front of him was even more powerful than that person. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Although his strength had increased tremendously and his cultivation base had entered the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he could only defeat opponents who were at a higher level than him even if he used all of his techniques. He could only fight with ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. If he encountered someone whose strength was comparable to the black-robed man and was not a devil cultivator, he would definitely not be a match for him. However, the woman in front of him with a hot body and a young voice was obviously more powerful than the black-robed man. How could he be a match for her? I can only hope that she's a devil cultivator as well. Duan Lingtian prayed silently in his heart. This was the only way he could escape this calamity. At the same time, he took out a jade token and crushed it. This jade token was given to him by Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. He could crush it when he was in danger as a warning. The moment Duan Lingtian crushed the jade token, a streak of light shot up into the sky. However, it was destroyed by an invisible force before it could even reach the sky above the forest. It did not serve as a warning at all. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. He stared at the black-clad woman in front of him in shock and asked, "Why, you're a Saint Stage powerhouse?" He had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that even an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse would not be able to block the warning from the jade token in his hand. "If I'm not a Saint Stage powerhouse, do you think I'll be able to block the warning from your jade token that's inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription?" The woman spoke again. Her pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, but it was like a death sentence. She doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how the woman in front of him made her move earlier, he was certain she must have made a move. Even if she did not make a move herself, she must have used her territory. However, even then, the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring did not react at all. Since the Devil Seal tablet did not react, it meant the other party was not a devil cultivator, and he could not use the Devil Seal tablet to deal with her. She's not a devil cultivator. She's not a devil cultivator. What should I do now? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. How was he going to fight against a saint stage powerhouse who was not a devil cultivator? Although he was burning with anxiety, he was not someone who would sit there and wait for death. He raised his hand and grabbed the sun shooting bow tightly, ready to make a move at any moment. Huh? At this moment, Chi Mei exclaimed softly as she stared at Duan Lingtian's hand. Your bow doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint weapon. As Chi Mei raised her hand, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body being bound by an invisible force, causing him to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the sun-shooting bow was taken away and fell into Chi Mei's hands. This material. Chi Mei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Where did you get this bow from?" "I picked it up." When Duan Lingtian realized that his life was in the hands of this black-clad lady, he could not break free from the invisible force that was binding him even though he had exerted all his strength. When he heard her question, he immediately replied in a huff. At this moment, he also realized that something was amiss. If the other party was really an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market by right, she would not have wasted so much time talking to him. Moreover, she did not reveal any killing intent from the beginning until the end. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was not the only one who was puzzled. Even if the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch in the 9-sect alliances was here, he would also be dumbfounded if he saw Chi Mei like this. This was because the Chi Mei he knew was completely different from the person he knew. "What? Do you think I'll covet your things?" Chi Mei smiled lightly. With a lift of her hand, not only did she untie the binding on Duan Lingtian, but she also returned the sun-shooting bow to him. This made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. "Since you're an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, shouldn't you be here to kill me?" "I'm here to kill you." Chi Mei nodded. Chapter 15:19. Of course, it's easy to kill you, but I'm very interested in you now. Don't worry, after today, the Mountainshade Black Market will cancel the mission to kill you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chi Mei's unhurried reply made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. "Don't tell me I'm so charming that this woman has taken a fancy to me?" When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although the woman in front of him had a great figure, who knew what her face looked like under the cover? Perhaps she was an ugly freak? However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because Chi Mei had removed the cover on her face without any warning, revealing her true appearance. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her pair of autumn eyes were like the two brightest stars in the night sky. Her jade-like nose was slightly straight, her small lips were rosy, and her perfect lines outlined a peerless face that was capable of causing the downfall of nations. On this beautiful face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted, there was not a single flaw to be found. Everything was so perfect. However, when Duan Lingtian saw Chi Mei's peerless face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He stood rooted to the ground and was dumbstruck. You? When Chi Mei saw the shock on Duan Lingtian's face, a hint of realization flashed in the depths of her eyes. It seemed like everything was as she had guessed. He was indeed related to the person she had been looking for. Moreover, their relationship was not shallow. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to have such a strong aura that belonged to that person. At this moment, nobody could understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Duan Lingtian's emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. As he looked at Chi Mei, his eyes flashed with bewilderment, reminiscence, and gentleness. His gaze became more and more complicated. The reason why Duan Lingtian felt this way was because Chi Mei's face was not unfamiliar to him. Of course, although the face in his memory was almost exactly the same as the face in front of him, it had a bit more of a pretty girl from a humble family. That's right. The Chi Mei standing before Duan Lingtian now had a devastatingly beautiful face that was identical to Duan Lingtian's fiancée, Ker. No matter which part of the face it was exactly the same. There was no difference. However, although they looked exactly the same, Duan Lingtian had never thought that she was Kerr. Chi Mei's temperament was completely different from Kerr's. Kerr's temperament was as gentle as jade, but this Chi Mei's temperament faintly revealed a trace of coldness, exuding an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if Kerr and the person in front of him were twins. But in an instant he suppressed this thought. This was because it was almost impossible. Chi Mei was an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market in the Dao Martial Saint Land. She was a saint stage powerhouse. Kerr, on the other hand, was born in a remote place on the mortal continent. She had walked out of Fresh Breeze Town with him. It was impossible for her to be related to Chi Mei. Moreover, when he first met Kerr was planning to sell herself to bury her mother. He had never heard Kerr mention that her mother was not her biological mother. "Tell me, what do you want?" Duan Lingtian suppressed the thousands of questions in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Chi Mei was an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, but based on her words, not only did she not want to kill him, but she even wanted the Mountainshade Black Market to cancel the mission to kill him. This made him vaguely feel that something was not right. Logically speaking, he had nothing to do with her, so there was no need for her to do this. There must be something fishy about this. Duan Lingtian had always believed this. "What? You're a big man, and you're afraid of a little girl like me?" Chi Mei asked with a faint smile as the corner of her lips curled up into a perfect arc. Chi Mei's peerless beauty coupled with her devilish talent was enough to arouse the desire in the depths of any man's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any desire at this moment. Instead, he was on guard. "I believe you won't dismiss the idea of killing me for no reason, and you even want the Mountainshade Black Market to cancel the mission to kill me," Duan Lingtian said. "For no reason? Of course, there's no reason," Chi Mei said indifferently. "Before I met you, I, Chi Mei, have never let anyone live. When I make a move, you're the first. Should I feel honored then?" Duan Lingtian smiled self-mockingly and asked, "Tell me, what's the reason? Not only did you not make a move on me, but you even want to help me?" "Reason? What if I say it's because I find you pleasing to the eye?" Chi Mei smiled. Chi Mei's words caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine. Who knew if this woman who did not look older than him was an old witch who had lived for a few hundred years? Perhaps, in terms of seniority, she was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother. Fortunately, Chi Mei did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, she would have slapped him to death. "I believe we'll meet again in the future." Chi Mei took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could return to his senses, Chi Mei had already left. She had completely disappeared before his eyes without a trace. Who is she? Great confusion arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. An assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market who looks exactly like Kerr. She was originally here to kill me, but she changed her mind at the last minute and wants to help me cancel the mission. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer at this moment. Naturally, he would not be so arrogant to think that she did not kill him because she found him pleasing to the eye. As an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, she was a cold-blooded person. It was impossible for her to stop because of such a ridiculous reason. No matter how I think about it, there's only one reason. It's because of Kerr. However, even if she's really related to Kerr, how would she know about the relationship between Kerr and me? Don't tell me she's been hiding in the dark all this time when Kerr and I were together? If she's been hiding in the dark all this time, she should be protecting Kerr. Why would she follow me? Moreover, even if she's following me, there's no need for her to expose herself in front of me, right? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. I guess I'll have to ask Kerr when I return. However, Kerr has already told me about her in the past. She didn't mention that she has a relative in this world. Since he could not figure it out, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about it. His mind returned to the hunting trial. As time went by, the hunting trial finally came to an end. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was ranked first in the results. How can Duan Lingtian have so many points? It's 10 times more than the person in second place. Even if he killed all the wild beasts he encountered, it's impossible for him to have so many points, right? The group of inner court disciples did not object to Duan Lingtian being ranked first in the hunting trial. They had long heard about how monstrous Duan Lingtian was. However, Duan Lingtian's results made all of them suspicious. All of them felt that there was an element of cheating. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the group of inner court disciples' doubts. He was not bothered by it at all. Duan Lingtian's points are so high because he killed the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage wild beast, the Berserk giant ape. At this moment, an inner court elder who had been looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze could not help but speak up when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering among themselves. As soon as he spoke, another inner court elder smiled wryly. It was obvious he knew this as well. Bai Li Hong's face was calm. He did not seem surprised at all. Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. His expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking about. Berserk giant ape? When the inner court elder spoke, the group of inner court disciples were completely stunned. They were no strangers to the Berserk giant ape. It was a famous existence among the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage wild beasts. Once it went berserk, its strength would far surpass wild beasts of the same level. It was known as the Slaughterer among the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage wild beasts. However, such a wild beast was killed by Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the group of inner court disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, doubt, and surprise. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention at this moment. Since the Berserk giant ape was killed after it went berserk, the points awarded for killing it will be doubled. That's why Duan Lingtian's result is so different from all of you. I'm sure all of you know that the points awarded for killing a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage wild beast will be doubled. Another inner court elder said. At this moment, the group of inner court disciples no longer said anything even though they had mixed feelings. Just like that, the Moon Illumination Sect's annual hunting assessment ended. Duan Lingtian had also obtained the honor of being the first to enter the sect's storehouse. Although most of the items in the sect's storehouse were covered in dust, making it difficult for ordinary people to identify them, one had to admit that there were many treasures in there. Naturally, most of them were just scrap metal. However, even so, Duan Lingtian was still looking forward to the sect's storehouse. He had a feeling that he would be able to find something good in there. On the way back to the Moon Illumination Sect, the group of inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with mixed feelings. Every one of them had entered the Moon Illumination Sect 5 years ago. However, none of them could compare to Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the sect this year. This made them feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle, I hope you'll really give up on the idea of going against him. Otherwise, you'll really be cutting off your own path of retreat. He Zhong was also looking at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was even more complicated than the other inner court disciples. One could say that he had watched Duan Lingtian grow up step by step. The speed of his growth was so fast that he could only look at him in the dust. The 4 Moon Illumination Sect's high-ranking officials, including Bai Li Hong and Zhonghua, did not notice him at all. Not far behind them, a black figure was following them at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. It was a graceful lady. Chapter 15:20. Follow him. We should be able to find that little girl. The lady following behind the Moon Illumination Sect's people was none other than the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin, Chi Mei. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Lingtian as she muttered to herself. Zier, I'm going back for a while. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him leave your sight. Don't let him out of your sight, Chi Mei said to the purple sparrow on her shoulder. All right, sister. The purple sparrow said listlessly, How boring. I thought I could loosen my muscles and bones this time. If you want to loosen your muscles and bones, can't you just find them to play with? However, try not to touch anyone close to him. Chi Mei looked at the group of figures in front of her and said nonchalantly. The moment the purple sparrow heard that, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood. It instantly became energetic as it urged Chi Mei. Sister, you should go back now. Compared to the previous purple sparrow, the current purple sparrow was like a completely different bird. Chi Mei shook her head and did not say anything else. She disappeared into the air immediately. In just a blink of an eye, she had already flown far away in the direction of the mountain shade black market's lair. After Chi Mei left, the purple sparrow's eyes gleamed brightly. It flapped its wings and shot toward the moon illumination sex people like a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of the wind whistling caused the moon illumination sex people to feel as though they were facing a formidable enemy. What's that? At this moment, everyone felt a gigantic shadow looming over their heads like a black cloud, blocking the sunlight that was supposed to shine on them. When they lifted their heads, they were shocked to see a gigantic purple sparrow flying above them. At this very moment, there was a huge purple bird floating in the air. Its sharp eyes were firmly staring at the group of people. The gigantic purple sparrow spread its wings. It was like a cloud in the sky, giving off a strong sense of oppression. By Li Hong, Zhonghua, and the other two moon illumination sect's inner court elders looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. The group of moon illumination sect's inner court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on their faces. A voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brat, is there anyone in your group that you hate? This was the content of the voice transmission. Who are you? Duan Lingtian heard a woman's voice and looked around, but he couldn't find the source of the real chi sound transmission. You're really silly. Can't you see me when you look up? The voice sounded again, and for a moment, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. After a long while, he came back to his senses. You're this big bird? What big bird or small bird? It's so unpleasant to hear. Listen carefully. This young lady is a super holy beast. The purple cloud thunder rock, not some big bird. The giant purple bird transmitted its voice again, its tone filled with dissatisfaction. Super Saint Beast, purple cloud thunder rock? Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard the violet-colored enormous bird, and only then did he seriously size it up. He noticed that it was really similar to a rock, yet there was a huge difference. Shockingly, there was a single golden horn on its head. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that she was a female bird. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boy, I'm asking you a question. Is there anyone in your group that you hate? The purple cloud thunder rock continued to ask. Although Duan Lingtian had no idea why the purple cloud thunder rock asked this question, he instinctively looked at Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. Even he had no idea why. Perhaps it was because Zhonghua had always been hostile toward him, and it made him feel annoyed. You must be a saint beast, right? May I know why you're blocking our way? Zhonghua took a step forward and cupped his hands together as he asked the giant purple bird. Although he could not recognize the giant purple bird, the aura that was faintly emitted from the giant purple bird made him feel pressured. The only thing that could make an imminent saint stage powerhouse like him feel pressured was a powerful being who had already entered the saint stage. The reason he thought the giant purple bird was a saint beast was because the aura of a saint beast was very different from a wild beast. However, the giant purple bird in front of him was obviously not a wild beast without intelligence. This could be seen from its bright eyes. Can't I just do nothing? The giant purple bird, the purple cloud thunder rock, spoke in human language and said lazily. At once, the corner of Zhonghua's mouth twitched violently. What kind of reason was this? By Li Hong and the other two inner court disciples, as well as the other inner court disciples other than Duan Lingtian, were dumbfounded. Although Duan Lingtian was not dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the purple cloud thunder rock's words. When Duan Lingtian saw the purple cloud thunder rock staring at Zhonghua, he knew Zhonghua was going to be in trouble. At this moment, he could not help but wonder if he had tricked Zhonghua earlier. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, the purple cloud thunder rock's wings flapped violently. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two purple ripples spread out with its wings as the center. Wherever the purple ripples passed, the air seemed to have stopped. At the same time, apart from Zhonghua, the group of Moon Illumination Sect's people, including Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong, were pushed back by the purple ripples. In just a blink of an eye, they had retreated 100 meters away. When they regained their senses, only the purple cloud Thunder Rock and Zhonghua were left in the distance. "You'll be the one to help me loosen up my muscles." The purple cloud Thunder Rock hovered in the air and looked down at Zhonghua as it said lazily. Upon hearing the purple cloud Thunder Rock's words, Zhonghua's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Previously, he had only guessed the purple cloud Thunder Rock was a saint beast that had entered the saint stage. However, now that he had witnessed the purple cloud Thunder Rock's technique, he was 100% certain it was a saint stage saint beast. A saint stage saint beast wanted him to loosen up its muscles? Wouldn't he break all his bones then? "Senior, I'm Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. If I've offended you in any way, please let me know. I'll sincerely apologize to you," Zhonghua said to the purple cloud Thunder Rock with a bitter expression. At this moment, he hoped the saint stage saint beast would let him go for the sake of the Moon Illumination Sect. However, the purple cloud Thunder Rock's next words made Zhonghua's face turn even paler. "Moon Illumination Sect? I've never heard of it. As for you, you didn't offend me. I just want you to loosen up my muscles. Don't worry, I won't kill you." The purple cloud Thunder Rock shook its head and said nonchalantly. The moment its words left its mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a purple hurricane that swept towards Zhonghua. In the distance, Duan Lingtian and the group of Moon Illumination Sect's inner court disciples only saw the purple hurricane sweeping past before Zhonghua disappeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Zhonghua did not disappear. It was because his speed was too fast that they could not see him clearly. Saint Stage Saint Beast. At this moment, whether it was Bai Li Hong or the other two inner court elders, all of them had a wry smile on their faces. They could vaguely see the swift figure in front of them. They could not bear to look at Zhonghua's miserable state. Naturally, they did not dare to help him. If the Saint Stage Saint Beast was unhappy and wanted them to loosen up its muscles as well, would they not die in vain? At this moment, even Bai Li Hong was thankful that the Saint Stage Saint Beast had chosen Zhonghua and not him. Otherwise, wouldn't his old bones be torn apart? Bai Li Hong thought the Saint Stage Saint Beast had chosen Zhonghua by coincidence. If he knew the reason the Saint Stage Saint Beast wanted Zhonghua to loosen up its muscles was because of Duan Lingtian, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Saint Stage Saint Beast? Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. Only now did he know the purple cloud Thunder Rock was a Saint Stage Saint Beast. When he recalled the voice transmission the Saint Stage Saint Beast had sent him earlier, he was confused. Why would this fella ask him who he hated? Moreover, he had only glanced at Zhonghua instinctively, and Zhonghua was in trouble. It was as though the purple cloud Thunder Rock was helping him vent his anger. He had never seen this purple cloud Thunder Rock before. In fact, this was his first time seeing a saint beast like this. Moreover, it was a Saint Stage Saint Beast. What kind of luck am I in today? It's only been a day, and I've met two Saint Stage powerhouses consecutively. I wonder if there's any relationship between them? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why, but when he thought about it, he actually connected the purple cloud Thunder Rock in front of him with Chi Mei, the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin who had appeared earlier. "You're so useless. Forget it. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll follow you back to the Moon Illumination Sect and play with the strongest person in the sect. It'll be more fun that way." Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the purple cloud Thunder Rock's voice. Subsequently, the purple cloud Thunder Rock and Zhonghua appeared at the same time. The purple cloud Thunder Rock was in high spirits and did not look any different from before. However, Zhonghua looked as though he had been tortured. Apart from the bruises all over his body, his robe was also torn. Not only that, but he was also standing in the air with all his might. His body was swaying as though he would fall at any time. Although he was battered and exhausted, Zhonghua still sighed in relief. "Master!" At this moment, He Zhong rushed forward in time to support Zhonghua. When he looked at the purple cloud thunder rock, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Let's go. I'll follow all of you back to the Moon Illumination sect. When the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect heard the purple cloud thunder rock's words, the purple cloud thunder rock's body swayed and transformed into a purple-clad young girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old in just a blink of an eye. Her delicate face had a hint of childishness as though it was carved out of jade. However, she was still a beauty. However, nobody paid attention to her appearance after she transformed into a human. They were all shocked by her domineering behavior earlier. She appeared out of thin air and said she was looking for someone to loosen her muscles. Then, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Zhonghua, was unlucky. Chapter 15:21. The group of people from the Moon Illumination sect had fear on their faces when they saw the purple-clad young lady who looked harmless. Nobody dared to get close to her. They could only smile wryly when they heard that she wanted to follow them back to the Moon Illumination sect. How should I address you, young lady? Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face as he looked at the purple-clad young lady. The purple-clad young lady replied. At the same time, she winked at Duan Lingtian, rendering Duan Lingtian speechless. I don't think I know her? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was getting more and more curious about the purple-clad young lady's identity. I wonder if she has anything to do with Qi Mei. If she doesn't, then this is too much of a coincidence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Why did you help me earlier? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the purple-clad young lady through voice transmission. Because you're the only one who's wearing purple among this group of people. The purple-clad young lady's reply rendered Duan Lingtian speechless. Just because of this, you're helping me? Duan Lingtian really did not know what to say. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young lady had something to do with Qi Mei. After all, she had taken the initiative to communicate with him through voice transmission as soon as she appeared. However, he finally realized the reason she took the initiative to communicate with him was because of this. This was because he was also wearing purple like her. Indeed, he was the only one who was wearing purple among the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect. He only wore purple. No matter if it was his past life or present life, he had a special liking for the color purple. Oh, it's young lady Zier. Bai Li Hong did not notice the young lady winking at Duan Lingtian, since he did not dare to look at her directly. After all, she was a saint beast. Young Lady Zier. At this moment, the other two inner court elders of the Moon Illumination sect also bowed at the young lady respectfully. They were afraid they would offend her if they were not polite enough. When the group of inner court disciples saw the three inner court elders bowing at the young lady, naturally, the group of inner court disciples did not dare to slack off. Even Zhonghua, who was beaten up badly by the young lady, also bowed at the young lady together with He Zhong after his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had lost face, Zhonghua did not hold any grudges. What a joke! This was a Saint Realm holy beast. Even if he had stepped into the Saint Realm, he might not necessarily be a match for her, not to mention that he was just a half-step Saint Realm expert. Since she dared to make a fuss about going to the Moon Illumination sect, it was obvious she was confident in her own strength. Otherwise, she would not have acted so rashly. Junior brother. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was the only one who didn't bow to the girl, Bai Li Hong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, the others also noticed this scene. Miss Zier. When Duan Lingtian saw the anxiety on Bai Li Hong's face, he was moved. In order not to make him worry, he nodded at the girl in purple and greeted her. Seeing how casual Duan Lingtian was, Bai Li Hong's expression changed again. On the other hand, the others, including vice-sect leader Zhonghua, were more or less gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. However, what the young girl did next made them completely dumbfounded. You're not bad. You have good taste just like me. Both of you like to wear purple. Purple is the most beautiful color in the world. As for green, it's really ugly. The girl nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhonghua, who was dressed in green, and frowned. How can there be such a bad taste in this world? He actually wears green. Everyone was speechless at once. Wearing purple means he has good taste? Wearing green means he has bad taste? Upon hearing the girl's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. It turned out the girl was targeting Zhonghua not only because he had glanced at Zhonghua, but also because of the green robe he was wearing. At this moment, the others finally regained their senses. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Zhonghua. There was a hint of pity in their eyes. When Zhonghua heard the girl's words, he almost threw up blood. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to burn all of the green clothes when he returned this time. Now, he finally understood why the girl would target him. As it turned out, it was because he was wearing green, and the girl happened to hate the color green. The dignified vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect was beaten up by a Saint Stage Saint Beast just because he was wearing the wrong clothes. The inner court disciples present on the scene seemed to have expected the commotion this news would cause when it was spread to the sect. Nobody was surprised that the girl liked purple. After all, her true form, the giant purple bird, was covered in purple feathers. On the other hand, the fact that the young girl hated green made everyone feel that Zhonghua was unlucky to have bumped into her. At this moment, it was not only Zhonghua. Even Bai Li Hong and the others were already thinking to throw their green clothes away as soon as they returned to the sect. Otherwise, they would cause trouble sooner or later. Zhonghua was a good example of this. At this moment, even Zhonghua did not expect what he had experienced today would be passed down in the Moon Illumination sect for many years. It would even be talked about frequently in the next 100 years. Of course, most of the time it was just for fun and jokes. This incident would follow Zhonghua for the rest of his life. At the moment he died, he regretted wearing green clothes today. However, all of this was a story for another day. Just like that, the group of people from Moon Illumination sect brought the girl Zi back to the sect. If they had a choice, naturally, they would not want to bring her back. However, did they even have a choice? When the group of people was about to return to the Moon Illumination sect, Chi Mei had also returned to the lair of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district. As soon as she returned, she went to look for the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market lived in an independent mansion halfway up the mountain. When Chi Mei entered the mansion, she was fearless. It was as though she had entered a no-man's land. She directly descended from the sky and landed in the mansion's backyard. As for the formation in the sky above the mansion's backyard, it did not seem to have any effect on her. In the backyard, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, who wore a black robe with golden edges, was originally cultivating with his legs crossed. The sudden movement caused him to open his eyes instantly. Naturally, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face when he was woken up by someone. However, when he saw the person who had woken him up, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Miss Mei Er. The black-robed, middle-aged man suddenly stood up and bowed to Chi Mei respectfully. The respect he showed in front of Chi Mei seemed to come from his bones. If the other people in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded and would find it unbelievable. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, the person with the highest position in the branch, actually showed such respect in front of the quasi-4-star assassin, Chi Mei. At this moment, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch was like a subordinate facing a superior when he faced Chi Mei. Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian. I still need him, Chi Mei said indifferently with a cold gaze in front of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. Yes. Upon hearing Chi Mei's words, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch did not ask for the reason and agreed immediately. Not only that, after Chi Mei left, he immediately walked out of the mansion and passed down the order. An hour later, the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in Han River City also received the order. Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian? When Yin Yang received the order, he thought he had heard wrongly. It was only after he confirmed it that he realized he did not hear wrongly. Moreover, the order was personally given by the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. Did Chi Mei fail as well? Taiwu frowned. That's possible. In Yang nodded. Then, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. However, even if Chi Mei failed, by right, the leader wouldn't have given such an order. Chi Mei is only a quasi-4-star assassin. There are many 4-star assassins and quasi-5-star assassins in our branch. The leader's strength is comparable to a 5-star assassin. In Yang found it strange. Perhaps there's a powerhouse behind Duan Lingtian, and the leader is giving face to that powerhouse. Taiwu guessed. That's the only possibility. In Yang nodded. Other than that, he could not think of any other reason. Right now, I'm getting more and more curious about that Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect. Taiwu's eyes gleamed as he said. With Taiwu's strength, he was definitely a quasi-5-star assassin in the Mountain Shade black market. Taiwu, don't act recklessly. This order was personally given by the leader. You should know the leader's temper. Those who disobey his orders will not have a good ending. Yin Yang quickly reminded him when he heard Taiwu's words. Don't worry. I only said that I'm curious about that Duan Lingtian. I don't plan to attack him, Taiwu said. I'm not going to attack him. A hint of dread could be seen in Taiwu's eyes when he thought about the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. When he had just arrived at the branch, he had defeated most of the Saint Stage powerhouses in the branch. There was only one person who managed to fight him to a draw. However, in the end, the other person made a move and defeated him with just one move. Not only that, but he was also defeated so badly that he did not have any temper at all. The person who defeated him with just one move was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Soon after, Lu Huan's mission in the Mountain Shade Black Market was cancelled. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the rest had also returned to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when the young girl whose true form was the Super Saint Beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock, left his sight. Although the young girl was friendly to him, the moment he thought about how she had the strength to easily crush him, he could not help but feel dread in his heart. I wonder if the Saint Realm powerhouses in the sect will be able to subdue her. Chapter 15:22. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering what kind of commotion the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock would cause in the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect was as calm as usual. There was no movement at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed. Initially, he thought he could join in the fun and witness the battle between the Saint Stage powerhouses if the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock caused a commotion in the Moon Illumination sect. However, Duan Lingtian's attention soon shifted elsewhere. This was because the sect's storehouse was about to open. As the person who ranked first in the Moon Illumination sect's Inner Court's hunting assessment, he was naturally qualified to enter the sect's storehouse and take the most items from there. The ranking of the hunting assessment was directly related to how many items one could take from the sect's storehouse. Junior brother, initially, you're only allowed to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, I've spoken to the sect leader, and he's allowed you to take 10 items from there. He must have spoken to the storehouse elder by now. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian before he headed to the sect's storehouse. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If it were not for Bai Li Hong, he would only be able to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, the number of items he could take had doubled now. You don't have to thank me since we're brothers. I'm going to be angry if you continue to be so courteous in the future. Bai Li Hong said with a straight face on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Go, you have one day. Come and look for me when you return from the sect's storehouse. I have something to tell you, Bai Li Hong said. I have something to tell you. All right. Duan Lingtian responded and left for the sect's storehouse. The opening of the sect's storehouse was divided into a few days. As the person who ranked first in the hunting assessment, he would enter on the first day. He would be given priority to choose the items in the sect's storehouse. On the second day, the person who ranked second would enter, and so on and so forth. The sect's storehouse was located in the north of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. It was located in a remote area. From afar, it looked like a dilapidated mansion. It was apparent that it had gone through a long period of time. The person guarding the sect's storehouse was an old man wearing a tattered robe. He looked very inconspicuous. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he was sweeping the floor with a broom. Every time the broom swept out, the dust swept to the side in the same trajectory. What a powerful cultivation! Just this move alone was enough to show that the old man's cultivation was unfathomable, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Elder. Therefore, when facing the old man, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him and respectfully greeted him. Are you Duan Lingtian? The old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the broom in his hand did not stop moving. He continued to wave the broom, and the trajectory of the dust was not affected by his distraction at all. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he saw this. Yes. However, in the face of the old man's question, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him. Huh? All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man's gaze changed when he looked at him. His originally cloudy eyes lit up all of a sudden. It was this moment that made Duan Lingtian feel like he had nowhere to hide. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he had no secrets to hide from the old man. Go in. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly anxious, the old man said nonchalantly and continued to sweep the floor. As soon as his words left his mouth, the door of the sect's storehouse opened without any reason, as though it was opened by itself. Duan Lingtian responded and walked into the sect's storehouse. When he passed by the door of the sect's storehouse, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the old man. He noticed that the old man seemed to be walking in the air with every step he took. He looked extremely ethereal. Don't tell me this elder is a saint stage powerhouse? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Regardless of whether the old man was a saint stage powerhouse or not, he had left a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. After walking into the sect's storehouse, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to contact Huolao, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huolao, see if there's any material here that can be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The items in the Moon Illumination Sect storehouse were passed down from generations to generations. Some of the items were ugly, so the inner court disciples who were lucky enough to enter the storehouse would not choose them. Due to this reason, they had been around for a very long time. With Huolao around, Duan Lingtian was not worried that he would not be able to find any treasures. You can choose 10 items. A voice transmission suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was the old man who was sweeping the floor at the door. As expected, with Huolao's golden gaze fiery eyes, Duan Lingtian quickly picked out 7 items. These 7 items were also materials that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, they were the best materials that could be found in the sect's storehouse. Although there were still many materials that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they were far inferior compared to these 7 materials. As for the other 3 items, you can choose those 3. With Huolao's reminder, Duan Lingtian picked up 3 items that looked like compasses. Of course, it only looked like a compass on the outside. The patterns on the surface were worlds apart from a compass. They were completely unrelated. What are these? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. These are formation compasses. Huolao said. Formation compasses? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was his first time hearing this term. What's that? Even if you don't know about formation compasses, you should know about formations, right? Huolao asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not unfamiliar with formations. When he was on the Mortal Continent's Cloud Continent, as someone who had merged with the lifetime of inscription memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily set up an inscription formation. An inscription formation was a type of formation. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, formations were divided into 3 types. The first was Tao Talisman Formation. The second was Saint Inscription Formation. The last type was a combination of Tao Talismans and Saint Inscriptions to complement each other. Among the 3 types of formations, the latter was the best. With this formation compasses, You can directly activate the formation. Hualao said, ordinary formations require a lot of effort to set up, and the person who sets them up must have experience in setting up formations. However, formation compasses rely on the formation compasses. Even those who don't know anything about formations can use the formation compasses to activate the formation. Hualao's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. Formation compasses? Can activate formations? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian had an excited expression on his face. He knew he had found a treasure. However, Hualao's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to calm down. Although these 3 formation compasses are not bad, they're all damaged and can't be used to set up formations. These were Hualao's exact words. Hualao, since they're damaged, there's no point in taking them. I can only choose 3 things. Don't tell me you really want me to choose these 3 pieces of junk? Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Although the formation compasses were very attractive, they were not useful to him because they were damaged and could not be used to set up formations. Who said they're junk? Hualao continued to speak. I can repair these 3 formation compasses. However, 2 of them will take longer to repair because they're more damaged. As for the last one, I'll be able to repair it in 3 months at most. You can repair them? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. If it's an ordinary person, it's naturally impossible for them to be repaired. However, this is a small matter to me. Moreover, these 3 formation discs aren't anything special. Hualao said, "Is not a great disc array?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian felt a little discouraged again. Indeed, they're nothing special to me. However, they'll be of great help to you now. Even the Saint Stage powerhouses here might not be able to break the formation contained in these 3 formation compasses. Hualao said again, even the Saint Stage powerhouses might not be able to break it? Duan Lingtian's current mood was as if he was riding a roller coaster, going down and up. At this moment, he finally remembered Hualao's origin. Although the formation compasses were nothing special to Hualao, it did not mean that they were nothing special in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, even if the formation compasses are in good condition, the strength of the formation compasses depends on the strength of the energy that's injected into it. Hualao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. Just like the inscription formation he set up back on Cloud Continent, the strength of the inscription formation depended on the energy contained in the origin stones used to set it up. Then I'll choose them. Duan Lingtian trusted Hualao, so he took the 3 formation compasses away. They were the only 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination Sect's storehouse. Although the 3 formation compasses were placed in an inconspicuous corner, they were placed together. It was obvious that they were collected by the Moon Illumination Sect's seniors. Since he had chosen the items, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay any longer. He left immediately. Before he left, Duan Lingtian did not forget to greet the old man who was sweeping the floor. The old man did not check his spatial ring at all. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this at all. With the old man's unfathomable cultivation base, even if he did something in the sect's storeroom, he would definitely be discovered immediately. Hualao, do you know what kind of formations are in the 3 formation compasses? On the way back, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his curiosity and asked Hualao. 3 formation compasses. One of the formation compasses can set up an illusory formation while the other 2 formation compasses can set up an offensive formation and a defensive formation. Chapter 15:23. 3 different formations? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Previously, he was still worried that the formations set up by the 3 formation discs might be the same type of formation. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. Hualao, what kind of formation is the formation in the formation disc that can be repaired the fastest? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his heart, he was slightly anticipating that the array formation would be an offensive array formation. He believed that with his genuine chi, the power of the offensive formation displayed by the formation plate would definitely be far stronger than the power he could display with all his means. Due to this reason, he hoped that the formation in the formation disk that could be repaired the fastest was an offensive formation. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Hallucination formation. Hua Lao's reply disappointed Duan Lingtian. It would have been better if it was a defensive formation. Why did it have to be a hallucination formation? A hallucination formation was similar to the illusory formation on Cloud Continent. It could be used to confuse people. However, when he thought about it again, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. A hallucination formation is not bad as well. It can confuse the enemy. At the critical moment, it can even deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with anticipation for the formation disk that would be repaired soon. No matter what, it was a great harvest this time. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. However, his good mood did not last long. All of this was because Bai Li Hong had told him something after he returned. Teacher was almost killed by Lu Huan? Duan Lingtian's face turned grave as his eyes gleamed fiercely. Lu Huan went after teacher when he realized that he couldn't deal with me? Junior brother, I suspect that Lu Huan was the one who issued the mission to kill you in the Mountainshade Black Market. Bai Li Hong speculated. Indeed, it's possible. Duan Lingtian nodded. The fierceness in his eyes did not diminish as he said in his deep voice. Humph. Initially, I thought Lu Huan would restrain himself after I taught him a lesson. However, I didn't expect him to be even more arrogant on the surface. This time, I can't let him live. Bai Li Hong snorted coldly as his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Perhaps even Lu Huan did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high position in Bai Li Hong's heart. Just because he wanted to kill Lu Huan and suspected that he had posted a mission to kill the Duan Lingtian in the Mountainshade Black Market, he wanted to kill him. If Lu Huan knew about this, he would not have returned to the Moon Illumination sect after leaving Mound Hill City. Senior brother, I want to settle this matter myself. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was cold and emotionless. Lu Huan had crossed his bottom line. I understand. Seeing the determination on Duan Lingtian's face, Bai Li Hong knew that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. He nodded his head. On top of that, Fang Hui is in the outer court now. Do you want to see him? Bai Li Hong said to Duan Lingtian. Teacher is here? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He bade farewell to Bai Li Hong immediately and went to the outer court to look for Fang Hui. When Duan Lingtian saw Fang Hui again, he still addressed him respectfully as teacher just like before. You're now elder Bai Li's junior brother. You can't call me teacher anymore. If people hear this, I'm afraid they'll secretly say that you're useless. Fang Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian again. They can say whatever they want. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. You'll always be my, Duan Lingtian's, teacher. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. The two things that I, Fang Hui, have done right and I'm most proud of is taking you and Su Qi as my disciples. Fang Hui said with relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Qi. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had a puzzled expression on his face. Did Su Qi not betray his teacher? Why did his teacher say that taking Su Qi as his disciple was something to be proud of? When Fang Hui saw the frown on Duan Lingtian's face, he naturally could not help but sigh. Then he told Fang Hui about Su Qi's fake betrayal and how he really took revenge. At the same time, he told Fang Hui about how Su Qi was killed by Lu Huan because of him. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Fang Hui's words. Su Qi had done so much for his teacher. At this moment, even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. Su Qi, rest in peace. I'll avenge you. Duan Lingtian muttered in a voice that only he could hear as he looked to the west. He made a promise between men. Teacher, why don't you stay in Han River City forever? I'll look for Elder Dongfang and ask him to order you to stay. Duan Lingtian said to Fang Hui. The Elder Dongfang he mentioned was none other than Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. There's no need for that. Fang Hui shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's kindness. I've gotten used to staying in Han River City for so many years. You don't have to worry about my safety. I'll be fine with the people elder Bai Li Hong sent to protect me." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked again, "Teacher, when do you plan to return to Han River City?" "I plan to return to Han River City as well. I came here mainly to see you. Now that I've met you, naturally, I can return any time," Fang Hui said. "All right then. Teacher, you can leave tomorrow. I'll go with you then." Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before replying. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he would return to Han River City to see his old friends whom he had not seen for a long time. After that, he would return to cultivate in closed-door cultivation to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Once he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would leave the Moon Illumination sect and return to Half Moon Island. "All right," Fang Hui agreed right away. The next day, Duan Lingtian and Fang Hui returned to Han River City together with another person. It was none other than Bai Li Hong. The reason Bai Li Hong tagged along was, naturally, because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. With Bai Li Hong tagging along, it was naturally a smooth journey. They did not encounter any obstacles. When Duan Lingtian and Fang Hui returned to Han River City together, Lu Huan's expression was as grave as it could be. "What's wrong with the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market? The hunting assessment is such a good opportunity, but they actually missed it. I hope they won't disappoint me this time." Lu Huan thought it was because the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market did not make a move that Duan Lingtian was still alive and kicking until now. If Lu Huan knew the Mountain Shade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian that he had issued, one could only wonder what kind of expression he would have. When Duan Lingtian returned to Han River City again, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. The main purpose of Duan Lingtian's return to Han River City this time was to meet his big brother, Hong Yu, and the little girl, Shi. A few days later, when Duan Lingtian was about to leave, both Hong Yu and Shi were brought into the city governor's estate by Fang Hui. Hong Yu, who was already in an important position, began to get in touch with the upper echelons of Han River City. He knew very well that all of this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, a small captain of the city guards, to achieve what he had today. The little girl, Shi, was very talented in being a beast tamer. For this reason, before Duan Lingtian left, he also told Fang Hui to train and stimulate her potential. Naturally, Fang Hui agreed to it immediately and even took Shi as his goddaughter. He was also very fond of this little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. When they left Han River City together, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the young lady who had entered the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Han River City with him. She was valiant and heroic, and she was not inferior to any man. However, he did not look for her to catch up with her when he returned this time. Instead, he only greeted Fang Hui and asked him to take care of her. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian he used to be. Fang Hui did not dare to neglect his words. Although he was Duan Lingtian's teacher on the surface, he knew very well where he stood. After returning to the sect with Duan Lingtian, he began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, there were also many bottlenecks when it came to raising one's cultivation base. For this reason, whenever Duan Lingtian encountered a bottleneck, he would stop and divert his attention to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. As time went by, Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had already cultivated the Aerolite Shower, the offensive technique in the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the highest level, the Impeccable stage. The Aerolite Shower is finally at the Impeccable stage. Now that I've reached this stage, it means I can officially start cultivating the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Colossal Arrow Bell. Duan Lingtian was excited. After all, this was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. The Colossal Arrow Bell was the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Naturally, it was not something that the defensive technique of an ordinary human rank Saint-grade martial tactic could compare to. It was even more difficult to cultivate it. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian finally understood why he had to cultivate the aerolite shower to the highest level, the impeccable stage, in order to cultivate the colossal arrow bell. This was because the colossal arrow bell was formed by the aerolite shower. To be more precise, it was formed by the aerolite shower that had been cultivated to the highest level. The arrow rain was like a meteor as it continued to revolve around Duan Lingtian's body, forming a layer of tough defense. Although he had just started cultivating it, the defense was so strong that it was much stronger than the defensive technique in an ordinary human rank Saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the highest level. Since the colossal arrow bell was a technique that Duan Lingtian had been looking forward to for a long time, and since the colossal arrow bell was powerful, Duan Lingtian had been cultivating it diligently from the beginning until the end. However, while he was cultivating the colossal arrow bell diligently, Duan Lingtian did not forget to raise his cultivation base as well. Finally, after 4 months in the outside world and 20 months in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through the last bottleneck of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and had successfully broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. I've broken through. Chapter 15:24. Once I break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, I'll be able to use the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. He immediately wanted to test the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. However, after trying for a long time, nothing happened. I almost forgot. I can't even use the True Energy Consolidated weapon in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so it's normal that I can't use the True Energy Consolidated Beast. If I want to try it, I'll have to go out for an interview. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With that thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to his room. He did not linger in the room and went straight out. After he went out, he went to the courtyard and began to test the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. A gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and hovered in the air in just a blink of an eye. When the surging true energy was elongated, wisps of blood-red energy flashed in the surroundings, revealing a chilling aura. After a while, the elongated true energy transformed into a winding divine dragon that was dozens of meters long. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that each of the divine dragon's claws had 5 razor-sharp claws. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, judging by the blood-red energy around the 5-clawed divine dragon, it was obvious it was not formed by imagination. It was a true energy consolidated beast condensed from blood essence. This kind of true energy consolidated beast was even more powerful. In order to avoid causing a commotion, Duan Lingtian only consolidated the 5-clawed divine dragon with his true energy before dispersing it. Let's go out and test its power. Although he had consolidated the 5-clawed divine dragon with the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique, Duan Lingtian still had no idea how powerful it was. All he knew was that the True Energy Consolidated Beast condensed from blood essence was more powerful than ordinary True Energy Consolidated Beasts. However, he had no idea how powerful it was. When Duan Lingtian left, he did not notice there was someone hovering in the air in the sky who had witnessed everything he had done. This included the 5-clawed divine dragon he had formed with his True Energy Consolidated Beast, which was also known as the Divine Dragon Dharma form. Blood Essence Condensed Beast, and it's a 5-clawed divine dragon. Could it be that he was related to the dragons? Otherwise, how could there be the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon? A surprised voice rang out. It was a purple bird standing on the black figure's shoulder that was talking. There was a hint of surprise in its voice. The blood essence solidified beast referred to the true energy solidified beast that used blood essence as its foundation. The 5-clawed divine dragon that Duan Lingtian had just condensed with his true energy was also a true energy consolidated beast. But to be more specific, it was a blood consolidated beast. Maybe. The black figure was a woman covered in a black suit. Her figure was enchanting, enough to make any man in the world fantasize. This black-clad woman was none other than the assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, Chi Mei. As for the identity behind Chi Mei, in the entire 9-sect alliances district, other than herself and the purple bird on her shoulder, Perhaps only the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch knew about it. Sister, when are we going to leave this godforsaken place? Other than the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch who has some strength, the rest of the people here are too weak. These few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect can't even last 3 moves in my hands. The purple bird said in a slightly unhappy tone. We'll leave when we're done here, Chi Mei said. All right, let's go. Let's follow them and have a look. Chi Mei said and followed Duan Lingtian, completely ignoring the flight-prohibiting formation that shrouded the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was walking out of Bai Li Hong's mansion, the inner court, and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Although Duan Lingtian was alone when he left the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he did not feel guilty at all. With his current strength and techniques, he was not afraid even if he faced a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Naturally, he did not dare to say he could defeat all of the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. After all, there were many Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses who had half a foot in the Saint Stage. Those people were all at the peak of the Saint Rudiment Stage. They could be considered as the top powerhouses below the Saint Stage. If they cast their unpredictable territories, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to say he was completely confident he could defeat them. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of things to rely on, Duan Lingtian still had a lot of things to rely on. Moreover, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he was confident he could discover and shake off an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse in an instant even if he was tailed by them. Due to this reason, he was fearless when he left the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he was confident he would not be able to discover a Saint Stage powerhouse tailing him. However, if a Saint Stage powerhouse really wanted to harm him, there was no need for them to tail him at all. They could just do it in the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duan Lingtian went to the place where Bai Li Hong had brought him to test the 3-star Saint inscription. It was a mountain ridge filled with powerful wild beasts. In this mountain ridge, Duan Lingtian was completely at ease. Instead of saying he was at ease, it was more accurate to say he was at ease with the divine dragon phenomenon that was consolidated from his true energy. Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was formed from the blood essence of a 5-clawed devil dragon. It carried the dragon's might. Wherever it passed, the wild beasts would have fear in their eyes. As it passed, it swept everything in its path. Duan Lingtian discovered even a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage wild beast could withstand the divine dragon phenomenon's attack. The power of the divine dragon phenomenon was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. My 5-clawed divine dragon phenomenon is more than a few times stronger than ordinary true energy consolidated beasts. Soon after, Duan Lingtian confirmed this. At this moment, it was as though he could already see other people's true energy consolidated beasts being easily defeated by his divine dragon phenomenon. It's so powerful, the purple bird in the sky exclaimed in surprise. How can the divine dragon phenomenon that was consolidated from the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon not be powerful? Chi Mei did not seem to be surprised. She merely said nonchalantly, Sister, are we just going to keep following him like this? The purple bird asked. Yes. Chi Mei nodded. Then how long do we have to follow him? The purple bird asked with a wry smile. Until I find the person I'm looking for. Chi Mei's eyes gleamed as she said bluntly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know he was being followed by 2 Saint Stage beings. Otherwise, he would not be as excited as he was now. When Duan Lingtian entered this mountain ridge that was filled with wild beasts, he was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. Wherever he passed, the divine dragon phenomenon would open a path for him. He was invincible and invincible. Of course, the reason for this was mostly because the strongest wild beast Duan Lingtian encountered was only at the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage. Why aren't there any Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage wild beasts? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. He was no longer addicted to the Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage wild beasts with the Divine Dragon phenomenon. He wanted to use the Divine Dragon phenomenon to torture a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage wild beast. Even if the Divine Dragon phenomenon was consolidated from the blood essence of a 5-clawed Divine Dragon, It was only a true energy-consolidated beast no matter how powerful it was. Compared to a real perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, there was still a big gap. After half a day, Duan Lingtian still had not encountered a perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. In the end, he was a little impatient. Forget it, there will be plenty of chances in the future. It's time to go back and prepare. After a few days of preparation, we'll head back to Half Moon Island. Soon, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he decided to return to Half Moon Island in a few days. When Duan Lingtian thought of his two fiancées who were pregnant with his child, he was eager to return home. As for preparation, there was nothing much to prepare. He mainly wanted to inform Bai Lihong and bid farewell to the people he knew. Apart from that, he would also take some time to cultivate the colossal arrow bell technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. The colossal arrow bell was a technique that was comparable to the defensive techniques in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. Its power was not comparable to the defensive techniques in the human rank Saint grade martial tactic. Currently, Duan Lingtian had only cultivated the colossal arrow bell to the second stage, the elementary stage. However, its defensive power had already surpassed the golden shirt. Naturally, although the colossal arrow bell and the golden shirt were both defensive techniques, there was a difference between them. The colossal arrow bell required the coordination of the aerolite shower to form a defense on the outside like an eggshell. The golden shirt required the coordination of the physical body. While forming a defense, it would also strengthen one's physical strength to a certain extent. Since the two were very different, they did not affect each other and could exist together. Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to return to Half Moon Island, did not know that Lu Huan's expression had been very grave ever since he returned from Han River City a month ago. Until today, it was still very grave. All of this was because Lu Huan had found out that the Mountain Shade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian that he had issued. When he found out about this, his first reaction was to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even though the Mountain Shade Black Market had compensated him with 10 times the commission, he was not happy at all. This was because he knew that the Mountain Shade Black Market would no longer accept the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Lu Huan had also thought about why the Mountain Shade Black Market did not accept the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Was it because there was a secret behind Duan Lingtian that he did not know about? In the end, he was more inclined toward one of the guesses. Bai Lihong had connections in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Through his actions, he had gotten the Mountain Shade Black Market to cancel the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Do I really have to watch that little bastard grow up just like that? Lu Huan's face was grave. The moment he thought about Duan Lingtian, his eyes looked as though they were going to spit fire. No, that little bastard must die. If he doesn't die, I can't even deal with Feng Hui. He must die. Feng Hui must die as well. In the end, Lu Huan had even lost his mind. However, when an inner court disciple came in to report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian wants to leave the sect alone and return to his hometown? Are you sure this news is accurate? Chapter 15:25. It's true. This is what Duan Lingtian said to the outer court disciple from Mound Hill City like him. The inner court disciple nodded. Good, good, good. Upon hearing the inner court disciple's words, Lu Huan said good 3 times in a row. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal the inner court disciple to leave. Continue to monitor Duan Lingtian's movements. If there's any movement from him, report to me immediately. Yes. Although the inner court disciple was not Lu Huan's disciple, he was still a member of Lu Huan's faction and was loyal to him. At this moment, the inner court disciple's report kept echoing in Lu Huan's ears. Duan Lingtian was leaving the sect alone to return to his hometown. If he really leaves alone, it'll be a great opportunity for me. Lu Huan's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Elder Lu Huan. At this moment, another inner court disciple from Lu Huan's faction came in to report. Elder Zhao Feng has come out of closed-door cultivation. Elder Zhao Feng? Upon hearing the inner court disciple's report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up again. After dismissing the inner court disciple, he said with a smile, Elder Xiaofeng happened to come out of closed-door cultivation at this moment. Could it be that this is God's will and wants Duan Lingtian to die a graveless death? Like him, Xiaofeng was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. However, compared to him, Xiaofeng was much more powerful. Xiaofeng's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. It was said that he was going to break through to the imminent saint stage during his closed-door cultivation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, his strength would definitely improve. Apart from that, Xiaofeng had another identity. He was the outer court disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. He was also the master of Fengfan who was ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. Fengfan was instigated by Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, to engage in a death duel with Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. However, with Zhou Qi's death, all of this had become a mystery. However, it was an indisputable fact that Fengfan was killed by Duan Lingtian. It was an indisputable fact that Fengfan was Xiaofeng's direct disciple. Therefore, when Lu Huan found out that Xiaofeng had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately went to look for him. Elder Xiaofeng, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. You must have gained quite a lot this time, right? As soon as Lu Huan arrived at Xiaofeng's residence and saw Xiaofeng, he greeted him enthusiastically. Xiaofeng was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura, as if he had come from another world. However, compared to Lu Huan's enthusiasm, Xiaofeng had a calm expression on his face. His body emitted a cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Elder Lu Huan, I've just come out of my closed-door cultivation, and you've already come looking for me. Alas! Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the smile on Lu Huan's face disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. Elder Xiaofeng, I've been coming to your place many times over the past 6 months. However, every time I came, I was informed that you were still in closed-door cultivation. Is there anything you need from me? Xiaofeng looked at Lu Huan. Although his tone was still calm, there was a hint of curiosity in it. Elder Xiaofeng, you've just come out of your closed-door cultivation, so I don't think you're aware that Fengfan has been killed, right? Lu Huan sighed again. What did you say? Lu Huan's words caused Zhao Feng's expression to change. You're saying Fengfan was killed? Yes. Lu Huan nodded. Who is it? Zhao Feng asked in a deep voice. His body emitted a bone-chilling aura. When Lu Huan sensed Zhao Feng's anger, he was overjoyed. The more Zhao Feng cared about Fengfan, the happier he was. Fengfan was killed by a sect's disciple called Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian only entered the sect about a year ago, Lu Huan said. Duan Lingtian. He only entered the sect recently? Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhao Feng's face turned even graver. At the same time, he looked at Lu Huan and said coldly, Tell me everything in detail. I want to know the ins and outs of this matter. Lu Huan nodded and began to tell him about the death duel invitation that Fengfan and Duan Lingtian had signed. In the end, he told him about how Fengfan was killed by Duan Lingtian. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Feng was enraged just by listening to the story. His body began to tremble violently due to his agitation. What's his background? However, he was an inner court elder who had been famous in the Moon Illumination sect for many years after all. Soon he calmed himself down. However, his voice was so deep that it sounded like thunder. He's from Mound Hill City. He's the disciple of Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Lu Huan replied, Mound Hill City? Fang Hui? Upon hearing that, Zhao Feng looked at Lu Huan deeply. Lu Huan, if I'm not mistaken, Fang Hui seems to be your enemy, right? Yes. Lu Huan nodded. At the same time, he said guiltily, Elder Zhao Feng, I'm also at fault in this matter. If I didn't let Fang Hui live until now, he wouldn't have taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple and wouldn't have recommended Duan Lingtian to the Moon Illumination sect. If Duan Lingtian didn't come to the Moon Illumination sect, Fengfan wouldn't have died. Although Lu Huan's words were spoken in hindsight, it was still true. There's no need to talk about the past anymore. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent. With his current attitude, if Duan Lingtian was before him, Duan Lingtian would probably be directly torn apart by him. Lu Huan sighed in relief when he saw this. He was really worried that Zhao Feng would be interested in Duan Lingtian and forget about his hatred for Feng Fan after learning about this. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. Elder Zhao Feng, I know you want to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Feng Fan. However, Duan Lingtian is no longer who he used to be. Let alone you, even the sect leader has to be courteous when he sees him. Lu Huan said. The sect leader has to be courteous when he sees him? Horror dawned on Zhao Feng as he asked in a deep voice. Don't tell me he's taken in as a disciple by one of the supreme elders? This was the first thought that appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. No, he's not. Lu Huan shook his head. If he's not, why does the sect leader have to be courteous to him? Zhao Feng asked with a frown. I don't know what method Duan Lingtian used to gain Elder Bai Li's favor. Lu Huan sighed. If that wasn't the case, I would have killed him long ago to avenge Feng Fan without waiting for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, Elder Zhao Feng. Avenge Feng Fan? Zhao Feng stared at Lu Huan and smirked. I think you're just worried that he'll help Feng Hui to go against you when he grows stronger, right? Even if you want to kill him, you're just trying to prevent future trouble, right? He knew a little about the matter between Lu Huan and Feng Hui. Lu Huan smiled awkwardly, but he did not deny it because he knew it was useless. Then, does this mean he's taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li? It seems like he's really extraordinary since he's able to gain Elder Bai Li's favor. Among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect, Bai Li Hong was the only one with the surname Bai Li. Due to this reason, when he heard Lu Huan's words, he instantly figured out that Duan Lingtian was related to Bai Li Hong. Naturally, the first thing that came to his mind was Bai Li Hong had taken in Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Naturally, he was wary of Bai Li Hong. He's not taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li. Lu Huan shook his head. He's not taken in as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng could not help but sigh in relief. He really did not have the courage to face Bai Li Hong directly. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of inner court elders, Bai Li Hong was still the one who was ranked first. Although his strength had improved since he came out of closed-door cultivation, he only dared to challenge the person who ranked second. He had never thought of challenging Bai Li Hong. If they did not use their saint weapons and fought barehanded, he was confident he could fight Bai Li Hong. However, if they used their saint weapons, he would definitely not be a match for Bai Li Hong. This was because the saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hand was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. Just this alone was enough to completely suppress his saint weapon. When Lu Huan saw Zhao Feng sighing in relief, he smiled wryly on the inside. At the same time, he threw out a bombshell. Although Elder Bai Li did not take him in as a disciple, he took in Duan Lingtian as a disciple on behalf of his master. As for Duan Lingtian, he's now his junior brother. One must admit that the bombshell thrown out by Lu Huan was very powerful. It stunned Zhao Feng for a while before he regained his senses. Duan Lingtian, who killed Feng Fan, had become Elder Bai Li's junior brother? Duan Lingtian did not know that Lu Huan was meeting with another inner court elder to discuss how to deal with him. If he knew, he would definitely be flattered. He was just an inner court disciple, but he was able to make 2 inner court elders behave in such a manner. Although it might not be the first in the history of the Moon Illumination sect, it was definitely unprecedented. A few days before he left, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the outer court to greet Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. Then, he returned to the inner court to look for Elder Fang Gon to inform him that he was leaving the sect and returning to his hometown. Elder Fang Gon was the inner court elder he had met at the Merit Pavilion. It was Elder Fang Gon who had brought him to look for Bai Li Hong. Elder Fang Gon was also one of the few people Duan Lingtian was familiar with in the Moon Illumination sect. Junior brother, I'll go back with you. Bai Li Hong was the last person among Duan Lingtian's acquaintances who knew about Duan Lingtian's plan. When he found out about Duan Lingtian's plan, He had planned to leave with Duan Lingtian since he was worried about Duan Lingtian being alone. "Senior brother, there's no need for such trouble. I'll go back alone." Duan Lingtian smiled. "No, that's too dangerous. I must go back with you." Bai Li Hong shook his head. He was determined. However, although Bai Li Hong was determined, he was eventually persuaded by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1526. The five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique easily defeated Bai Li Hong's true energy consolidated beast in just one blow. Naturally, Bai Li Hong was dumbfounded by this. Originally, the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage had already shocked him. However, when he saw how Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast defeated his true energy consolidated beast in just one blow, he was completely shocked as well. It would be fine if his true energy consolidated beast was consolidated with his imagination. However, his true energy consolidated beast was similar to Duan Lingtian's. It was consolidated with a saint beast's blood essence and true energy. As a saint inscription master, naturally, he had the means to obtain the saint beast's blood essence before he broke through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. "Junior brother, is your true energy consolidated beast the legendary divine dragon?" Bai Li Hong asked with a shocked expression on his face after taking a deep breath. He had only heard of divine dragons but had never seen one before. In the beginning, when Duan Lingtian had cast the true energy consolidated beast technique and consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon, he had already sensed that Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was not simple. In just a blink of an eye, a thought flashed in his mind as he recalled the records he had read about divine dragons. The phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique was exactly the same as the records he had read about divine dragons. Regardless of the characteristics, they were identical. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. "Does this mean you've obtained the divine dragon's blood essence before, junior brother?" A hint of envy flashed in Bai Li Hong's eyes. Naturally, he was not jealous. In fact, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. "Junior brother, you're really a man of great fortune to be able to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence. It's said that divine dragons are the kings of saint beasts to a certain extent." Although he was curious about how Duan Lingtian obtained the divine dragon's blood essence, he did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not say anything. At this moment, he also realized that Bai Li Hong did not seem to recognize that the divine dragon phenomenon that he had consolidated using the true energy consolidated beast technique was actually a five-clawed divine dragon. Perhaps, senior brother doesn't know that divine dragons are also divided into different grades. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian left the Moon Illumination Sex Estate and planned to return to Half Moon Island. Bai Li Hong sent Duan Lingtian out of the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. "Junior brother, senior brother will wait for your return. Bring your 2 sisters-in-law with you when you return. A woman who can match a dragon among men like junior brother is definitely not an ordinary woman. Then, senior brother, you should prepare a gift." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Isn't it just 2 gifts? It's only a small matter." Bai Li Hong said indifferently. "Senior brother, I'm afraid it's not 2 but 4. Duan Lingtian smiled even more brightly. "4? Bai Li Hong's eyes widened. "Don't you only have 2 fiancés? I forgot to tell you, senior brother. Both of my fiancés are pregnant. I'm going back this time to accompany them until they give birth." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Why are you only telling me such an important thing now?" Bai Li Hong said with slight dissatisfaction. "Why don't I go back with you? Not only can I protect you along the way, but I can also see my 2 nephews immediately." "Don't worry, senior brother. I'll definitely bring them along the next time I come back." Duan Lingtian smiled. Previously, he did not bring Kerr and Li Fei along because he was unfamiliar with the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not have a place to stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, now that he was in the Moon Illumination sect, he could bring the two girls here with ease. With Bai Li Hong around, they would definitely be safe in the Moon Illumination sect. Then you must come back quickly. I'm anxious to see my two unborn nephews, Bai Li Hong said. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll bring them back as soon as the children are born. Duan Lingtian nodded and bade farewell to Bai Li Hong before flying away. Bai Li Hong's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. He turned around and returned to the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. After he returned to the inner court, he immediately walked into a spacious mansion. This mansion was not his mansion. However, when he entered, it was as though he had entered an empty space. The people in the mansion did not dare to stop him at all. Elder Bai Li, what brings you here? At this moment, a person walked out of the mansion and welcomed Bai Li Hong warmly. This person was none other than Lu Huan. Although Lu Huan looked friendly, there was a flash of realization in the depth of his eyes that even Bai Li Hong did not notice. It was as though he was not surprised by Bai Li Hong's arrival. Of course, there's something I need from you, Bai Li Hong said nonchalantly as he casually found an excuse. Naturally, the main reason he came to look for Lu Huan was to ensure that Lu Huan would not leave his sight for a period of time. In that case, he would not have to worry that Lu Huan would harm his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. However, what Bai Li Hong did not expect was that Lu Huan would not dare to offend Lu Huan. Currently, Lu Huan was not the only one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Although the Mountainshade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian and stopped accepting missions to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still other people who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Li Hong, he headed south. With his current cultivation base, there was no need for him to hide from place to place. He could just travel without any worries. Naturally, this was also because the south was the direction to the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, let alone those at the Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, they were rare, but they could still be seen occasionally. However, there were not many Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators who could threaten him. Due to this reason, there was no need for him to be afraid. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who was originally traveling at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, suddenly flew at full speed and shot into the distance. Soon after, he arrived at the sky above a vast beach. This beach was the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Once he went out to sea, he would be considered to have left the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt as he stood above the beach. At the same time, he turned around and did not continue to travel. You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time for you to come out? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at the sky in the distance. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear. It easily broke through the barrier of the wind in the air. However, there was no reply from the distance. It was as though there was no one there at all. However, Duan Lingtian was very patient. His eyes were fixed in a certain direction as he stared at the clouds in the distance. It was as though there was someone hiding behind it. Finally, after 15 minutes, a figure stepped out from behind the clouds. How did you notice? The person who walked out from behind the clouds was an old man. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a sage-like bearing. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Do you think it's difficult to notice? Duan Lingtian sneered. Tell me, who are you? Why are you following me? He would not be surprised if the person who followed him was Lu Huan, since he was already mentally prepared. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had purposely spread the news that he was leaving the Moon Illumination sect alone to return to his hometown. He'd only done this to set up a bait. His purpose of baiting Lu Huan was to lure the big fish, and the big fish was none other than Lu Huan. He planned to lure Lu Huan here to kill him so that Lu Huan would never return. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill Lu Huan. Lu Huan was only an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. He was not at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, nor was he at the Imminent Saint stage. Duan Lingtian was 90% confident he could defeat Lu Huan. He even thought of using this opportunity to get rid of Lu Huan completely. Could be considered as revenge for his master, Feng Hui. However, to his surprise, Lu Huan did not follow him. Although someone had followed him, it was not Lu Huan. However, he was certain this person's cultivation base was not any weaker than Lu Huan's. "How dare you ask who I am after killing my disciple?" The old man sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. "Killed your disciple?" Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he thought about it. Soon after, an idea flashed through his mind. The only Moon Illumination Sect's disciple he had killed was Feng Fan. As far as he knew, Feng Fan had a master who was the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder, Zhao Feng. He was so powerful that he could be ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination Sect. "You're Zhao Feng? Feng Fan's master?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was almost certain this old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion before him was Feng Fan's master, Zhao Feng. "That's right. I'm Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng answered honestly. "Elder Zhao Feng, you didn't follow me all the way here just to chat with me, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Feng with a faint smile on his face. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian was still so calm, Zhao Feng did not take him seriously at all. Naturally, he was not worried that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. With his strength, unless there was a Saint Stage powerhouse hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not notice him. Even if Bai Lihong was hiding nearby, he would definitely notice him. "You're still so calm even when you're about to die. Put everything else aside. Just your courage alone is not something an ordinary young man can have. Unfortunately, you've killed my disciple, so I can't let you live," Zhao Feng said in a righteous manner. "Elder Zhao Feng," Duan Lingtian sneered. "Back then, it was your disciple, Feng Fan, who issued a death duel invitation to me. It was he who wanted to kill me, and it wasn't me who wanted to kill him. Don't tell me you think I should stretch out my neck and let him kill me during a death duel." Chapter 15:27. "Humph, you have a sharp tongue." Zhao Feng snorted coldly as his eyes gradually turned cold. "However, no matter how eloquent your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today." As soon as his words left his mouth, the aura on Zhao Feng's body changed. At that moment, a special feeling appeared in Duan Lingtian's heart, causing him to feel slightly oppressed. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated territory. Although he still did not know what Zhao Feng's territory was, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. When Zhao Feng cast his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast techniques one after another, Duan Lingtian also cast his true energy consolidated weapon technique and consolidated a gigantic sword. Looking at Zhao Feng's all-out stance, other than showing that he was a careful person, it was also enough to show that he really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian here. "True energy consolidated weapon. You're actually a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator?" Zhao Feng's eyes narrowed. It was obvious he had just found out that Duan Lingtian could cast his true energy consolidated weapon technique. "So what if I'm a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator? Compared to you, Elder Zhao Feng, I don't seem to be anything, right?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Of course." Zhao Feng's voice was filled with arrogance. "I'm a martial cultivator at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. Killing a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator like you is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass." Of course, although Zhao Feng said so, his heart was still filled with shock. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Less than a year ago, Duan Lingtian was still an outer court disciple who had not broken through to the Saint Rudiment Stage. He had fought a death duel with his disciple, Feng Fan, and killed him. However, he was now a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. Elder Zhao Feng seems to be very confident in his strength. The smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth widened. However, Zhao Feng did not respond to him. Instead, he said to himself, It seems like you were not a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you killed my disciple Feng Fan. However, I'm really curious. What method did you use to hide your cultivation base and make so many people think that you're just a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Zhao Feng was to say that Duan Lingtian's S when he was certain Duan Lingtian stage martial cultivator when he entered the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's to Duan's a stage martial cultivator. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in just a year, he did not dare to believe it at all. Let alone the district of the 9 sect alliances, even in the central district of the Dao Martial Saint Land where there were many powerhouses and geniuses, there was no such monstrous existence. Due to this reason, he insisted his guess was correct. Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple Feng Fan by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was an unfair victory. The moment Zhao Feng thought of this, the anger in his heart burned even more. You think you're so smart. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was amused. A mocking expression appeared on his face as though he was mocking Zhao Feng for being ignorant. No matter what method you use to hide your cultivation base, you'll definitely die today. Zhao Feng took a step forward. At the same time, the air within a 100-meter radius from him seemed to stagnate. He had activated the territory that he had spread out earlier. At the same time, a gigantic saber that was consolidated with the true energy consolidated weapon technique appeared above his head. It was emitting a fierce aura as it pointed at Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the gigantic beast that was consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique was glaring at Duan Lingtian. It had locked onto Duan Lingtian. This huge beast looked very much like a lion, but it was not a lion. On its head there was a sharp horn. There was a layer of blood energy that was faintly discernible around the gigantic beast. This was the symbol of a blood energy consolidated beast. Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast was also consolidated with the Saint Beast's blood essence and true energy. It was not something an ordinary true energy consolidated beast could compare to. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With Zhao Feng's current achievements, he must have been a prodigy in the Moon Illumination sect when he was young. With the help of the Moon Illumination sect's powerhouses, he would not lack the blood essence of Saint Beasts above the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Even the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin whom he killed with the Devil Seal Tablet could not compare to him in this regard. When Zhao Feng activated the territory energy that he had spread out, Duan Lingtian only felt a huge pressure pressing on his body. It was so heavy that he could barely breathe since he was unprepared. At this moment, his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. A mere Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator is destined to be a fish on my chopping board in my gravitational territory. Zhao Feng smirked when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Gravitational territory? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder he felt a strong pressure pressing on him, causing him to fall. As it turned out, the territory that Zhao Feng consolidated with his true energy consolidated territory was the gravitational territory. The gravitational territory was a relatively common territory. Within the area it covered, the gravity would increase to a certain extent according to the strength of the true energy. High up in the sky, at a place where Duan Lingtian and Zhao Feng did not notice, a lady who was completely covered in black was standing. The reason she was called a lady was because one could tell she was a lady based on her devilish figure. Sister, do you want me to make a move? I'm afraid he's no match for this old man. The purple bird standing on the lady's shoulder asked. There's no need for that. The lady shook her head gently as her autumn eyes gleamed. Didn't you notice? His emotions are very stable from the beginning until the end. This is a sign of confidence. Confidence? The purple bird shook its head. He's only a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, but this old man is a martial cultivator at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he has mastered the gravitational territory. Under the gravitational territory, he won't be able to move or even resist. It was apparent the purple bird did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. Just watch. In the end, If he's really no match for him, it won't be too late for you to make a move then, the lady said. The purple bird nodded. The purple sparrow nodded and stared down with an eager look on its face. In the lady's eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the world. She could clearly see Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever. It was not a pretense, but a genuine calmness. She could not help but feel puzzled. Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that he had discovered their existence and knew they would protect him at the critical moment? However, as soon as she thought about it, she felt it was impossible. Now, do you feel your body being restrained? Even with your true energy, it's difficult for you to resist the gravitational territory in my territory, right? Zhao Feng looked at Duan Lingtian as if everything was within his control, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a proud smile. However, Duan Lingtian's reply caused the smile on his face to freeze completely. Is this all your gravitational territory can do? Duan Lingtian's face, that was as pale as a sheet of paper, had somehow regained its color. When he looked at Zhao Feng again, there was a faint smile on his face that was filled with mockery. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Zhao Feng was so angry that he laughed. He did not seem to have made any movement, but the gigantic saber that he had formed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique swept across the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. It was aimed at Duan Lingtian's head, as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Roar! The gigantic beast that Zhao Feng had formed with his blood energy consolidated beast technique was now charging at Duan Lingtian with its mouth wide open. It looked as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Facing the gigantic saber and the gigantic beast, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. However, in the blink of an eye, a gust of true energy shot out from the top of his head like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it elongated into the divine dragon Dharma power. More accurately, it was the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma power. The divine dragon Dharma power was covered with blood-red vigor, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted waves of dragon power. In an instant, the gigantic beast that Zhao Feng had formed with his true energy consolidated beast technique stopped abruptly in its tracks. In the face of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power, it was actually afraid. If it was just a beast Dharma power formed with his imagination and true energy, it would naturally not be afraid. However, Zhao Feng's giant beast Dharma power was formed with the blood essence and true energy of a gigantic beast. It had a certain level of intelligence. In the face of the king of saint beasts like the dragons, it was only natural that it would be afraid. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power was the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma power. The five-clawed divine dragon was the highest existence among the dragons in the Dao martial saint land. For example, the patriarch of the dragon's clan was a five-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, the blood essence that Duan Lingtian had fused with was from the five-clawed devil dragon. The five-clawed devil dragon was considered the top existence among the five-clawed divine dragons. It was even stronger than the five-clawed golden dragon. What's going on? The scene before his eyes stunned Zhao Feng. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. However, at this moment, before Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated weapon Dharma power could make a move, the divine dragon Dharma power that was formed with the true energy consolidated beast Dharma power had already swept out its tail and defeated Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast Dharma power. At the same time, Zhao Feng's gigantic saber Dharma power was also defeated by the divine dragon Dharma power. After the divine dragon Dharma power defeated two of Zhao Feng's Dharma powers, it hovered proudly in the air, as though it was looking down on everything in the world. Dragon! It's a divine dragon. A real divine dragon. Zhao Feng, who had regained his senses, was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power. At the same time, a memory about divine dragons appeared in his mind. Of course, like Bai Li Hong, he had never seen a real divine dragon. His understanding of divine dragons was limited to what was recorded in the books. While Zhao Feng was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air. Elder Zhao Feng, your gravitational territory doesn't seem like much. In the next moment, Zhao Feng was shocked to see. Chapter 15:28. Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast technique had already shocked Zhao Feng. This was because he found out that Duan Lingtian was not a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, but a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. That was not all. What shocked him even more was the giant beast phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique was actually a divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, this divine dragon Dharma idol had easily defeated his real energy consolidated weapon and real energy consolidated beast. One should know that the god weapon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon consolidated with different cultivation bases would be different as well. The higher the cultivation base, the more powerful the phenomenon consolidated. Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon consolidated with his perfection saint rudiment stage cultivation base easily defeated his two phenomena. In that case, there were only two possibilities. First, Duan Lingtian was not just a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. Second, Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was so powerful that it could easily defeat other phenomena that were at a higher level. Between the two, Zhao Feng naturally leaned toward the latter. If it was the former, would it not mean that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not inferior to his? If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not inferior to his, it would mean that Duan Lingtian was at least at the paramount saint rudiment stage. He could also cast the true energy consolidated territory and display his territory. This was something he did not want to see. At this moment, he saw Duan Lingtian's figure moving freely under his gravitational territory as though he was not affected at all. At once, panic rose in Zhao Feng's heart. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not inferior to his? Other than that, he could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could be so relaxed under his gravitational territory. Gravitational territory is only SOSO. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm even though he was in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory. His face was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. He seemed extremely relaxed as though Zhao Feng's gravitational territory was useless against him. Of course, this was not the case. Zhao Feng's gravity domain was actually very terrifying. The gravity was so strong that even an ordinary perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator would find it difficult to move. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so relaxed was because of his body. His body had been reborn twice, especially the second time under the power of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. His body had undergone a great change. He had become even stronger than the body of the five-clawed divine dragon of the dragon clan. Later on, after being tempered by the blood essence of the five-clawed demonic dragon, his body's strength had further improved. According to Hualao, his current physical strength was even stronger than that of a six-clawed divine dragon, or even a seven-clawed divine dragon. Naturally, there were no six-clawed divine dragons and seven-clawed divine dragons in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, a five-clawed divine dragon was already a dragon with the purest and noblest bloodline. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian got used to Zhao Feng's gravitational territory, he discovered his body did not seem to be affected by Zhao Feng's gravity at all. It seems like a strong body can not only increase one's combat strength and defense, but it can also resist the gravity of the gravitational territory. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, with his strong body, although Duan Lingtian could move freely in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory, the resistance he faced was extremely great. It was exhausting his physical strength at every moment. As time passed, no matter how strong his body was, it would not be able to take it anymore. I must end this as soon as possible. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to kill Zhao Feng before his physical strength was exhausted. With the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, he was not afraid of Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast at all. In addition, with his strong body, he was not afraid of the gravity domain that Zhao Feng had set up with his true energy condensation domain. However, Duan Lingtian did not dare to underestimate Zhao Feng because of this. No matter what, Zhao Feng was still a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Even without his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory, the true energy he could cast was still extremely vast and endless. Moreover, his martial arts techniques must have been cultivated to the highest level, the impeccable refinement, after many years of cultivation. Zhao Feng, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me today, Duan Lingtian sneered. With a raise of his hand, he instantly took out his sun shooting bow and consolidated an arrow with his true energy. In just a blink of an eye, he knocked it on the sun shooting bow. Duan Lingtian drew the bowstring made from the five-clawed divine dragon's dragon tendon. Although Duan Lingtian was already a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he could only draw the bowstring slightly. There was still a long way to go before he could draw the bowstring into a full moon. This was enough to show how tough the five-clawed divine dragon's dragon tendon was. Duan Lingtian, I must admit that I've underestimated you. It's not just me, even Lu Huan has underestimated you as well. Zhao Feng stared at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes as he said in a deep voice. It seems like Lu Huan was the one who told you about my departure. Duan Lingtian smiled. Initially, I thought my bait would lure Lu Huan here. I didn't expect you to come instead of Lu Huan. However, no matter if it's you or him, the outcome will be the same since you're here. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence. Apart from that, I have a very bad habit. I usually won't let those who want to kill me live in this world. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, killing intent flashed in his eyes. How arrogant! I'd like to see how you're going to stop me from living in this world. Although he was wary that Duan Lingtian might be a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it was still uncertain. Due to this reason, Zhao Feng was not afraid at all when he faced Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he had other plans in mind as well. Once he confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator and was stronger than him, he would flee immediately. After coming out of closed-door cultivation this time, apart from the few Saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect including the sect leader, only a few vice-sect leaders and the inner court elder by Li Hong were stronger than him. He did not take the others seriously at all. He was confident he could even defeat the person who was publicly acknowledged as the second strongest inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect who was ranked ahead of him. The moment Zhao Feng's words left his mouth, he lifted his hand and took out his saint weapon as well. Zhao Feng's saint weapon was a staff that was over 10 feet long. The staff was very thick and had clear veins around it. 3 saint inscriptions? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell there were 3 saint inscriptions inscribed on Zhao Feng's saint weapon. As for what kind of saint inscriptions the 3 saint inscriptions were, due to the distance and the fact that he could not focus on them, he could not tell at once. However, he was certain of one thing. Among the 3 saint inscriptions, there was at most a 3-star saint inscription. This was also the standard saint weapon of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elders. As for the saint weapon inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions, only the few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, possessed it. As for the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, only Bai Li Hong possessed it. Naturally, there was another person who possessed it now. It was him, Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Duan Lingtian, take this. After taking out the saint weapon, Zhao Feng did not waste any time. With a flash of his body, he charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. In his hand, the long rod was waved around like a gust of wind. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have stagnated as waves of rolling and vast airwaves surged out. Along with the sound of air exploding, it transformed into a swift gust of wind. The gust of wind blew in his face, exposing Duan Lingtian to the gust of wind from Zhao Feng's rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Zhao Feng charged toward Duan Lingtian, 2 waves of true energy surged out of his body and transformed into a gigantic saber and a gigantic beast. They slashed toward Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon and pounced toward Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon. Naturally, the gigantic beast's body kept trembling as it moved forward. However, it was consolidated by Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast technique after all. No matter how scared it was, it could only brace itself and charge forward. At the same time, the air around the divine dragon phenomenon suddenly trembled. It was Zhao Feng controlling the gravity field, concentrating the gravity as much as possible in a short period of time in an attempt to suppress the divine dragon phenomenon. His goal was quickly achieved. The divine dragon phenomenon was pressed down a little by the gravity. At this time, the gigantic saber and the gigantic beast arrived. Roar! At this moment, the suppressed divine dragon phenomenon suddenly raised its proud head and roared toward the sky, emitting a deafening dragon's roar. As the dragon's roar sounded, the air trembled, and ripples spread out. The dragon's majesty was not to be offended. The divine dragon phenomenon that Duan Lingtian had consolidated by means of true energy consolidated beast seemed to have turned into a real dragon at this moment. As proud as it was, it naturally would not be willing to be suppressed by Zhao Feng's gravity field. In an instant, the gravity that Zhao Feng had put on the divine dragon phenomenon was shattered by the divine dragon phenomenon. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, and there was no time for anyone to react. Although Zhao Feng was shocked by the existence of the divine dragon phenomenon, he was secretly relieved when he saw the divine dragon phenomenon shatter the gravity of his gravity field. After it had defeated his god weapon phenomenon and gigantic beast phenomenon, it gradually faded and disappeared. His goal could be considered to have been achieved. His goal was to disperse the divine dragon Dharma idol. Then, before Duan Lingtian could consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon again, he would kill Duan Lingtian first. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon, he had to admit that Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon could threaten him to a certain extent. Whoosh! In the face of the menacing Zhao Feng, Duan Lingtian's giant sword phenomenon, which had been consolidated by means of true energy consolidated weapon, shot out immediately to meet the long staff in Zhao Feng's hand. The result was not out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. His giant sword phenomenon was destroyed by the long staff in Zhao Feng's hand in the blink of an eye, without any resistance. Chapter 15:29. Thousand Mass Saint Inscription, Void Breach Saint Inscription, and the Overlapping Saint Inscription. When Zhao Feng's staff destroyed the gigantic sword phenomenon, Duan Lingtian had already seen through the Saint Inscription energy contained in them. The Saint Inscription energy originated from two 2-star Saint Inscriptions and a 3-star Saint Inscription. The Thousand Mass Saint Inscription and the Void Breach Saint Inscription were 2-star Saint Inscriptions. The Overlapping Saint Inscription was a 3-star Saint Inscription. The Thousand Mass Saint Inscription was the Saint Inscription on Feng Fan's broadsword. After Feng Fan's death, the Thousand Mass broadsword became Duan Lingtian's trophy. The Void Breach Saint Inscription was a 2-star Saint Inscription that could offset air resistance to a certain extent. The Overlapping Saint Inscription was a 3-star Saint Inscription that could stack energy to a certain extent and display more power. Although it was not as exaggerated as 1+1, it was still a significant improvement. Duan Lingtian had heard about these two Saint Inscriptions from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. The Saint Inscription on the Saint Weapon in Zhao Feng's hand was personally inscribed by Bai Li Hong. If Bai Li Hong found out that Zhao Feng had used the Saint Inscription he personally inscribed to deal with his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would not be able to control himself. Colossal Arrow Bell. Duan Lingtian did not dodge Zhao Feng's aggressive staff attack because he knew it would be difficult for him to dodge it. At this moment, he successfully cast the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite arrow skill with the Aerolite shower that he had long prepared. At this moment, the Aerolite shower transformed into tens of thousands of arrow rays. It was as though they were alive as they quickly circled around Duan Lingtian's body to form a layer of defense. It was like an eggshell defense. From afar, the eggshell looked like a bell. To be more precise, it was shaped like a bell, a gigantic bell. Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the gigantic bell. You want to block my full force attack? Dream on. Zhao Feng had a mocking smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian had chosen to defend himself. At this moment, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian was only a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. If Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator above the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, It was impossible for him to not use the true energy consolidated territory to set up his territory. Boom! 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 The staff in Zhao Feng's hand carried the power of wind and thunder. Everywhere it passed, there was a deafening sound. In the blink of an eye, he was only a foot away from the giant bell outside the Duan Lingtian. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the staff in Zhao Feng's hand viciously landed on the huge bell, causing the entire bell to tremble. It tottered as if it could collapse at any moment. With the pole as the center, the void trembled. Rolling waves of air swept out, setting off gusts of wind. For a time, wherever the gale passed, the calm sea in the distance was affected. Waves rose up into the sky and did not stop for a long time. What a powerful defensive technique! In the sky, the purple bird exclaimed in a low voice, "This defensive technique has already surpassed the human rank Saint-grade martial tactic. It seems like the human rank Saint-grade martial tactic that he cultivated is not simple." A top human rank Saint-grade martial tactic. The black-clad lady, Chi Mei, an assassin from the mountain shade black market, muttered, "What's his origin? Let alone a mere seventh-rate force like the Moon Illumination sect, even a sixth-rate force might not be able to possess such a human-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Even a fifth-rate force would not have many human-rank Saint-grade martial tactics like this." The purple bird added. "Impossible." Zhao Feng, who was originally full of confidence, had a look of disbelief on his face when he realized that although his full-force attack had destroyed Duan Lingtian's defense, it had consumed 80 to 90% of his strength. He could not figure out how a perfection Saint rudiment stage martial cultivator could possess such a powerful defense. Unfortunately, he was destined to never be able to figure it out. Arrow Light Strike. When Zhao Feng destroyed the arrow bell formed by Duan Lingtian's colossal arrow bell, Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating his strength in the arrow bell since the beginning, finally shot out his most powerful arrow. True energy swept out from his chi si and gathered on his hands through the 99 saint veins in his body. Whoosh! The moment the arrow was shot out, the world turned cold. At this moment, it was as though the breathtaking arrow was the only thing left in heaven and earth. Before Zhao Feng regained his senses, the arrow pierced through the space between his brows, killing him instantly. Until the moment before his death, Zhao Feng still could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was able to cast such a powerful defense. He had never thought he would not be able to break Duan Lingtian's defense, so he did not leave any room for maneuver. As a result, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's arrow when he was caught off guard. A martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount Saint rudiment stage had died a miserable death. However, there was no mercy in a world where the strong were respected. If one died, one would naturally become a skeleton. The winner was king while the loser was a bandit. Nothing's impossible. After killing Zhao Feng and taking his spatial ring, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and destroyed Zhao Feng's corpse with a wave of his hand. He was responding to Zhao Feng's words. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Feng to hear him. The colossal arrow bell is indeed worthy of being called a defensive technique that's comparable to an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. I used my 99 Saint veins to channel my true energy and continuously supplied it to the arrow bell, and it actually neutralized more than 80% of Zhao Feng's strength. Although Duan Lingtian knew the colossal arrow bell's defense was powerful, it was his first time using it against an enemy. Due to this reason, it was his first time realizing how terrifying the colossal arrow bell was. Who was Zhao Feng? He was a paramount Saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Even an imminent Saint stage martial cultivator would not dare to say he would be able to withstand a full-force attack from a Saint weapon inscribed with 2 2-star Saint inscriptions and 1 3-star Saint inscription. However, Duan Lingtian dared to do so. Although he did not completely withstand the attack, he managed to neutralize most of Zhao Feng's strength, causing Zhao Feng to be unable to withstand his next arrow. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he was able to kill Zhao Feng so easily because Zhao Feng had underestimated him from the beginning. In other words, he had underestimated the colossal arrow bell he had used. Otherwise, even if he could kill Zhao Feng, it would not have been so easy. It's a pity that Lu Huan didn't follow me, It seems like I'll have to wait until the next time I go back to kill Lu Huan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still felt it was a pity. However, he felt relieved when he thought about it again. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill Lu Huan if he had the chance. After killing Zhao Feng, Duan Lingtian continued to make his way back to Half Moon Island. With his current strength, it would not take long for him to return to Half Moon Island. Previously, it took him a long time to travel from Half Moon Island to the Dao Marshal Saint Land because he did not know the way and had no direction. He had taken many unnecessary detours. However, this time he was able to confirm the direction. Duan Lingtian did not notice that a person and a bird were following him closely. He killed a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator with a cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage. I can't believe he's so capable. The purple bird sighed. However, there was a hint of displeasure in its tone. Naturally, it was displeased because Duan Lingtian did not give it a chance to attack. It did not have a chance to attack. Although Chi Mei did not say anything, the way she looked at Duan Lingtian was different. At the same time, she muttered, I hope you don't have an intimate relationship with her. Otherwise, even if I don't want to kill you, I don't have a choice. While Duan Lingtian continued his journey after killing Zhao Feng, it was not peaceful in the Moon Illumination Sect. After the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court, it was the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area. Apart from inner court elders and above, everyone else was forbidden from entering the forbidden area. Those who violated the rules would be expelled from the sect or killed on the spot. The Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area was the cultivation place of the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including the sect leader. At this moment, in one of the Saint Stage powerhouses' cultivation places, a sorrowful cry suddenly resonated in a spacious mansion. The tragic cry was filled with extreme anger. In the mansion, a short old man's eyes turned red as he looked at the soul pearl fragments on the table in front of him. Zhao Feng is dead? Who did it? The old man's voice was deep, but it was filled with endless anger. Junior Uncle Qian. At this moment, a voice full of vigor came from outside. Sect leader. The old man left his mansion in just a blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already outside the mansion. He stood in front of a tall, middle-aged man with a jade-like face and greeted him in his deep voice. The tall, middle-aged man stood there. Every movement he made was majestic. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Based on how the old man addressed him, he was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. Junior Uncle Qian, what happened? Jiang Wei asked. His residence was close to the old man's, so he was the first to hear the old man's cries of grief. Sect leader, Zhao Feng is dead, the old man said in his deep voice. Zhao Feng is dead? Jiang Wei was shocked when he heard the old man's words. Although Zhao Feng was only an inner-sect elder, he was very clear about the relationship between Zhao Feng and the old man in front of him. Zhao Feng was once the direct disciple of the old man in front of him secretly. Later on, for some reason, the old man did not publicize their relationship. He did not ask Zhao Feng to go through the apprenticeship ceremony as well. Due to this reason, Zhao Feng did not really become his disciple. Due to this reason, not many people in the sect knew about the relationship between Zhao Feng and the old man. However, Jiang Wei had heard from his master, the former sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, about the old man and Zhao Feng. He said Zhao Feng might be the old man's illegitimate son. Due to this reason, the old man did not officially accept Zhao Feng as his direct disciple. No matter who killed Zhao Feng, I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, the old man said through clenched teeth. The old man's face was so ferocious that even Jiang Wei found it strange at this moment. Junior Uncle Qian, I'll investigate this matter right away, just wait for the news, Jiang Wei said to the old man. He did not dare to neglect this old man's matter at all. Chapter 1530. After Jiang Wei left the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area, he immediately went to Zhao Feng's mansion in the inner court and asked the people there. Soon after, He learned that Zhao Feng had come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago and had contacted the inner court elder Lu Huan. He had left his mansion yesterday and had yet to return. Jiang Wei knew very well that Zhao Feng would never return. This was because he was already dead. Lu Huan. After leaving Zhao Feng's mansion, Jiang Wei went straight to Lu Huan. When he arrived at Lu Huan's mansion, he happened to see a familiar figure walking out. Elder Bai Li? Jiang Wei was a little surprised when he saw Bai Li Hong walking out of Lu Huan's mansion. Currently, Bai Li Hong and Lu Huan should be at loggerheads. After all, Bai Li Hong's junior brother was from Mound Hill City. He was the disciple of Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Jiang Wei knew very well about the enmity between Fang Hui and Lu Huan. He had even thought that Bai Li Hong might come to him and ask him to kill Lu Huan. If Bai Li Hong really came to him, he would not be able to reject him. Although Lu Huan was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect, he was nothing compared to Bai Li Hong. To put it bluntly, if Lu Huan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was compared to Bai Li Hong's position in the sect, he was not even qualified to clean Bai Li Hong's shoes. Who was Bai Li Hong? A 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9 Sect Alliances district, apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market's Saint Inscription Master, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this reason, no matter if it was him or the other few Moon Illumination sect's Supreme Elders, they were all very polite when they faced Bai Li Hong. They were afraid that they would offend Bai Li Hong due to some minor details. In fact, Bai Li Hong was very popular in the eyes of the other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market. All these years, the 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market had extended an olive branch to Bai Li Hong, but they were all rejected by him. The reason he rejected them was because he felt a sense of belonging to the Moon Illumination sect, and he was grateful to the Moon Illumination sect for taking care of him all these years. Due to this reason, the group of Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had always maintained a sense of propriety when they faced Bai Li Hong. Just like now, when Jiang Wei greeted Bai Li Hong, a rare gentle smile appeared on his stern face. Sect leader. Bai Li Hong was surprised to see Jiang Wei. Sect master? Are you here to look for Elder Lu Huan? Exactly. Jiang Wei nodded with a smile. Then I won't disturb Sect master any longer. Bai Li Hong said goodbye to Jiang Wei and left. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Lu Huan would be able to catch up with his junior brother, who was on his way back to his hometown. Meanwhile, in Lu Huan's mansion, Lu Huan, who had just sent Bai Li Hong off, turned around and heard a stuttering voice. Sect leader. The stuttering voice came from an inner court disciple standing at the entrance of Lu Huan's mansion. He was also Lu Huan's in-name disciple. Of course, a nominal disciple was actually just someone who did odd jobs, and their status was completely incomparable to a personal disciple. Sect leader? Lu Huan was shocked when he heard the stuttering voice coming from behind. He immediately turned around. With just a glance, he saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man standing nearby looking at him calmly. Elder Lu Huan. Sect leader, why are you here? When Lu Huan saw Jiang Wei, he could not help but have a shocked expression on his face. In fact, Jiang Wei had never come to his mansion before this. Although he was an inner court elder, he was ranked at the bottom among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Usually, he would not even be part of the decision-making team in the sect. Due to this reason, he rarely had the chance to meet the sect leader alone, let alone the fact that the sect leader personally came to his mansion to look for him. At this moment, while Lu Huan was overwhelmed by the favor, he respectfully led Jiang Wei in. Sect leader, please. Along the way, Lu Huan nodded and bowed. He looked like an obedient dog that would bite whoever he was told to bite. The current Lu Huan was like a completely different person compared to the Lu Huan who was flaunting his prowess in Han River City not long ago. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. In the main hall of Lu Huan's mansion, Lu Huan respectfully led Jiang Wei to the main seat while he stood on the lower side. Jiang Wei did not stand on ceremony and sat down, displaying the aura of a sect leader. Sect leader, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Huan asked nervously as he stood there. Although he was flattered that the sect leader came to look for him, when he suppressed the excitement in his mind, he realized that things were not as simple as it seemed. There must be something that the sect leader came to look for him. It was impossible that he was here to have a chat. Lu Huan immediately thought of Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong. Don't tell me Bai Li Hong asked the sect leader to get rid of me? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his heart jolted. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility before, but so what if he thought of it? Could he leave the Moon Illumination sect? He, Lu Huan, had been in the Moon Illumination sect all his life and had long rooted himself in the sect. He was unwilling to leave the sect to make a living. Due to this reason, he had always hoped that Bai Li Hong would not do that. After all, he was very cooperative when Bai Li Hong came to threaten him previously. He did not show any resistance at all. It must be because of something else. After taking a deep breath, Lu Huan, who was feeling uneasy, began to comfort himself. Did you look for Elder Zhao Feng after he came out of closed-door cultivation? Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and asked nonchalantly. Yes. Although Lu Huan did not know why Jiang Wei asked this, he nodded and answered. This was not a secret. Many people in Zhao Feng's mansion knew that he had gone to see Zhao Feng. Didn't Zhao Feng go after Duan Lingtian? Why is the sect leader asking about Zhao Feng at such a coincidence? Lu Huan thought it was strange. Do you know that Elder Zhao Feng left yesterday? Jiang Wei asked again. No. Lu Huan shook his head with a confused expression on his face. Sect leader, did something happen to Elder Zhao Feng? Naturally, he knew that Zhao Feng had left the sect yesterday and was lurking outside. However, how could he admit that he knew about it? After all, the matter of him and Zhao Feng conspiring to kill Duan Lingtian couldn't be brought out into the open. Elder Zhao Feng is dead. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and said nonchalantly. Elder Zhao Feng was dead. When Jiang Wei's words entered Lu Huan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Elder Zhao Feng is dead? When Lu Huan regained his senses, he was also dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with shock, and he did not know what to do. Naturally, this was Lu Huan's instinctive reaction. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei realized that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with Lu Huan. Based on Lu Huan's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. However, how could he have known that Lu Huan was frightened because he had never thought that something like this would happen? Zhao Feng was dead. He knew very well what Zhao Feng had gone to do. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Zhao Feng would surely be able to achieve his objective and kill Duan Lingtian, who was a great threat to him. He was already waiting for Zhao Feng to return so that he could hold a celebratory feast. However, before Zhao Feng returned, the sect leader had already come to look for him. Moreover, he had brought him such shocking news. Zhao Feng went to kill Duan Lingtian. Bai Li Hong has been with me all this while, so it's impossible for him to have done it. In other words, someone else must have killed Elder Zhao Feng? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, he shuddered again. Naturally, it did not cross his mind that it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Zhao Feng. Even if Duan Lingtian had good innate talent and had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Lu Huan did not care about him at all. From the beginning until the end, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as an ant. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian would have died a long time ago. Even if he did not die in his hands, he would have died in the hands of the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins. Zhao Feng is dead. He must have offended some powerhouse on his way here and was killed by that powerhouse. I wonder if that powerhouse had already killed Duan Lingtian before he killed Zhao Feng. At this moment, Lu Huan was not thinking about Zhao Feng's death. He was more concerned about whether Duan Lingtian was still alive or not. Whether Zhao Feng was dead or not had nothing to do with him. He did not care at all. What he cared about was whether Duan Lingtian was still alive or not. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. From the beginning until the end, not only did Lu Huan not think it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Zhao Feng, but he also did not think the powerhouse who had killed Zhao Feng had anything to do with Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a country boy. If he was not a country boy, how could he have become the disciple of his sworn enemy, Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, who had a lowly position? How could a country boy have such a powerhouse protecting him? Naturally, it was not that he did not think it was possible that Bai Lihong had hired a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. However, when he thought about it again, he felt that something was amiss. If Bai Lihong had really hired a powerhouse who was strong enough to kill Zhao Feng to protect Duan Lingtian, why would he stay here for half a day to watch over him and prevent him from leaving the sect to chase after Duan Lingtian? Due to this reason, he ruled out this possibility. In this case, the only possibility he had was that a powerhouse who had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian had killed Zhao Feng. Keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone about it? Jiang Wei said indifferently as he looked at Lu Huan. Jiang Wei glanced at Lu Huan indifferently. As Lu Huan repeatedly responded, Jiang Wei's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lu Huan secretly broke out in cold sweat. I hope Zhao Feng has already killed Duan Lingtian before he was killed, otherwise I'll have to put in more effort in the future. Lu Huan muttered to himself. However, Zhao Feng was really unlucky. He was killed the first time he came out after being in closed-door cultivation for so long. However, it's fortunate that I'm not the one who chased after Duan Lingtian this time. Otherwise, I might be the one who died. Chapter 1531. Due to Lu Huan's lack of cooperation, Zhao Feng's death became a mystery in the Moon Illumination sect. Of course, not many people knew that Zhao Feng was dead. Even Bai Lihong did not receive any news about it. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian finally saw the little black that appeared in the sea ahead after a long journey. As he traveled at full speed, the little black dot continued to grow bigger and eventually transformed into an island. It was a vast island that was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was difficult to see the entire island. Half Moon Island. It had been 3 years since he left Half Moon Island. Now that he saw Half Moon Island again, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little strange. Homesick, that was how Duan Lingtian felt at the moment. However, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as soon as he thought about his 2 fiancées and the children in their wombs. Little Fayer, I'm back, Duan Lingtian muttered as he stood outside Half Moon Island. However, after entering the sky above Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere before he could pass through the clouds and mist and enter the island. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. All he could feel was that the atmosphere on Half Moon Island was not normal. Soon, Duan Lingtian passed through the clouds and mist and saw Half Moon Island in its entirety. With just a glance, his face turned extremely pale. The scene in front of him seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer that slammed on his chest. It shook him so much that he could not calm down for a long time. What exactly did Duan Lingtian see that caused him to lose his composure like that? The current Half Moon Island had almost turned into a wasteland. The original Half Moon Island was covered in green and the air was fresh. It was like a paradise on Earth. However, the current Half Moon Island was full of potholes and dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect's encampment that originally stood in the middle of Half Moon Island had also turned into ruins. One could vaguely see some remains inside. Looking at the characteristics of the remains, it was obvious that they had been dead for a long time. How could this be? How could this be? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out. Unknowingly, a scarlet color had appeared in his eyes. Who did it? Who did it? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had almost lost his mind. Not only were his 2 fiancées the ones he cared about the most, but there were also his friends and family, as well as the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. And now, this place had turned into ruins. The ruins were filled with wreckage. He didn't dare to think further. With his heart trembling, Duan Lingtian flew out and prepared to take a look at the ruins of the Ling Tian sect's encampment. He knew in his heart that at this moment, Even if he was unwilling to face it, he had to face it. He had to confirm whether his two fiancées were still alive. He had to confirm whether his friends and family were still alive. Master! Just as Duan Ling Tian approached the ruins of the Ling Tian sect's encampment and his heart was beating extremely fast, a familiar voice rang in his ears. When the voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it was like rain in a drought. Gold Thug. He could tell that the voice belonged to Gold Thug. Gold Thug was the golden hellhound that he had subdued in the past. After a while, Gold Thug came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes turned red. Gold Thug, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian's voice trembled slightly. He could not control his emotions at all. Master, come with me. After informing Duan Ling Tian, Gold Thug brought Duan Ling Tian to the east of Half Moon Island. In the end, they arrived at a mountain ridge in the east of Half Moon Island. They arrived at a quiet and remote valley. There were wooden houses erected in the valley. At this moment, two figures that Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with stood at the entrance of one of the wooden houses. Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. He was the one who suggested bringing them to Half Moon Island. If anything happened to them, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Especially Feng Wu Dao. If anything happened to Feng Wu Dao, how was he going to explain to Tian Wu when he saw her in the future? Uncle Feng, teacher. In a flash, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from Gold Thug's side. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation and speed, Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng could not react at all. They only looked at Duan Ling Tian when they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. They were a little excited when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you're finally back. Feng Wu Dao took a deep breath. Even though he had lived for most of his life, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, one could tell from his expression that he was not calm. Young master. At the same time, a sturdy middle-aged man walked out of a wooden house. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, he was inexplicably excited. Xiong Quan. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Another huge rock in his heart was lifted. Duan Ling Tian is back? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw Nangong Chun, Nangong Yi and Chun Xiao Shui. They were all alive and well. At that moment, the huge rock in Duan Ling Tian's heart was lifted one after another. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the two wooden houses that were further away. At that moment, only the people in those two wooden houses had not come out. His heart was filled with anticipation and apprehension. Would it be Kerr and Little Fair? Also, where were Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Were they here too? Finally, one of the wooden houses opened, and a person walked out. Sect leader. It was a woman. When she walked out, she saw Duan Ling Tian immediately. Her face and eyes were filled with excitement. Luo Ping. The woman who walked out was none other than the vice-sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Luo Ping. Madam, the sect leader is back. When he saw Luo Ping walking towards the wooden house at the side, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with excitement. Only Kerr and Little Fei could be called Madam by Luo Ping. A moment later, the door of the wooden house opened, and a fragrant wind blew past. A graceful figure flew out and pounced on Duan Ling Tian. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian opened his arms and hugged the beauty. Kerr, I'm late. Duan Ling Tian hugged the beauty and muttered, Young master. The beauty in Duan Ling Tian's arms was one of his two fiancées, Kerr. Unknowingly, Kerr's trembling body had calmed down. In the end, she actually fell asleep in Duan Ling Tian's arms. At this moment, the purple sparrow's eyes widened when it saw Kerr's face in Duan Ling Tian's arms. Sister, she looks exactly like you. Is she the person you're looking for? I finally found her. Chi Mei, who was covered in black martial arts attire, muttered. Her tone was neither happy nor sad, and no emotions could be detected. Sect leader, Madam hasn't slept for a long time. Luo Ping sighed and explained when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at Kerr worriedly. What exactly happened? Duan Lingtian, who gently hugged Kerr in his arms so that she could rest better, lost the gentleness on his face. It was replaced by gloom and anger. 3 years ago, when he left, Half Moon Island was peaceful and peaceful. 3 years later, when he returned, Half Moon Island was already in ruins. 3 years had passed and things had changed. Let me tell you, just when everyone was looking at each other, Xiong Quan clenched his teeth and took a step forward. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned about the ins and outs of the matter as Xiong Quan spoke. Nearly a year ago, a golden-robed middle-aged man who called himself Diju came to Half Moon Island. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed all the powerhouses on Half Moon Island. 2 of the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island had died in that battle. Later on, Diju asked the crowd who killed Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. Naturally, the crowd did not know about this. Didn't Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, leave by himself? Moreover, before he left, he handed Half Moon Island to the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian. Facing the confused crowd, Diju was enraged. He then started a massacre on Half Moon Island. At once, the entire Half Moon Island fell into doomsday. In his rage, Diju, who seemed to have lost his mind, transformed into a golden 5-clawed divine dragon and started a one-sided massacre on Half Moon Island. In just a blink of an eye, most of the people on Half Moon Island were dead. Meanwhile, the group of people was lucky enough to escape from Half Moon Island. Where's little Fair? Where's little black, little white, and little gold? Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot. His heart was filled with worry. In the chaos, Sister Fair and I were separated. At that time, little black, little white, and little gold were by her side. Unknowingly, Ku'er, who had been awakened by Duan Lingtian, who had lost control of his emotions, said in disappointment. A worried expression could be seen on her beautiful face. When we separated, I saw them break out of the encirclement with my own eyes. Moreover, after we came back, we searched the surroundings, but we didn't find any bodies that were suspected to be theirs. Therefore, it's highly likely that they're still alive. Feng Wu Dao said. It's highly likely that they're still alive? Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that they're still alive. What about the others? Duan Lingtian asked again. As for the others, other than those who were not on Half Moon Island, almost all of them are dead. Luo Ping's eyes dimmed as she sighed in disappointment. Zhang San is dead, Li Si is dead, and the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island are dead as well. All of them were dead. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat again. Diju, a golden 5-clawed divine dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 1532. How arrogant of you! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a thunderous voice resonated from afar. The voice was so loud that it caused Feng Wu Dao and the others' expressions to change. It was not because of the voice that appeared out of nowhere, but it was because the voice was not unfamiliar to them. The reason Half Moon Island became like this was all because of this person. I was wondering why they came back after they ran away. It turns out that they were waiting for you. In that case, you're the new master of Half Moon Island, the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian? As the voice rang out once again, another figure appeared in the secluded and quiet valley. It was a middle-aged man in a golden robe who had a sturdy body like an iron tower. He stood in the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian with a judging gaze. His face was filled with coldness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an irresistible spiritual energy sweeping towards him. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded his entire body, causing him to feel as though he was being watched. At this moment, he felt that he could no longer hide anything from the golden-robed, middle-aged man. You're more powerful than them, but you're only at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. How dare you boast shamelessly that you're going to settle the score with me and the dragons? The golden-robed, middle-aged man, who was the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. His tone was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "You're Diju." Duan Lingtian's face turned grave as he stared at the golden-robed, middle-aged man in front of him. He immediately guessed his identity. The fact that Diju could see through his cultivation base meant that he was at the saint stage or above. Moreover, he seemed to be an adult five-clawed divine dragon. "That's right. I'm Diju. I'm the one who destroyed Half Moon Island. Didn't you say you're going to settle the score with me? I'm standing right in front of you now, and I'm curious how you're going to settle the score with me." Diju stared at Duan Lingtian as the mocking smile on his face grew even wider. Duan Lingtian's face turned even gloomier. Diju's words made him feel a little ashamed. When he said he would settle the score with Diju and the dragons, naturally, he was not talking about the current situation. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight against Diju and the dragons. All of a sudden, Diju, who had been staring at Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face as he shouted sternly, "Duan Lingtian, why do you have my son's aura on you?" "Your son?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Stop playing dumb. My son is Di Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island." Diju snorted coldly. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian understood many things. As it turned out, Diju was Di Yong's father. As for why Diju would come looking for him and knew that Di Yong was killed, he could roughly guess it. It must be because Diju had Di Yong's soul pearl in his hands. Diju would naturally find out about Di Yong's death. "So, you're Di Yong's father." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression returned to its usual calmness as he continued to say nonchalantly, "Di Yong said that he wanted to go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land and temporarily handed Half Moon Island to me. Apart from that, as a reward for managing Half Moon Island, he also gave me a drop of his blood essence. Perhaps this is the reason why you said I have his aura on me." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he was still expressionless. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. "My son's blood essence? No wonder, no wonder." Diju nodded. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. "I've heard many people talking about this before. If it wasn't for the fact that I know it's impossible for my son to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by all of you." When Diju reached the end of his sentence, he sneered. "Impossible? In this world, nothing is impossible." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "Perhaps you don't know this. Back then, I made Diju swear on the lightning penalty oath that before his cultivation base broke through to the saint stage, he's not allowed to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land." Diju had an expression that said, "You can stop pretending." Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. That Di Yong actually swore on such an oath? As for the reason why Di Yong, who was possessed by a soul and whose body had been taken over, left Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian could guess a little of it. It was because Di Yong's soul had changed. The lightning penalty oath recognized the soul of the person who swore on it, not the body. "Although I don't know how you obtained my son's blood essence, I'm certain that you're related to my son's death." The gaze that Diju used to look at Duan Lingtian turned colder and colder, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. "Tell me, how did my son die? As long as you tell the truth and swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're telling the truth, I'll let the rest of you go except for you." As Diju spoke, he glanced at Kerr, who was next to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, Sima, and the rest. At once, Feng Wudao and the rest were on guard as though they were facing a formidable enemy. "Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Let's not talk about whether he's telling the truth or not. Even if he's really willing to let us go, I don't know about the others, but I can forget about living comfortably for the rest of my life." Suddenly, Chun Xiaoshui shouted loudly and stood next to Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. With a lift of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Diju. "Lingtian boy, although there's nobody who's not afraid of death, I, Feng Wudao, am willing to walk with you to the end today. Feng Wu Dao took a step forward and stood next to Duan Lingtian as he said frankly. Although Sima Chongfeng did not say anything, his action undoubtedly showed that he was as determined as Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, whether it was Xiong Quan, the Gold Thug, or the Nangong brothers, they also stood next to Duan Lingtian. They chose to advance and retreat together with Duan Lingtian. They could not bear to watch Duan Lingtian die while they continued to live. At this moment, Luo Ping was the only one left who was hesitating. Although she did not want to betray Duan Lingtian, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart when faced with Diju, who was so powerful that he was invincible. If it was possible, she hoped that she could survive. How touching. However, it seems like there's someone who's more willing to let you die while she lives alone. As Diju spoke, his gaze landed on Luo Ping, causing her to feel as though she was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian felt warmth from the bottom of his heart when he saw Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chongfeng, Chen Xiaoshui, and the rest's attitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Luo Ping's indecisiveness, he did not blame her. After all, the matter today was a matter of life and death to him. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Ker's slender and jade-like hand had already grabbed his hand without him noticing. She held it very tightly. It was obvious that she wanted to advance and retreat together with him and live and die together. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Duan Lingtian's gaze was as gentle as water. However, after this gentleness, it was as though he had made up his mind. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden loud bang, Diju did not seem to have made any move. But Luo Ping's entire body exploded and turned into nothingness. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. It was as though she had completely evaporated. The technique that Diju displayed caused Duan Lingtian's mood to turn even gloomier. Powerful. Too powerful. Diju's strength made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. It was so much so that it was difficult for him to even have the thought of resisting. He had no doubt that as long as Diju was willing, he could easily kill everyone, including him, with just a wave of his hand. I've helped you get rid of the person who was disloyal to you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Diju looked straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked nonchalantly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Is what you said true? However, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of thanking Diju. Instead, he changed the topic and asked nonchalantly. Of course, it's true. When Diju realized what Duan Lingtian was asking, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He continued to say nonchalantly, to me, they're just ants. Whether they're alive or dead, it doesn't affect me at all. Who knows if you'll go back on your words or not? Duan Lingtian smirked. If I wanted to take their lives, I would have done it when they came back from Half Moon Island. Diju sneered. What he said was the truth. If he wanted to take Ker and the rest's lives, they would not have survived until now. Do you dare to say that you don't have any other motive for keeping them alive? Duan Lingtian did not buy Diju's words as he asked nonchalantly. Then what do you want? Diju frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone. Unless you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't do anything to them as long as I cooperate with you. Duan Lingtian said. Brat, you're the first person who dares to ask my Diju to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Diju said coldly. It's up to you whether you want to know the cause of your son's death or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Looks like I'm right. You really do know about it. Diju's eyes turned even colder. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the cause of his son's death, he would have killed Duan Lingtian right away. At this moment, Ker and the rest also realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to sacrifice himself to save their lives. Young master, Ker will live and die with you. If you die, Ker will definitely not live alone. Ker tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's hand. Her tone was filled with determination. Lingtian brat, there's no one who's afraid of death by your side now. He's powerful, but don't even think about making us compromise. Feng Wu Dao added. Sima Chongfeng and the rest chimed in as well. Everyone, I've made up my mind. Let's leave it at that. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person has to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Diju. Hermf. Diju, whose expression was extremely gloomy, finally chose to compromise. He swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest. Brat, can you tell us now? Chapter 1533. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of bothering with Diju for the time being. He immediately looked at Kerr, whose face was stained with tears, and said with a smile, Kerr, I understand your intentions. However, don't forget that you're no longer alone. Our child is in your stomach. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Kerr's bulging stomach. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am afraid that I won't have the chance to see my child, also little Fei and the child in her stomach. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He was filled with regret. However, he also knew that since things had already developed to this stage, even if he had extraordinary techniques, there was nothing he could do. Diju was just too powerful. Even if his senior brother, Bai Lihong, was here, he was far from being a match for Diju. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr fell silent for a moment. Young master, Kerr understands. When Kerr saw the tenderness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she had already made up her mind in her heart. As soon as the child was born, she would immediately commit suicide and chase after her young master in the netherworld. Now that her young master was no longer around, there was no longer any meaning for her to live in this world. When Duan Lingtian saw how sensible Kerr was, he heaved a sigh of relief. All of you can leave now. Take good care of Kerr for me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others as he said. Feng Wu Dao and the others didn't have the time to react when a burst of coldness suddenly came from high up in the sky. A bone-chilling coldness. You're actually pregnant with his child? An extremely cold voice descended from the sky. It was as though it could freeze the air. Who's there? Horror dawned on Diju's face. From the beginning until the end, he did not notice the presence of the person at all. He knew very well what this meant. The person's strength was not inferior to his. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold wind blew past. Then, a figure covered in a black suit appeared in front of everyone. His devilish figure was full of seduction. However, although there were many men present, not many of them paid attention to this. Everyone was stunned by the aura of this masked woman in black. It's you! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Qi Mei, you're following me? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked to see Qi Mei here. However, when he came back to his senses, he guessed a few things. Furthermore, Qi Mei's words were clearly directed at Kerr. Her tone was full of reproach. Diju's expression changed again when he saw that Duan Lingtian actually knew this lady who appeared out of thin air. However, when he noticed the strong hostility between Duan Lingtian and the woman, he realized that the woman was most likely not here to help Duan Lingtian. The moment he thought of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of this woman, he was not willing to provoke her if it was not necessary. This was because she gave him a dangerous feeling. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's questioning, Qi Mei ignored him. Instead, she looked at Kerr, who was looking at her in a daze. At the same time, she reached out her hand and took off the mask on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could topple a nation. When Qi Mei's face was revealed before everyone's eyes, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Kerr, was stunned. They were all shocked. This was because Qi Mei's face was almost exactly the same as Kerr's. Other than the difference in their auras, there was no difference in other characteristics. You, who are you? When Kerr saw Qi Mei's face, she felt as though she was looking into a mirror. Looking at this lady who looked exactly the same as her voice began to tremble slightly. She did not know why, but when the woman in front of her had just appeared, and before she even revealed her face, she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. That feeling was very strong, and even she did not know why she felt that way. Now that the woman had taken off her mask and revealed a face that was exactly the same as hers, Kerr realized that the woman in front of her might have some kind of connection with her that she did not know about in the past. "I'm your elder sister." When facing Kerr, Chi Mei's frosty face could not help but show some gentleness. When she spoke to Kerr, her voice was much gentler. She really wanted to scold this long-lost sister of hers, but she did not know why. But when she faced her face to face, there was no other emotion in her heart other than tenderness. It was as though she had forgotten all her anger. "Elder sister?" When she heard Chi Mei's words, not only was Kerr stunned, but even Duan Lingtian was stunned. Since when did Kerr have an elder sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr with a puzzled expression. He had never heard Kerr mention that she had an elder sister. When he saw the confusion on Kerr's face, he realized that even Kerr did not know she had an elder sister. Duan Lingtian did not doubt Chi Mei's words when she said she was Kerr's elder sister. After all, the two of them looked too similar. This was a characteristic that only twin sisters would have. Of course, nothing was absolute. There could be two people in the world who were not related by blood but looked exactly the same. However, now that Chi Mei had said she was Kerr's elder sister, the matter was obviously not so simple. At this moment, Feng Wudao and the others could not help but look at Nangong and Chi Mei. They looked at Nangong and Chi Mei, then looked at Kerr and Chi Mei. They felt that it was very likely that the two of them were really twin sisters. "Impossible. I don't have an elder sister. I only have a mother. But she's already dead. She died a long time ago." Kerr shook her head and was unwilling to believe Chi Mei. Even though she felt that Chi Mei was very amiable, she was unable to accept the fact that she had an elder sister that was still alive in this world. "Although I don't know who the mother you're talking about is, I want to tell you that your and my biological mother is still alive and well. All these years, she has been thinking about you all the time." Chi Mei said to Kerr. "Birth mother? Still alive and well?" Kerr was stunned, completely stunned. She tried her best to not believe Chi Mei's words, but her heart could not help but believe Chi Mei. It was not only because Chi Mei looked exactly the same as her, it was more because she felt the blood connection between her and Chi Mei. Chi Mei caused her to feel a sense of closeness. "All those years ago, you were taken away and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just Master, even Mother sent people to look for you. However, because of your special identity, even though they had been looking for you, they did not dare to make a big fuss about it." Chi Mei continued, "All these years, they have never stopped looking for you. A few years ago, I also began to look for you based on the weak connection between you and me as twin sisters. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard, and I finally found you before they did." When Chi Mei said the word "they" in the last sentence, there was a hint of fear in her voice. "Fortunately, I was the one who found you first. Otherwise," at this point, Chi Mei glanced at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as if she was about to devour him. This man had made her sister pregnant with his child. Didn't he know how dangerous this was for his sister? When he realized that Chi Mei might really be Kerr's sister, Duan Lingtian was happy for Kerr. At the same time, he was curious about Kerr's true identity. However, when he sensed the killing intent in Chi Mei's eyes, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. No matter what, he was still Chi Mei's brother-in-law. Why did Chi Mei look like she wanted to kill him? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. "Sister, come with me. I'll do my best to protect you. I won't let you come to any harm." Unlike the killing intent she had when she looked at Duan Lingtian, Chi Mei's tone was incomparably gentle when she looked at Kerr. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. Big sister. For some reason, Chi Mei's every move made Kerr feel incomparably close. At this point, even she did not know why she called out "big sister" so casually and naturally. It was as if she was not restrained at all. When she heard Kerr call her "big sister," the last trace of coldness between Chi Mei's brows faded away. "Big sister, I can go with you, but you have to bring young Master and the others." After taking a deep breath, Kerr mustered up her courage and said to Chi Mei, "Sister, I'm already giving face to you and the child in your womb by not killing him. It's absolutely impossible for me to save him." Chi Mei's tone was resolute and there was no room for discussion. When she heard Chi Mei's words, Kerr's expression changed completely. "Big sister, if you don't bring young master and the others with you, then I won't go either." Sigh. When she heard Kerr's words, Chi Mei sighed. She did not seem to have done anything, but Kerr fainted in the blink of an eye. Chi Mei caught her in time. "Kerr!" When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, his expression changed subconsciously. When he discovered that Kerr had only fainted, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. "Big sister, let me do this rough work." At this moment, the purple sparrow on Chi Mei's shoulder spoke. As soon as its voice left its mouth, it transformed into a purple-clad young lady and helped Chi Mei hold Kerr. Her actions were very attentive. "It's her." When Duan Lingtian saw this purple-clad young lady, his eyes could not help but narrow. He was no stranger to this purple-clad young lady. She was the little grand aunt who had suddenly appeared after the Moon Illumination Sect's hunting assessment had ended. She had beaten up Zhonghua, the vice sect leader, and followed them back to the Moon Illumination Sect. As expected, she's related to Chi Mei. At this moment, many of Duan Lingtian's difficult questions were finally answered. The purple-clad young lady's appearance was indeed not a coincidence. "Zier, let's go." After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, Chi Mei called out to the purple-clad young lady and prepared to leave. Whoosh! Chapter 1534. Do you think you can stop me? Facing Duan Lingtian, who was blocking her way, Chi Mei's face was filled with disdain. "Hey, it's better for you to get out of my way. With my strength, even 10 of me won't be a match for her." Perhaps Zier had a good impression of Duan Lingtian because of the purple clothes he wore. She supported the unconscious Ku heir and advised Duan Lingtian not to do anything. "Diju, if you want to know how your son died, help me get my wife back." Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he could not stop Chi Mei. Let alone Chi Mei, even Zier, who was by her side, was not someone he could stop. Due to this reason, he immediately looked at Diju and said, "Boy, there's no such condition in our agreement." Diju said with a gloomy expression. "Then, I'll add this condition now," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, Diju suppressed the anger in his heart. Then, he looked at Chi Mei and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to interfere and ruin my good deed?" Although he was wary of Chi Mei, it did not mean he was afraid of her. Although he was suspected of being forced by Duan Lingtian to do something beyond his ability, he was very displeased with Chi Mei's sudden interference. "I know you're a five-clawed golden dragon. However, let alone you, even if your clan leader is here, he won't be able to stop me." Chi Mei glanced at Diju nonchalantly, as though she did not take him seriously at all. "Everyone knows how to boast. I'd like to see how capable you are." Diju was not frightened by Chi Mei's words. He sneered as the golden robe on his body fluttered, and he was ready to attack Chi Mei. However, just as he was about to make a move, he didn't even have time to react before he felt an unparalleled pressure coming towards him. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body and destroyed the genuine chi that he had just mobilized. Bang! With a loud bang, Diju was sent flying and crashed hard on the mountain wall at the side of the valley, leaving a human-shaped pit on it. Wah! Under the horrified gazes of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Diju no longer looked as valiant as before when he came out of the human-shaped deep pit. The golden robe on his body was torn in many places, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. Feng Wu Dao and the others who had seen Diju fight before were dumbstruck. Was this golden-robed, middle-aged man really the one who turned Half Moon Island into ruins? That person who could transform into a golden five-clawed divine dragon? He didn't see the woman who looked exactly like Kerr do anything, but the golden-robed, middle-aged man was sent flying. Moreover, he seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Shua, shua, shua. When Feng Wu Dao and the others looked at Qi Mei again, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Actually, it wasn't just Feng Wu Dao and the others. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the scene before him. Diju was actually injured to such an extent by Qi Mei's casual attack? Just how strong was Qi Mei? At once, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. I know you dragons are very protective of your own. After you return to the dragons, you can tell your clan leader that the person who injured you is from Zoroastrianism. If he wants to take revenge, he can come to Zoroastrianism. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has the guts to do so. When Diju looked at Qi Mei with fear in his eyes, Qi Mei glanced at Diju nonchalantly and said, Zoroastrianism? Upon hearing Qi Mei's words, Diju was confused. It was apparent he had never heard of Zoroastrianism. As for you, originally, I wanted to kill you to settle this once and for all. However, considering my sister and the child in her stomach, I'll spare your life. However, you must know that you and her are from two different worlds. Qi Mei's gaze then landed on Duan Lingtian as she said nonchalantly, on top of that, I'd like to remind you that it's best for you to completely forget about your past with her. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless disaster. Of course, that's on the premise that you're still alive after today. When Qi Mei reached this point, she glanced at Diju again. I'll take my sister away. I won't interfere in the matter between you and him. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Diju's reply, she disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that Qi Mei disappeared forever from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. In the end, she was gradually forgotten. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the purple-clad girl brought along the unconscious Kerr and disappeared without a trace as well. Naturally, Diju could still catch a glimpse of the purple-clad girl's figure when she left. Only then did he realize that even the little girl by the black-clad girl's side had a strength that was not inferior to his. Zoroastrianism? What kind of force is that? Diju's heart was filled with curiosity about this. He had already planned to return to the dragons and ask the clan leader about it after he had settled his son's matter. Kerr. Duan Lingtian, who regained his senses, felt a sharp pain in his heart. His fists were clenched tightly without him noticing. His fingernails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow out continuously. However, he did not seem to feel anything at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was so useless that he could not even protect his own woman. Not only could he not protect his own woman, but he could not even protect himself. Perhaps, it's not a bad thing for Kerr to leave with her after all. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he was going to die in Diju's hands today, he who was completely disheartened seemed to have thought it through again. Based on Qi Mei's attitude toward Kerr, she would not treat Kerr badly. No matter what, Kerr was her twin sister. Boy, it's time to settle our matter now. Diju looked at Duan Lingtian as his tone turned colder. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had suffered from Qi Mei on Duan Lingtian. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, all of them will die. Diju's cold gaze swept across Feng Wu Dao and the rest one by one. However, Feng Wu Dao and the rest were not afraid at all. At this moment, they were looking at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on their faces. Although they were not Duan Lingtian, they could guess that Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood at this moment. If they were in his shoes, perhaps they would have broken down long ago. Hualao, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you leave this planet. I sincerely hope that you'll be able to meet someone from Earth like me in the future. As long as he's recognized by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he'll be able to help you leave this planet. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped as he communicated with Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What happened? Hualao rarely observed the situation outside when he had nothing to do. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Duan Lingtian told him about his situation. He's too powerful. Even if I use all my techniques, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Hualao, thank you for your help all this while. I'm sorry that I've disappointed you. This matter is indeed a little difficult to handle. However, it's not like there's no other way. However, this method requires him to cooperate. However, will he cooperate with you? Hualao pondered for a moment before he told Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he told him about the method that he had thought of. Why didn't I think of this method? This method is feasible. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Naturally, he would not miss out on the opportunity to survive. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Diju's tone was slightly impatient. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the truth behind his son's death, he would have attacked a long time ago. Follow me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said to Diju. The moment his words left his mouth, he flew out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Feng Wu Dao and the rest. All of you don't follow me, just wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as possible. If I don't return within 3 days, all of you don't have to wait anymore. You can go wherever you want, Duan Lingtian added in the end as a precaution. Although he felt that the method was very confident, he did not dare to say that it was foolproof. What if Diju did not fall for it? When Feng Wu Dao and the rest heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, a worried expression appeared on their faces. However, they did not go against Duan Lingtian's wishes and waited in the valley. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he has a way to escape. Chun Xiao Shui was puzzled. I think so. However, based on the last sentence that he added, I don't think he's completely confident. Nan Gongyi nodded. A worried expression could be seen on his face. Young master will definitely return safely, Xiong Quan said with red eyes. On the other side, Diju followed Duan Lingtian and flew to the eastern sea. After a while, he said impatiently, Boy, where are you bringing me? Are you trying to play some tricks? What tricks can I play? Don't you want to know how your son, Di Yong, died? I'll bring you there now. I told your son about that place back then. It's also because of this that he used his blood essence as a reward to make a deal with me. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju began to believe him a little. What's that place? It's a very mysterious place. However, when I went in with him that time, I didn't dare to go any further and retreated in time. Now that I think about it, the reason why he said he wanted to leave Half Moon Island and go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land was most probably just an excuse. Duan Lingtian said, I guess he must have gone to that place without telling me and wanted to take all the treasures there for himself. I suspect that he might have died there. Duan Lingtian's words were so flawless that Diju did not suspect anything at all. Soon after, under Duan Lingtian's lead, Diju arrived at the depths of the sea. They went deep into the sea until they reached the bottom of the sea. It doesn't seem to be here. Duan Lingtian walked forward for a while before he turned around and walked back the way he came from. Chapter 1535. I've only been here twice, and it's been 3 years since the last time I was here. It's normal for my memory to be a little fuzzy. Duan Lingtian casually answered Diju. After answering Diju, Duan Lingtian, who was walking forward for a while, suddenly exclaimed without any reason, That's right, it's here. Judging from his tone, it was as though he had discovered a new continent. Diju's attention was also successfully attracted by him. Diju saw Duan Lingtian walking to a group of seaweeds. Without any reason, he lifted his leg and stomped on the bottom of the sea. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a shockwave that could be clearly seen in the water swept out from the center of Duan Lingtian's foot, causing the seawater to flow in all directions. It only calmed down after a while. However, Diju's attention was not on this commotion right now. His eyes were fixed on the distance where a gigantic pagoda appeared out of thin air. The moment it appeared, it shook the surrounding seawater. The seawater slapped on the true origin light shield on the surface of Diju's body and continued to flow away. However, Diju did not pay any attention to this at all. His eyes were completely attracted by the gigantic pagoda that appeared out of thin air in the distance. The gigantic pagoda was divided into 7 levels. It stood there like a gigantic beast. Most importantly, Diju could clearly sense the aura that filled the gigantic pagoda. This aura gave him an unfathomable feeling. It even caused him to tremble from the bottom of his heart for no reason. It's this pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated. Back then, Diyong and I didn't dare to go deeper after we entered. However, even then, we still found many saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions at the outer perimeter. The place we've been to seems to be the outer perimeter of this pagoda. We didn't go deeper. At that time, Diyong told me that there might be more treasures inside. Duan Lingtian told Diju, "Do you know the origin of this pagoda?" Diju asked. "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded. Not long after Diyong and I entered, we discovered some ruins. All the signs pointed to the person who left this tower behind as Feng Qingyang. By the way, the signature he left behind seems to be something like Sword Sage. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, "Feng Qingyang? Sword Saint? Sword Saint Feng Qingyang." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju's eyes narrowed right away as a horrified expression appeared on his face. Are you sure that person left behind this signature?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Could it be that you know him?" In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Diju did not reply. His emotions were surging as his eyes gleamed brilliantly as he stared fixedly at the gigantic 7-story pagoda in the distance. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It's actually a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Rumor has it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was once the strongest person in the Dao martial saint land. During his era, nobody from the 3 sects and 9 sects in the Dao martial saint land could withstand a single strike from him. At this moment, Diju's heart was beating extremely fast. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He did not find it strange that Duan Lingtian did not know about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. This was because even he had read about the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in some of the ancient books in the Dragon Clan. He knew that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was an extremely talented sword cultivator who stunned the entire Dao martial saint land for an era. Rumor had it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind some ruins in the Dao martial saint land for those who were fated to find them. Could this be the ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the rumors? Diju stared at the gigantic 7-story pagoda with gleaming eyes like a hunter who had spotted his prey. Looks like he's heard of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Diju's expression, he sighed in relief inwardly. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Since Diju knew about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's existence, it was likely that he would not be able to see through the trap he had set up. This trap was set up by Duan Lingtian at the last minute after being reminded by Hualao. Speaking of which, this trap was very simple. It was to lure Diju into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and let Hualao deal with him. Hualao's cultivation base had recovered a lot. Although it was still far from his prime, based on Hualao's tone, it was obvious that his current strength was not inferior to Diju. This scheme sounded simple, but when it was actually implemented, it was filled with difficulties. The most important thing was to make Diju believe his words so that he would not resist the suction force of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and allow it to suck him in. As long as he was unwilling or vigilant, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not be able to suck him in. If he did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, this trap would fall apart on its own. Duan Lingtian's situation would be extremely dangerous again, or even more so, he would not be able to survive. When he was on the way here, Duan Lingtian had been thinking about how to make Diju believe his words so that he would allow the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to suck him in. For this reason, he even blurted out that Diyong's death was related to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Not only that, he even said that there was a great treasure hidden in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. All of this was to lure the enemy in. In order to make his words more convincing, He thought about it and brought up Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He wanted to take a gamble and see if Diju had heard of him before. Now, it seemed like he had made the right bet. Diju knew about the existence of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. You said that you found many saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in the outer perimeter when you entered the pagoda? Diju asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Diju was very careful when he spoke. Although Duan Lingtian secretly cursed Diju for being so careful, he did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, he took out the saint weapon that belonged to the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder, Zhao Feng, and passed it to Diju. This is the saint weapon that I obtained from inside. There's 1 3-star saint inscription and 2 2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapon. Diju took the saint weapon that Duan Lingtian passed to him. After observing it for a moment, he nodded. There's indeed a 3-star saint inscription. However, did you really obtain this from the pagoda? Even though Duan Lingtian had proven it, Diju was still very careful. The dragons were a tribe that was suspicious by nature. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju was also a member of the royal bloodline of the dragons. His suspicious nature was even more so than the other members of the dragons. Very few people could deceive him. I'm from the mortal continent. Do you think it's possible for me to obtain this saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions from somewhere else? Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Naturally, this was just a facade on the surface. His heart had already become slightly heavy. He really did not expect Diju to be so careful. Even though he had mentioned Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, Diju still did not believe him completely. From the beginning until the end, he had been very calm and careful. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he had to be even calmer at this moment. He could not be anxious at all. As soon as he exposed a flaw, he would lose everything. When Diju asked that question, his eyes were locked onto Duan Lingtian. He was observing the slight changes on Duan Lingtian's face. When he saw Duan Lingtian's self-deprecation did not seem to be fake, he secretly nodded his head. He had been on Half Moon Island for a long time, so he had already investigated Duan Lingtian's origin thoroughly. My cultivation base is all thanks to a kind of herb in this tower. At that time, Di Yong and I both consumed that herb. Later on, my cultivation base improved tremendously, and so did Di Yong's. 3 years ago, after he consumed the herb, his cultivation base was already at the perfection saint rudiment stage. If he's still alive, he'd definitely be at the saint stage now. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally again. No wonder your cultivation base improved so quickly. After taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian, Diju could not help but have a hint of greed in his eyes. That miraculous herb tempted him. Perhaps it would be helpful to him as well. He had investigated Duan Lingtian's background thoroughly. He also knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not even broken through to the mortal shedding stage before he left Half Moon Island. 3 years ago, a mortal continent's martial cultivator who had not broken through to the mortal shedding stage had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage 3 years later. When Di Yong first saw Duan Lingtian, he was also in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had no choice but to believe it. At that time, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian might have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. Now, it seemed like the 7-story giant tower was his fortuitous encounter. Right now, the suspicion in Diju's heart had lessened a lot. Of course, this was also because until now, Duan Lingtian had not revealed any flaws at all. Every sentence that Duan Lingtian said was just like pushing the boat along with the current. It was as if he was answering the questions in Diju's heart. Of course, Diju did not voice these questions out loud. Everything was just Duan Lingtian's speculation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Diju were engaged in a battle without smoke. It was also a battle of wits. Unfortunately, although there are many kinds of herbs, Di Yong and I realized that only the first one would be effective. For this reason, we've even wasted more than 10 herbs. When I left with him, there were less than 10 stalks of herbs left. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed that flashed across Diju's eyes, he continued to push the boat along with the current. As expected, Diju's eyes lit up when he heard his words. He cursed in his heart, "Wastrel!" When Diju first came to Half Moon Island, he had almost lost his mind and killed everyone on Half Moon Island just to vent his anger so that a group of people would be buried with his son. However, he had calmed down in the end. When he realized that Feng Wudao and the rest had returned to Half Moon Island, he did not make a move on them. For almost a year, he had been patiently hiding and waiting at the side. At that time, he had also regained his rationality and was determined to find out the truth behind his son's death. Chapter 1536. Currently, Diju already believed 70% to 80% of Duan Lingtian's words. When he learned that his son had most likely died because of his greed by entering the pagoda, there was only sorrow in his heart. There was no hatred at all. After all, he could not possibly hate a pagoda, right? Yong-er, don't tell me you're really so unlucky? If you didn't die and obtain Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, you'd definitely be able to return to the dragons in the shortest time possible with your strength that could crush all of the dragons. What a pity! What a pity! God is jealous of geniuses. God is jealous of geniuses. Diju cried out silently in his heart. He felt sad for his dead son and felt that his son's death was too unjust. However, after confirming the cause of his son's death, he temporarily suppressed his sadness and stared at the 7-level pagoda in front of him with a burning gaze. A relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Apart from all kinds of treasures, such a miraculous relic must have his inheritance as well. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's strongest skill was his sword technique. If I, Diju, can obtain his sword technique inheritance, it'll be easy for me to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint land in the future. When Diju thought about the possibility of obtaining Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, he was inexplicably excited. At this moment, he had already tossed his son's death to the back of his mind. Perhaps, when he realized that his son was not killed, his anger had already disappeared and was only left with a faint sadness. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the strong were revered and the fittest survived. When he found out that his son was not killed, he had already gotten over it. Moreover, there were more important things that he needed to be concerned about. How do we enter this pagoda? Diju asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. To enter this pagoda, we'll first have to set up a formation around it to separate the seawater. Then we'll enter the area without seawater. When we get close to it, we'll be able to feel its suction force. At that time, it'll be fine as long as we don't resist it. If we resist it, we won't be able to enter. Duan Lingtian explained to Diju. Separate the seawater? Why is that so? Diju frowned, feeling puzzled. He could not help but feel puzzled because this was just too strange. Could it be that the seawater could enter the tower? If we don't separate the seawater, we can still enter, but we'll be sent out immediately. According to Mai and De Yong's experiments, we can't let anything from the outside affect this tower, or the space inside will become unstable. Duan Lingtian added, You go in. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju fell silent for a moment before replying nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was taken aback, unable to react for a moment. I'm letting you in, Diju said impatiently. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he took a deep look at Diju. While he sighed inwardly at how careful Diju was, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. As soon as he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. He was directly sent out in a sorry state. Now, the seawater was constantly pressing against the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and the space inside was also very unstable. Duan Lingtian was not lying about this. Even if he really wanted to lure Diju in, he must first create an environment without any disturbance outside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only then would Diju not be sent out immediately by the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao also needed time to make his move. Therefore, what he said earlier was to give Diju a heads up in advance so that Diju would not be suspicious of his actions. When Diju saw the sorry state Duan Lingtian was in, he believed him a little more. Let me try. At the same time, Diju walked to the front of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, wanting to test it himself. Duan Lingtian controlled the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to suck Diju in with just a thought. However, Diju remained unmoved and did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was because Diju refused to enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The current Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda did not have the ability to pull people in by force. As expected, this was also Diju's experiment to prove that Duan Lingtian was not lying earlier. Again, the moment Diju thought of this, he began to relax his body and allowed the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to pull him in. At that instant when Diju's eyes flashed, he did not even have the time to react before he felt a pushing force landing on his body and pushing him out of the gigantic pagoda. This pushing force was vast and endless. It made him deeply feel how small he was. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body. When Diju's eyes flashed again, he realized he had already returned to the outside of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. I didn't lie to you, did I? Duan Lingtian glanced at Diju nonchalantly and shrugged. Diju snorted coldly and continued to ask, how did you and Di Yong separate the seawater in the past? I used the inscription formation that belongs to the mortal continent to separate the seawater. However, that's because Di Yong provided me with a huge amount of resources. That's why I was able to hold on for so long. If I set it up with the materials I have now, I won't be able to hold on for long. Duan Lingtian's words were flawless. Try setting it up with the materials you have on you first. I'll take a look at the situation inside first. At most, I'll come out first and set it up again after I've found enough resources. Diju said. That's right. I heard that the Dao Martial Saint Land has Dao Talisman formations and Saint Inscription formations that are similar to the inscription formations in our mortal continent. Not only that, but the effect is even better. Duan Lingtian looked at Diju with a burning gaze. I'm not a Dao Talisman master nor am I a Saint Inscription master. Diju's words greatly disappointed Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart could not help but clench. Initially, I planned to let Diju dig his own grave if he's a Dao Talisman master or a Saint Inscription master. However, it seems like I'll have to do it myself. Moreover, I can't use the Saint Inscription to set up the formation so that he won't be suspicious. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who could already inscribe 2-star Saint Inscriptions, could, naturally, set up some shallow Saint Inscription formations as well. However, he could only set up the inscription formation so that Diju would not be suspicious. At this time, he had to be careful with every step he took. He could not take any risks. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. With the materials I have, the inscription formation that I set up would only last for 10 breaths of time at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian told Diju, why don't we look for the materials that we need to set up the inscription formation first? The inscription formation that I set up with the materials I have would only last for 2 to 3 breaths of time at most. In order to get Diju to agree to look for the materials first, Duan Lingtian had reduced the time by a lot. However, Diju's words made his mood turn slightly gloomy. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough. I just want to see the situation inside. I don't plan to go in now. These were Diju's original words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like slapping himself. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he did not have the materials to set up the inscription formation. Now, he could only give Hualao 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. I wonder if Hualao can kill him or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he asked Hualao. I've only roughly probed his strength. He's not much weaker than me now. I can only say that I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him in 10 breaths of time. However, I'll try my best to kill him and solve your current crisis for you. Hualao replied. How confident are you in killing him? Duan Lingtian asked. 50%. Hualao replied again. 50%? Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed abruptly. In the end, he clenched his teeth. I'll go all out. Wealth came from danger. Moreover, at this point, he no longer had any other choice. This was the only thing he could do. When I'm setting up the inscription formation, I'll need your help to push the seawater around the pagoda away. After we go in, the seawater will be supported by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Diju. Diju nodded nonchalantly. Then, without any movement, the seawater that was pressuring the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was pushed far away. At this moment, the area around the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda no longer had a single drop of seawater. To Diju, pushing the seawater that had a strong water pressure at the bottom of the sea away seemed to be an insignificant task. The truth was indeed so. Let alone a saint stage powerhouse like Diju, even Duan Lingtian could push the seawater around him away with his cultivation base at the perfection saint rudiment stage using his true energy. It would not be a problem for him to maintain it for 10 days to half a month. If I'd known earlier, I would have prepared more materials to set up this kind of inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian began to set up the inscription formation, he felt a little regretful in his heart. However, the past him would never have thought that he would face such a situation one day in the future. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation. He had to be in his best condition. Only then would he be able to perform better than usual. Perhaps he would be able to buy more time for Hualao. The time of 10 breaths was still too short. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had forgotten about the environment he was in. He had forgotten about everything else as he focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation that he had not set up for a long time. Although he had not set up an inscription formation for a long time, due to the fact that saint inscriptions and inscriptions were similar, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any resistance when he set up the inscription formation. Everything went smoothly for him. Indeed, he was able to perform better than usual. This inscription formation should be able to last for the time of 10 breaths. It's one more breath than I expected. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although the extra time of one more breath was just a blink of an eye, it would at least buy more time for Hualao to make his move on Diju. You're done setting it up. Chapter 1537. Yes. Upon hearing Diju's question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head. You go in first. I'll go in after you. Diju's eyes lit up as he said. Until now, he still maintained a cautious attitude and asked Duan Lingtian to go in first. If there was any danger, Duan Lingtian would be the first to encounter it, and Duan Lingtian would be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian was almost numb to Diju's cautiousness. He responded nonchalantly and entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. The entire Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was his, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Time passed by quietly. Since Diju was supporting the surrounding seawater, Duan Lingtian's inscription formation was not depleted at all. With Diju's strength, the surrounding seawater was no threat to him at all. It would not be a problem for him to continue like this for 8 to 10 years. After 15 minutes had passed, Diju frowned and thought to himself, "Don't tell me that boy has really met with misfortune?" The moment Diju thought of this, he recalled what Duan Lingtian had said before. He said that as long as there's any movement outside that affects this pagoda, those who enter will be sent out immediately. The moment Diju thought of this, he waved his hand casually. At once, a gust of wind blew past and swept towards the 7-story pagoda in front. Almost at the same time when the wind blew past, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body, but Duan Lingtian was not angry at all. Instead, he smirked secretly. Has he finally lost his cool? Naturally, he had stayed in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda for so long on purpose. He wanted to see if Diju could keep his cool or not. Why didn't you come out so late? Diju asked in a deep voice. I've encountered some situation inside. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. What's the situation? Diju asked. I discovered that someone had indeed entered it before because some of the saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions were missing. I remember those saint weapons were still there when Di Yong and I left. Duan Lingtian sighed. It seems that it's just as I guessed. Di Yong really did go inside later. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning Di Yong, Diju's face turned grave right away. After snorting coldly, he said nonchalantly, Follow me in. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. However, he still tried his best to remain calm. As he looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he smiled wryly at Diju and said, Senior, why don't I help you hold the surrounding seawater from the outside while you go in alone? With me outside, you don't have to worry about being sent out in 2 or 3 breaths. What? Are you trying to escape when I go in? Diju smirked coldly. If that's the case, you can rest assured, after this incident, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're not directly related to Di Yong's death, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm a 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. My identity is noble, so of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. Duan Lingtian scoffed at Diju's words. Not an unreasonable person? If he was not an unreasonable person, would he have killed so many people on Half Moon Island and turned it into ruins? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say these words out loud. Currently, if he were to fight Diju head-on, it would be no different from throwing an egg at a rock. He was not impulsive to that extent. Senior, I don't think it's appropriate for me to swear on this oath, right? If Di Yong really died in this pagoda, then naturally it's directly related to me. After all, it's because of me that he found out about the existence of this pagoda and went in. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Humph. Of course, I've thought of this. It's easy to solve this problem. All you have to do is add some conditions when you swear on the lightning penalty oath. Diju snorted. Now follow me in. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough for me to observe for a while. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not reject Diju anymore. This was because if he rejected him again, Diju would definitely be suspicious. This was not something he wanted to see. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At the same time, he controlled the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to extend its suction force and suck Diju in as well. The moment Diju entered, the seawater outside seemed to have gone out of control as it surged toward the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, the seawater was blocked by the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian had set up. Of course, it was only an inscription formation after all. Not only that, the material was simple. Under the pressure of the seawater, the layer of light shield formed by the inscription formation gradually dimmed. Once the light shield was completely dimmed, it would be crushed by the seawater. At that time, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Diju, both of them would be sent out by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda immediately. Walao, it's all up to you now. After entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian moved to the side. After a while, he was blocked by a layer of fog. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see this layer of fog. However, Diju, who came in after him, realized that there was a layer of fog around him that completely blocked his vision. Boy, where are you? At the same time, Diju realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. Before he could even search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a pressure that came out of nowhere caused his expression to change drastically. At the same time, he shouted, "Who's there?" However, the person who came did not bother about him. A wave of vast, rolling, peerless energy instantly passed through the fog and swept towards Diju. After all, he was a 5-clawed divine dragon among dragons. In a flash, Diju transformed into his true form. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared. His dragon tail swept out at lightning speed and went head-on with the energy that made him feel pressured. Boom! When his dragon tail collided with the energy, Diju felt a tremor from his dragon tail to his entire body, causing his gigantic body to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Diju saw the true face of the person who attacked. It was an old man dressed in a red robe. "Who are you?" Diju, whose vital energy and blood were rolling in his body, shouted with a grave expression when he saw the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man was naturally Hualao. When he saw Diju actually withstood his sneak attack, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. In the next second, a wisp of flame rose in each of his eyes. At that moment, Hualao's entire body was enveloped by a scorching flame. Unlike the usual red flames, this flame was golden in color. It was a golden flame. As the golden flame swayed, Hualao's true form, the three-legged golden crow, appeared before Diju's eyes. What kind of saint beast is this? Naturally, Diju could not recognize Hualao's true form. What a joke! Hualao's true form was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. There was no other three-legged golden crow in this world. Duan Lingtian stood behind the layers of fog. There was no fog in his sight. There was only a gigantic five-clawed golden dragon and a gigantic three-legged golden crow. There are still 9 breaths of time left. I hope Elder Hua can kill him in 9 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety. The result of this battle would directly affect his life and death. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why Hualao did not continue to attack after his attack was blocked by Diju. It must be because Hualao was searching for Diju's weakness so that he could kill Diju in the shortest amount of time. Before he came in, he had already told Hualao that he only had 11 breaths of time. His life and death were crucial to Hualao. He believed that Hualao would not show any mercy. In just a blink of an eye, another breath of time had passed. At this moment, Hualao made his move. He took the lead to transform into a gush of golden flame. Like a burning cloud, he charged straight at Diju's true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, the speed of the golden flame was very fast. Duan Lingtian could only barely catch a trace of its afterimage. As for Diju's true form, its speed was also very fast. Duan Lingtian could not catch a glimpse of it with his eyes. Bang! 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 As Hualao made his move, a thunderous sound of air exploding resonated in the air. The sound of air exploding was so deafening that it made one's hair stand on end. Boom! 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 Along with the air exploding sound were waves of rolling air billows. The air billows were compressed into a shockwave that swept out in all directions. It enveloped Duan Lingtian as well, causing Duan Lingtian to retreat continuously. He was in a slightly sorry state. At the same time, Diju no longer spoke. Naturally, he wanted to speak. However, Hualao's attacks that were like a storm that suppressed him made him exhausted. At this moment, he could only hope that this strange tower would send him out as soon as possible. However, after 2 to 3 breaths of time, he realized that he was still not sent out. At that moment, endless rage rose in his heart. Damn it! That brat lied to me. At this moment, if he still could not figure out what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, although he was furious and wanted to grind Duan Lingtian into ashes, he knew that the most important thing right now was not to think about this. Instead, he had to deal with the crisis before him. Currently, Diju had unleashed all of his techniques and no longer held back. However, even then, he was still retreating in defeat in front of Hualao. Under Hualao's storm-like attacks, Diju, who was in an extremely passive position, only felt extremely oppressed. This kind of oppression also brought him panic. The moment the panic rose, it spread out and was difficult to suppress. Damn it! What kind of saint beast is this? It's not like I haven't seen the top super saint beasts in the Dao Martial Saint Land before, but they're far from being as terrifying as this one. Judging by the true origin he displayed, his cultivation base is even lower than mine. However, the combat strength he displayed far surpasses mine. Diju was slightly exasperated. This won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely die in his hands in 10 breaths at most. Chapter 1538. It was because of Diju's calmness that he did not die even after the inscription formation outside was crushed by the seawater. Instead, he managed to catch his last breath. In the span of 11 breaths, he was severely injured by Hualao. He was on the verge of death, but he did not die. When the seawater bombarded the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, regardless of whether it was Duan Tian who was hiding and watching the show, or Diju who was struggling to catch his last breath, they were all sent out immediately. Boy, Diju, will remember what happened today. I won't let you go when we meet again. When Duan Tian was sent out, he heard Diju's voice that was getting further and further away. The moment Diju was sent out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda by force, he crushed a high-grade divine strider talisman. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. A powerhouse above the saint stage could activate a Dao talisman with his true origin. He did not even need to shout, appear. He only needed to channel his true origin into it and crush it. Duan Tian could tell that Diju's words were weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Moreover, he did not even dare to stay for a moment longer. It was obvious that he was really afraid of Hualao. I must go back now. I must bring Uncle Feng, teacher, and the others away from Half Moon Island while he's in a state of panic and has temporarily lost his rationality. Without any hesitation, without even informing the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Tian shrunk the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and put it away. He then rushed back to Half Moon Island as fast as he could. After rushing back to Half Moon Island, Feng Wudao and the rest were overjoyed when they saw him. Let's talk after we leave. Diju might come back any time. Seeing that Feng Wudao and the rest were about to say something, Duan Tian stopped them first. He then waved his hand, and vast true energy swept out and shrouded Feng Wudao and the rest. He then brought them away from Half Moon Island as fast as he could. However, after leaving Half Moon Island, Duan Tian did not head south directly to the mortal continent. Instead, they went west and took a big detour before they started heading southeast. The reason he did this was to avoid Diju, who would return after regaining his rationality. Facts proved that Duan Tian's concerns were correct. After Diju crushed the divine strider talisman and left, he hastily consumed a few healing medicinal pills and recovered some of his injuries. Although the current Diju was no longer as terrifying as he was when he was in his prime, as long as his opponent was not at the saint stage or above, he was confident he could defeat him. At the same time, the panic and fear in Diju's heart was gradually suppressed by him as he gradually calmed down. Something's wrong. After calming down, he immediately felt that something was wrong. That big bird covered in golden flames doesn't seem to be chasing after us. Could it be that it can't leave the 7-story tower? The more Diju thought about it, the more he was certain of it. At once, regret filled his face. Why didn't I think of this before? Otherwise, even if I couldn't re-enter the 7-story pagoda, I would have been able to kill that brat after I was sent out. The moment Diju thought about Duan Tian, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. At this moment, if he still did not realize that the danger he was facing was created by Duan Tian, he would have lived his life in vain. Although it was impossible for Diju to think that the 7-story pagoda belonged to Duan Tian, he also realized that everything he faced earlier was related to Duan Tian. The moment he entered the pagoda, he was tortured by a terrifyingly powerful saint beast. In his opinion, with that saint beast's strength, it would not be difficult for it to kill that brat called Duan Tian. However, that brat was fine even after staying in there for 15 minutes. In fact, even he, Diju, was almost killed after staying in there for over 10 breaths. Although he did not die, he was on his last breath. He could only rely on the divine strider talisman to escape when he was sent out. At that time, there was only fear left in his heart. He did not have the time to think too much. Otherwise, he would not have left. Now that he had figured everything out, Diju's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. Brat, how dare you trick me? If I don't kill you, Diju, am a five-clawed golden dragon of the Imperial Dragons. At this moment, Diju was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had long known about the existence of the gigantic bird in the pagoda and purposely lured him in. As for Duan Lingtian himself, since he was familiar with the situation inside, he could avoid that terrifyingly powerful strange gigantic bird immediately and let the gigantic bird deal with him. After figuring all this out, the rage in Diju's heart grew even stronger. Whoosh! At this moment, Diju had already disappeared from his original spot. With his fastest speed, he rushed back to the depths of the sea. However, when he rushed back, there was no trace of Duan Lingtian at all. Even the 7-story pagoda had disappeared without a trace. It seems to be here. Diju arrived at a group of seaweeds and imitated Duan Lingtian by kicking the bottom of the sea. However, he realized that the 7-story pagoda did not appear again. Could it be that the location is wrong? Subsequently, Diju used his fastest speed to kick every corner of the seaweeds. However, the 7-story pagoda still did not appear. Don't tell me that there's a need for some technique to make the 7-story pagoda appear? Diju's face was grave. He could not figure out the reason at all. If Duan Lingtian had seen Diju's series of actions, Duan Lingtian would have burst out laughing. This was because he had only done that to deceive Diju. When he had passed through the sea for the first time, he had already left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust here. After that, he had brought Diju back. When he had returned to this place, he pretended to be activating some mechanism while he enlarged the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. His kicking action was just a smokescreen. When Diju realized that he could not make the 7-story pagoda appear, his face turned even graver. Boy, you've completely infuriated me. Since that's the case, there's no need for your friends to continue living in this world. If I kill them now, it won't be considered as breaking the lightning penalty oath that I swore earlier. In his rage, Diju left the depths of the sea as fast as he could and returned to the valley on Half Moon Island. However, when he returned, he soon realized that there was no one in the valley anymore. Everyone had left. Diju, who was unwilling to give up, searched the surroundings, but he still did not discover anything. He immediately headed south. This group of people came from the mortal continent. They must have returned to the mortal continent now. In such a short time, even if that boy comes back, I'll be able to catch up to them in the shortest time as long as the direction is correct. The moment Diju thought of this, he headed south at full speed. Half an hour later, Diju came to a halt as he muttered to himself with a grave expression. It seems like they didn't head south. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have already caught up to them. Currently, Diju had already appeared near the mortal continent's cloud continent. If I can figure it out, that cunning boy must have figured it out as well. Perhaps he brought that group of people north to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Subsequently, Diju headed back. After he returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search north. This time, he relied on his speed to search the north. He searched every inch of the area, not missing a single corner. However, after a few days, he still came up empty-handed. When he returned to his senses and returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search south of the sea. Duan Lingtian had already brought Feng Wu Dao and the others back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely be in a good mood when he returned to the Cloud Continent. However, at this moment, his mood was extremely gloomy. He felt as though the sky above his head was dark. Of his 2 fiancées, one was missing while the other was taken away from him by force. The feeling of his heart being hollowed out almost drove him crazy. However, he managed to calm down in the end. At this moment, he could only remain calm. It would be useless no matter how impatient he was. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian still had this bit of self-control. Little Fei should be fine since she's with Little Black and the others. 3 years have passed. Little Black and the others must have broken through to the mortal shedding stage. As saint beasts, apart from their strength, the 3 of them have a perception that far surpasses humans. Half Moon Island has suffered a great calamity. There's only one way for them to go, and that's to look for Xue Nai and ask for help. After calming down, Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer. The moment he thought of this, he felt relieved. Kerr was taken away by Qi Mei. Based on Qi Mei's attitude toward her, she shouldn't hurt her. Qi Mei is from some Zoroastrianism or something. If I want to look for Kerr in the future, this is the only clue I have right now. Although Duan Lingtian had calmed down, he could not help but feel a stab of pain in his heart when he thought of Kerr. It was obvious that Qi Mei was dissatisfied with the child Kerr was pregnant with. Moreover, from what Qi Mei said, there was another group of people looking for Kerr as well. That group of people might harm Kerr. What kind of background does Kerr have? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Duan Lingtian had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the 10 Great Dynasties territory at the south of Cloud Continent. They had returned to the Darkhan Dynasty and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire. His final destination was the remote canyon hidden deep in the mountains. It was also the place where the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, had left his ruins. Those who followed him now were people who could rely on him with their lives. Therefore, he did not plan to hide this. Of course, many of those who followed him had come into contact with this canyon before. For example, Xiongquan, Feng Wu Dao, and Sima had come into contact with this canyon before and had more or less benefited from it. However, it was the first time Chen Xiaoshui, Nangong, and the Gold Thug had come here. Chapter 1539. When Chen Xiaoshui and the others were attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall, Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and Xiongquan solemnly, "The person who left behind this ruin is indeed a legendary figure in the Dao martial saint land. I've already verified this. Although the person who left behind the word sword on the mountain wall had left a message, what he said was just too exaggerated. Let alone Feng Wu Dao and the others, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe it completely. It was only a few days ago that Duan Lingtian realized that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was indeed an extraordinary figure when he heard Diju's words. Due to this reason, he finally realized the true value of this canyon. When Feng Wu Dao and the other two heard this, they gasped one after another. Since Duan Lingtian said that he had verified it, naturally they no longer doubted it. At once, all of them shifted their gaze to the word sword on the mountain wall in an attempt to comprehend more. Duan Lingtian had brought everyone here because this was a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Secondly, it was to avoid Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon. He believed that even if Diju came to Cloud Continent and searched the entire Cloud Continent, he might not be able to find them. This was because the word sword left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had given birth to a strange aura in the valley that could prevent the intrusion of spiritual energy. It could also prevent the owner of the spiritual energy from detecting anything. Due to this reason, he thought of hiding here because it was the safest place. Just like what Duan Lingtian had thought, Diju searched every inch of the way and soon arrived at Cloud Continent. At this time, his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had not recovered to his prime with his current speed, it would not take long for him to search the entire Cloud Continent. Time passed by quietly. A few months later, Diju carried out a thorough search on Cloud Continent. However, he still could not find any trace of Duan Lingtian and the others. He was exasperated at that moment. In his exasperation, Diju returned to Half Moon Island. With just a wave of his hand, a vast and rolling energy swept across the sky. Like a black cloud pressing down on a city, it shrouded Half Moon Island in an unstoppable manner. Boom! 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 Under Diju's wanton venting, in less than an hour, the vast Half Moon Island disappeared completely from the sea. The original location of Half Moon Island had also become part of the vast ocean. Duan Lingtian. When Diju thought of the purple-clad young man who had deceived him, he clenched his teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing he could do because he could not find him at all. If he couldn't find the other party, no matter how much he hated him, it would be useless. With how cunning he is, It's possible that Yonger was tricked into the pagoda by him and was killed by the strange big bird that was burning with golden flames all over its body. The more Diju thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. The hatred in his heart for losing his son had also been transferred to Duan Lingtian. He regarded Duan Lingtian as the person who had killed his son. Duan Lingtian, I'll find you sooner or later. At that time, I'll definitely make sure you die a graveless death. After roaring furiously for a while, Diju finally left. The moment he left, he headed north and returned to the Dao Martial Saint Land. His destination was the dragons. While he hated Duan Lingtian and wished he could turn Duan Lingtian into ashes, a graceful figure could not help but appear in Diju's mind. The owner of the figure was none other than Chi Mei. Zoroastrianism? I've never heard of such a force before. By right, a force that can give birth to a powerhouse like her shouldn't be a force that is unknown in the Dao Martial Saint Land. On the way back, Diju's heart was filled with confusion. Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like she's certain that clan leader knows about the existence of Zoroastrianism. The moment Diju thought of this, he was eager to return. However, he was still very irritated along the way. Naturally, all of this was because of Duan Lingtian. He felt that he was already very careful, but he still fell for Duan Lingtian's trick. This made him feel aggrieved and enraged. When had he, Diju, ever been tricked like this in his life? Moreover, he was tricked by the person whom he suspected to have killed his son. As a five-clawed golden dragon in the imperial family of dragons, he had a dignity that surpassed his life. How could he stand being tricked like this? Due to this reason, even after he had returned to the dragons, his anger did not subside at all. Clan leader, have you heard of Zoroastrianism before? After returning to the dragons, Diju immediately went to look for the current clan leader of the dragons. Currently, he was the other five-clawed divine dragon among the dragons. The moment they met, he did not beat around the bush and asked, Where did you hear about Zoroastrianism? Almost at the instant Diju's words left his mouth, the expression of the clan leader of the dragons had changed completely. He was terrified, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, Diju was shocked by the reaction of the clan leader of the dragons. Oh God! What was the origin of Zoroastrianism that could scare the clan leader to this extent? Clan leader, what's the origin of Zoroastrianism? Diju asked. Tell me, where did you hear about Zoroastrianism? The clan leader of the dragons repeated his question. His tone was heavy as though the answer to this question was very important to him. Seeing how serious the clan leader was, Diju's emotions were affected as well. Without hiding anything, he told the clan leader about his experience on Half Moon Island. Apart from the 7-story gigantic pagoda, he told the clan leader about everything else, including his encounter with the powerful lady who claimed to be a member of Zoroastrianism. The reason why he did not tell the clan leader about the 7-story gigantic pagoda was naturally because of his own selfishness. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had tricked him, the 7-story gigantic pagoda was not fake. The power of the 7-story gigantic pagoda when it sent him out was extremely powerful. Even if it was him, he would not be able to resist that power at all. Due to this reason, he had never thought that the pagoda belonged to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the pagoda was still in the depths of the sea. It was just that he had not found a way to make it appear yet. Right now, he had already regarded everything in the pagoda as his own. He would not allow anyone to lay a finger on it. The relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang belongs to me, Diju. Only I, Diju, am worthy to be Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's successor. This was Diju's thought. After hearing Diju's words, the clan leader sighed in relief. It seems like she doesn't blame you, nor did she vent her anger on us dragons. That's good, that's good. At this moment, looking at the clan leader's expression, it was obvious that he still had some lingering fear in his heart. Clan leader, you haven't told me what kind of force Zoroastrianism is. Why are you so afraid of it? Why have I never heard of a force that even you are afraid of? Diju could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Diju, you're not the clan leader of the dragons yet, so there are some things that I can't tell you directly. I can only say that Zoroastrianism is not something that we dragons can afford to offend. No matter when, even if you're unwilling to bow and scrape before someone from Zoroastrianism, you'll still have to put away your pride as a dragon. The clan leader of the dragons said with a serious expression. Clan leader, do you mean Zoroastrianism is a secret that only the clan leader of the dragons knows about? Diju sucked in a cold breath. Yes. The clan leader of the dragons nodded solemnly. Actually, it's not just you. Even those old fellows in the clan might not have heard of Zoroastrianism. Of course, nothing is absolute. Perhaps they might have heard about Zoroastrianism from other sources. Remember what I said. No matter how great the humiliation is in front of the people from the moon-worshipping sect, you'll have to learn to endure it silently. This is because you're a five-clawed golden dragon, the next clan leader of the dragons. You must be responsible for all dragons. The clan leader of the dragons continued to remind Diju. The clan leader of the dragons' words that were filled with dread had subtly affected Diju as well. While Diju was curious about Zoroastrianism, he was also wary of Zoroastrianism at the same time. Although he still did not know the details of Zoroastrianism, he had already confirmed one thing. That was, even the dragons could not afford to offend Zoroastrianism. If that's the case, you're still not sure who killed your son? After changing the topic, the clan leader of the dragons asked Diju. Although I'm not too sure, only that boy called Duan Lingtian would have the motive. Diju's eyes gleamed as he said seriously, Clan leader, I hope that you can help me. I don't expect you to avenge my son, but I hope that you can help me find that person called Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Diju's words, the clan leader of the dragons frowned. Diju, according to what you said, that person managed to escape from under your nose. Do you think it's so easy for an ordinary clansman to find him? Even if they found him, would they be able to keep an eye on him? Clan leader, I let him escape because I was careless. Diju explained. Due to his selfishness, he did not mention anything about the 7-level gigantic pagoda at all. Due to this reason, in the clan leader of the dragon's opinion, Duan Lingtian had escaped from under Diju's nose. Diju, you should know that it's impossible for the clansmen to help you. In the eyes of the clansmen, that person who killed your son was merely helping the dragons get rid of evil. He's the dragon's benefactor. Do you think the clansmen will help you deal with their benefactor? The clan leader of the dragons shook his head. Clan leader, you don't have to mention that he killed my son. You can just say that you're looking for him. As for the excuse, clan leader, feel free to come up with any. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Diju became anxious right away. Although he was powerful, he was only one person after all. Although there were not many people in the dragons, they were scattered all over the Dao Marshal Saint Land and had a mature intelligence network. It was much easier for the dragons to look for a person than for him to look for a person. What? You want me to lie to the clansmen? The clan leader of the dragon's face turned grave as he asked in a dignified manner. Clan leader, if you think this is a lie, then so be it. Diju had a fearless expression on his face. What if I refuse? Chapter 1540. If you refuse, clan leader, there's nothing I can do about it. However, I, Diju, will leave the dragons and become a sectless cultivator. Upon hearing the words of the clan leader of the dragons, Diju said with a grave expression, Are you threatening me? The clan leader of the dragons asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You can think whatever you want, clan leader. In order to find Duan Lingtian, Diju was ready to risk everything. Naturally, this was also because he was not worried that the clan leader of the dragons would refuse him. Good. Very good. The clan leader of the dragons laughed out of anger. Then he waved his long sleeve and sent Diju flying. Get lost. Thank you, clan leader. Diju, who was sent flying, was not enraged at all. Instead, he reached out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. He knew very well that the clan leader had agreed to his request. After all, he was the only five-clawed golden dragon other than the clan leader of the dragons. He was destined to be the next clan leader of the dragons. If he left the dragons and became a sexless cultivator, it would mean that the dragons would be leaderless in the future. As the current clan leader of the dragons, naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. After thanking him, Diju turned around and left. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be asking for trouble. Duanlingtian, I'll be waiting for our next meeting soon. As Diju muttered to himself, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. When the clan leader of the dragons ordered all the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for a young man called Duanlingtian. Duanlingtian was still in the Cloud Continent. Duanlingtian, on the other hand, was still on Cloud Continent. He was staying in the remote canyon where Sword Saint Feng Qinyang had left his inheritance. However, Duanlingtian was currently sitting cross-legged in the air, facing the word sword on the mountain wall. His eyes were closed, and a sharp aura was faintly exuding from his body. He sat there like a sword that had not been drawn out of its scabbard. Young master has been sitting like this for half a year. Will something happen to him? Within the canyon, Xiong Quan asked worriedly. His aura is stable, and he doesn't seem to be in trouble. Moreover, during this half a year, the sharp sword aura on his body has become denser and denser. Come to think of it, he must have comprehended the word sword. At the same time that Feng Wu Dao spoke, he looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. He can't be judged by common sense. Sima Changfeng said. He had always had confidence in Duanlingtian, whether it was in the past or now. At this moment, Sima Changfeng looked at Duanlingtian with a complicated gaze. Among the people present on the scene, he and Duanlingtian were the first to come into contact with Duanlingtian. He had personally witnessed Duanlingtian from a young man to today, standing at the peak of Cloud Continent. He had even left Cloud Continent to make his way to the faraway Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duanlingtian left with Diju, there was a slim chance of survival. Even he was not certain that Duanlingtian would be able to return. At that time, his heart was filled with worry. However, in the end, Duanlingtian still managed to return. This made him realize how lucky Duanlingtian was. Due to this reason, although Duanlingtian's situation during this half a year was a little strange, he did not think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Duanlingtian was never a person who could be judged by common sense. He's awake, Chun Xiao Shui suddenly cried out. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Duanlingtian. At this moment, Duanlingtian had already stood up. He stood in the air, and his entire body began to sway. In the beginning, he did not seem to be moving at all. Later on, he seemed to be moving. Every single movement he made caused the air to tremble. He's not awake. He seems to have entered a state of enlightenment. Feng Wu Dao exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, the others also noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duanlingtian did not open his eyes at all. It was to the extent that he was not affected by external objects at all. He was minding his own business as he moved. Every single movement he made seemed to be very smooth. For the entire day and night, Duanlingtian's movements did not stop at all. It was as though he did not know the concept of fatigue at all. Although Duanlingtian did not have a weapon in his hand, everyone present could see that Duanlingtian was deducing his sword technique with every move he made. A set of sword technique that seemed to be moving at all from the beginning to the stage where it seemed to be moving at all. However, in the end, Feng Wu Dao and the others could not understand it at all. This was because they noticed that Duanlingtian's sword technique was actually getting worse and worse as he practiced. In the end, it was even worse than when he was moving at all. In the end, it was only the most basic moves, slashing, stabbing, and slicing. What's going on? The crowd who had been observing Duanlingtian for the entire day could not help but look at each other when they saw this. No one could tell what was going on with Duanlingtian. In the end, Gold Thug muttered softly. Could it be that this is what they mean by turning the simple into the complicated and the complicated into the simple? Gold Thug's original form was a golden hellhound, and the golden hellhound clan had a long history of inheritance. Therefore, Gold Thug knew more than anyone else present. However, not many people heard Gold Thug's mutterings. This was because everyone's attention was now on Duan Lingtian. It seems like he's going to sit down again. At the same time that Nan Gongyi exclaimed softly, Duan Lingtian, who was high up in the sky, also stopped moving and sat down with his legs crossed in the air again. At the same time, the crowd noticed that Duan Lingtian placed his hands on his knees, as though he was holding a sword. However, there was no sword in his hands. There was only air in his hands. I don't understand. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head with a puzzled expression on his face. In fact, he was not the only one who did not understand. Most of the others did not understand as well. Gold Thug was the only one who stared at Duan Lingtian's back as though he was deep in thought. Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was currently in a strange state. Ever since he realized that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was really a legend of the Tao martial saint land. His attitude toward the word sword, left behind by Feng Qingyang, had undergone a subtle change. Previously, he had been staring at the word sword intently without closing his eyes for even a moment. A day had passed, and he still could not figure out anything. 2 days had passed, and he still could not figure out anything. 3 days had passed, and it was still the same. The days passed one after another. On the 10th day, Duan Lingtian was still persevering. On the 11th day, Duan Lingtian vaguely caught a glimpse of something from the word sword. It was difficult to describe, but it was very subtle. Its existence seemed to have opened a door to another realm for Duan Lingtian. Of course, the realm mentioned here was the realm of the Sword Tao. At this moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes as he began to comprehend the additional thing that had appeared in his mind. Half a year had passed since he closed his eyes. Naturally, he did not know that half a year had passed. This was because he had only done one thing in this half a year, and that was to comprehend the additional thing that had appeared in his mind. The additional thing could be considered as information or something else. It was difficult to describe it with words. Half a year later, Duan Lingtian unconsciously performed the strange sword technique for a day and a night. When he was done and sat down cross-legged again, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. There was not much information, but it gave Duan Lingtian a strong sense of oppression. Descendant, congratulations. You have obtained the recognition of the divine consciousness that I left behind. A voice accompanied the piece of information. It did not ring in Duan Lingtian's ears, but seemed to be constantly reverberating in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who are you? Faced with this situation, Duan Lingtian naturally panicked. He wanted to open his eyes and wake up, but he found that he seemed to have lost control of his body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with panic. Who am I? Didn't you see the message I left beside the word sword? The voice sounded again. You are Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian was frightened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's communication with the voice was limited to the communication between souls. At least you are not too stupid. Otherwise, I would really have to consider whether to let you be my successor. The voice sounded extremely indifferent. Your successor? Duan Lingtian was stunned. For a moment, he did not react to the situation. I don't have time to talk to you. This is only the divine consciousness I left behind on the word sword. Once it is released, it won't last for long. Now, I'll pass the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to you. I hope you won't ruin my reputation. The voice sounded again. In the end, it no longer spoke. The Sovereign Heart Sword? Before Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he felt a vast amount of information gushing into his mind like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the end, he could not take it anymore and completely lost consciousness. Outside, Feng Wudao and the others were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure that was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly falling. Young master! Xiong Quan was the first to rush out and caught Duan Lingtian before putting him down. A group of people immediately surrounded them and looked at the unconscious Duan Lingtian worriedly. Duan Lingtian laid there for 9 days and 9 nights. Fortunately, during these 9 days and 9 nights, everyone was certain there was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian's body. Otherwise, who knew how anxious they would be? After 9 days and 9 nights, although Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he was not in a hurry to wake up. I seem to have had a dream. I dreamt of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He said he would pass the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. When this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he discovered some information had appeared in his mind. Sovereign Heart Sword? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he read the information. Isn't that a dream? Don't tell me it's real? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he opened his eyes and woke up. He stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh. Chapter 1541. When he felt a sharp pain in his leg, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not dreaming. All of this was real. He had really obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, which the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang called the Supreme Sword Principle Mental Cultivation Method. What is this Sovereign Heart Sword? Is it a cultivation method or a martial arts technique? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian began to search through the additional information in his mind. After a while, he had a certain understanding of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was not a cultivation method or a martial arts technique. It was a sword cultivator's heart cultivation method. If one wished to cultivate the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Where the heart was, the sword would be. Where the heart was, metal and stone would split. That was the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Lingtian read the last part of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could not help but be stunned. When the Sovereign Heart Sword is cultivated to the highest level, all weapons will submit to the will of the heart. According to the notes in the content, when the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was in his prime, no one could use a weapon in front of him. This was because all weapons had to submit to him. To be more precise, they had to submit to his sword heart. The highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword was called the heart and sword as one. Even if it hasn't been cultivated to the highest level, the first few levels are still very impressive. Although it's not a martial arts technique, it's far better than a martial arts technique. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He was completely stunned by the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As he continued to read, Duan Lingtian came to the last paragraph of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Of course, there was a lot of specific cultivation content at the beginning, but Duan Lingtian did not read it carefully. He had been jumping around to see what each level of the Sovereign Heart Sword was called and what was different about each level. The summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword was not a long description. It was only a short paragraph. The Sovereign Heart Sword is my life's work. Although it's not a Saint-grade martial tactics technique, it's far more powerful than a Saint-grade martial tactics technique. Even a heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics technique can't compare to it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have cultivated the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest level. Even I only managed to cultivate the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest level 10 years before I ascended. The person who obtains the Sovereign Heart Sword will be the only successor of my Misty Rain lineage. That was the summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Rather than calling it a summary, it would be better to call it the Confession of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The moves in a heaven-class Saint-grade martial tactic are only 1/10 as powerful. Is the highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, heart and sword as one, really that incredible? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. His first thought was that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was boasting. However, when he thought about it again, he felt there was no need for Sword Saint Feng Qingyang to boast. After all, if he did, he would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, his reputation would be tarnished as well. There was no need for him to lie at all. If what he said is true, doesn't that mean I have something more precious than a heaven-class prominent Saint-grade martial tactic now? The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, his breathing quickened. He could not suppress his excitement. "Young master, you're awake?" Due to his excitement, Duan Lingtian sat up unknowingly. It did not take long before Xiong Quan was alerted. At once, the others were alerted as well. "Lingtian boy, are you all right?" Feng Wu Dao asked with concern. "Duan Lingtian, how do you feel?" The others also looked at Duan Lingtian with concern on their faces. Faced with the group of people's concern, Duan Lingtian felt warm in his heart. He shook his head lightly and said, "I'm fine. Lingtian boy, you sat there for half a year without moving at all. Then you seem to have entered a state of epiphany. Did you really have an epiphany?" Feng Wu Dao asked curiously. "Yes." Duan Lingtian did not explain too much since it was not appropriate for him to say what had happened to him. He nodded in response to Feng Wu Dao's question. At once, the others looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. After all, an epiphany was something that could only be found by chance. As the saying went, once you have an epiphany, even your chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. They believed Duan Lingtian's current strength must have improved tremendously. Boom! When the group of people surrounded Duan Lingtian and did not have time to disperse, a loud noise suddenly sounded. It shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Instantly, everyone looked at the source of the noise in unison. In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian, who was slightly stunned, the expressions of everyone else changed greatly. What's going on? Under the gazes of everyone present, the word sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind on the mountain wall actually started to crack. To be more precise, it was the mountain wall that started to crack. In the blink of an eye, the mountain wall was densely covered in cracks. It was like a spider web that overlapped and covered the mountain wall. The word sword was already extremely blurry. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Subsequently, a scene that shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian, appeared. After the mountain wall cracked into numerous cracks, countless material azure sword chi shot out from within and swept towards the surrounding mountain wall, completely mincing the surrounding mountain wall into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. As a large part of the mountain wall was minced into powder, the mountain rocks in the sky turned into powder that spread out and covered the ground before it smashed heavily on the ground. It lifted a huge cloud of dust that resembled a mushroom cloud. Due to their shock, Duan Lingtian and the others did not have time to block the dust. Soon after, they were covered in dust and were covered in dust. What's going on? Feng Wu Dao and the others were dumbfounded. Only Duan Lingtian was lost in thought when he saw the mountain wall with the word sword no longer existed. Could it be that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind the word sword to look for the successor of the sovereign heart sword? At the end of the content of the sovereign heart sword, he seemed to have mentioned that the person who obtained the sovereign heart sword would be the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Didn't he leave behind similar legacies in the other two mortal continents? Why would he say that I'm the only successor? Could it be that after I obtained his recognition and became the successor of the sovereign heart sword, not only my cloud continent, but even the mountain walls with the word sword on the other two mortal continents no longer exist? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he thought about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only guessing. He was not certain. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that while he was watching the mountain wall with the word sword turn into ashes, the same thing was happening somewhere in the other two mortal continents as well. On one of the mortal continents, nobody had discovered the mountain wall yet. However, on the other mortal continent, someone had discovered it. Moreover, it was a sect that discovered it and immediately listed it as their sect's saint land. However, this day was destined to be an unforgettable day for the people in the sect. This was because their sect's saint land had turned into ashes for no reason. Initially, it was a disciple guarding the saint land who discovered the mountain wall with the word sword had cracked. In the end, everyone, including the senior officials of the sect in the saint land, witnessed the unforgettable scene with their own eyes. After the saint wall of their sect's saint land cracked open, countless solidified sword chi shot out and turned the Saint Wall into ashes. The Saint Wall has collapsed, and the Saint Land is destroyed. Could it be that the heavens are punishing us for occupying this place? The senior officials of the sect who witnessed this with their own eyes had a heavy heart. In the past, even the strongest powerhouse in their sect could not leave a mark on the Saint Wall. However, the Saint Wall had turned into ashes out of thin air at this moment. If this was not a punishment from the heavens, then what was it? Was there anyone in this world who had such ridiculous strength? However, it did not cross their minds that all of this happened because the peerless powerhouse who left behind the so-called Saint Wall had found his successor, his only successor. Since his successor had been found, there was no need for the mountain wall with the word sword anymore. One could imagine that if they knew the reason, they would definitely hunt Duan Lingtian down from afar to make Duan Lingtian return their Saint Land. The mountain wall with the word sword had turned into ashes, and the word Sword Canyon only existed in name. Duan Lingtian and the others stood facing each other in the sky above the canyon. Everyone, I'm going to return to the Tao Martial Saint Land's Moon Illumination sect immediately. I wonder what all of you plan to do. Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others. Put aside the fact that there was nothing left on Cloud Continent that he cared about. His two fiancées who were nowhere to be found filled his heart with worry. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Wu Dao and the others fell silent. They had spent the past few years on Half Moon Island. To a certain extent, they had gotten used to the life on Half Moon Island. Now that Half Moon Island had turned into ruins, they would have to take a huge risk even if they returned. At this moment, they really did not have any plans. Duan Lingtian, what kind of place is the Tao Martial Saint Land? Chun Xiao Shui was the first to speak. He asked Duan Lingtian this question the moment he opened his mouth. Tao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he told them what he knew about the Tao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he also told them about his current situation. If all of you want to go to the Tao Martial Saint Land, you can come with me. With my senior brother around, it won't be difficult to find a place for all of you to stay. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, Feng Wu Dao and the others had long been attracted by the Tao Martial Saint Land that Duan Lingtian mentioned. Apart from the fact that the gravity in the Tao Martial Saint Land was more exaggerated, the mortal continents like Cloud Continent could not compare to it at all. Over there, even powerhouses like Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors were nothing. The cultivation environment, the Saint Stones, and the Saint-grade martial tactics there attracted Feng Wu Dao and the others. Duan Lingtian, are you also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now? Chapter 1542. From Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Chun Xiao Shui, learned about the existence of the mortal shedding stage martial cultivators in the Tao Martial Saint Land. They knew that it was above the Emperor Wu stage and the Demon Emperor stage. Mortal shedding stage? Upon hearing Chun Xiao Shui's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. How's that possible? Feng Wu Dao and the others did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. If you're not at the mortal shedding stage, how could you be so fast when you brought us back? That's right. The speed you brought us back was too ridiculous. It was so fast that I couldn't even see what was going on outside. Duan Lingtian, are you kidding? Although I haven't broken through to the Emperor stage, I know that even those at the peak of the Emperor stage can't have such speed. Everyone expressed their disbelief. I only said I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. I didn't say I'm still at the Emperor stage. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and continued to shake his head. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. In the end, Feng Wu Dao was the first to react. He asked in shock, Don't tell me, you've already surpassed the mortal shedding stage and broken through to a higher stage? The moment Feng Wu Dao's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage now. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian introduced the cultivation levels in the Dao Martial Saint Land to Feng Wu Dao and the others. At once, Feng Wu Dao and the others learned that the Saint Rudiment stage was the cultivation level above the Mortal Shedding stage. Moreover, they also learned about the specific differences between the Mortal Shedding stage and the Saint Rudiment stage. The Perfection Saint Rudiment stage was the fourth stage of the Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Wu Dao and the others were stunned when they learned that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved so much in just 3 years. When they came back to their senses, their breathing became rapid. The cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land is so ridiculous? Chun Xiao Shui exclaimed. That's right. Although your innate talent is high, Duan Lingtian, this improvement is just too ridiculous. Although my innate talent can't be compared to yours, even if it's only 1/10 of yours, my cultivation base will still improve a lot in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nan Gongyi added. Although Nan Gongchun did not say anything, his burning gaze clearly represented his thoughts. Even Feng Wu Dao and the others were filled with anticipation and longing for the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that Feng Wu Dao and the others had already made a choice. The reason why they made such a choice was naturally the same as what Nan Gongyi had said. They felt that the cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land would allow him to improve by leaps and bounds in just 3 years. Little did he know that the reason why his cultivation had increased so much was mainly because of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Most likely it was because of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, it was not convenient for him to mention the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was not that he was being selfish, but he had scruples in his heart. It was just like how he did not tell Bai Li Hong previously. Since Feng Wu Dao and the others were willing to sacrifice their lives for him, naturally, he was not worried that they would betray him. However, sometimes, under the effect of some soul-searching spiritual energy secret tactic, their actions were out of their control. This was what Duan Lingtian was most worried about. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian saw the desire in Feng Wu Dao and the others' eyes to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not pour cold water on them. Moreover, although the cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land was not as ridiculous as they had imagined, it was still much better compared to the Cloud Continent. Especially in the Moon Illumination sect, the cultivation environment was much better than the cultivation environment of an ordinary 9th rate or 8th rate force. Ling Tian boy, since you've gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, do you have any news about Wu'er? Feng Wu Dao, who longed for the Dao Martial Saint Land, could not help but think of his daughter who had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land a long time ago. At once, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a yearning look in his eyes, Uncle Feng, the Dao Martial Saint Land is so big that the Cloud Continent can't compare to it. However, I'm guessing the group of people who brought Tian Wu away must not be from any major forces. I've already asked my senior brother in the Dao Martial Saint Land to use his connections to help look for Tian Wu. If there's any news, my senior brother will inform me immediately. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not forget about Feng Tianwu. Due to this reason, not long after Bai Li Hong had acknowledged him as junior brother, he had asked Bai Li Hong to help look for Tian Wu. Bai Li Hong had also mobilized all his connections to look for Tian Wu in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master, his connections were still limited. He could only look for those 7th rate, 8th rate, and 9th rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If Feng Tianwu happened to be in a 6th rate force or a force that was even more powerful, unless Feng Tianwu stood out in that force and became famous, it would be difficult for Bai Li Hong to find out where Feng Tianwu was with his connections. Even if he searched through all the 7th rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would take a long time, let alone those 8th rate and 9th rate forces. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Wu Dao nodded. He seemed to be relieved, but his heart was heavy. In the past, although he knew his daughter had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was not too worried because he did not know much about the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, after he learned about the Dao Martial Saint Land, he could not help but feel worried. The Dao Martial Saint Land was even more cruel than the Cloud Continent. There, the top powerhouses on the Cloud Continent, such as Emperor Wu and the Demon Emperor, were at the bottom of the pyramid and were easily stepped on. Since Feng Wu Dao and the others had made up their minds, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay on the Cloud Continent any longer. However, before that, he had some things to do. Uncle Feng, teacher, wait for me here for a while. I have something to do, but I'll be back soon. After notifying Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others, Duan Lingtian vanished before their eyes at the first possible moment, and he used his fastest speed to head all the way south. Duan Lingtian was currently a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, so it only took him a dozen breaths of time to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at full speed. He only had one purpose in returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and that was to inform his family and friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom about his whereabouts. If Little Fair, Little Gold, and the others really went to look for Xuanai, they'll definitely come back. At that time, if they find out that Half Moon Island has been reduced to ruins, with Little Fei Er's intelligence, she'll definitely think of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to ask about it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City and told his family and friends about his whereabouts in private. It did not take him too long to complete all of this. After another dozen breaths of time, Duan Lingtian returned to the place where Feng Wu Dao and the others were waiting. After greeting them, he led them all the way north and soon left the Cloud Continent. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not head in the direction of Half Moon Island. Instead, he took a big detour. Who knew if Diju was still waiting for him on Half Moon Island? He did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of leaving a backup plan when he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He did not have the chance to leave a trace on Half Moon Island to inform Li Fei about his whereabouts. When he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, not only did he tell his family and friends about his whereabouts verbally, but he also left behind a voice transmission jade slip. It contained the words he told Li Fei about his whereabouts and the things that happened after he returned, including the kidnapping of Kerr. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had never been to Half Moon Island, he did not know that the original Half Moon Island had completely sunk and no longer existed. Just when Duan Lingtian brought Feng Wu Dao and the others back to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Somewhere in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a group of 4 travel-worn people was approaching a mountain that was shrouded in clouds and mist. The moment they approached the mountain, the 4 of them were stopped before they could even pass through the clouds and mist. The people who stopped them were 3 middle-aged men dressed in blue uniforms and 2 young men dressed in casual clothes. Of the 2 young men, one of them wore embroidered clothes, and his every movement revealed the temperament of a profligate son of a wealthy family. The other one wore coarse clothes, and he seemed to be a foil to the former. He followed closely behind the former, and it was obvious that he was an errand boy. The young man in embroidered clothes was also the leader of the 5 of them. "Who's there? How dare you trespass into my Greenwave Han mansion?" The young man in embroidered clothes said lazily. From the moment he appeared until now, he did not even look at the 4 of them. "Young master, it's a supreme product, a supreme product." The moment the young man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, a flattering voice resonated in his ears. "What a pity it's a pregnant woman. Supreme product?" When the young man in embroidered clothes heard this flattering voice, he immediately lifted his head and began to size up the 4 of them. His gaze was soon attracted by one of them. This was a woman with a seductive figure and an angelic face. Her peerless beauty seemed to be able to overshadow everything in her surroundings. Most importantly, her temperament was exceptionally attractive. He had seen many beauties before, but this was his first time seeing one who was so beautiful and had such a temperament. So what if she's a pregnant woman? The young man in embroidered clothes glanced at the woman's slightly protruding belly and scoffed at his lackey's words. "I, Han Jin Yen, have seen many women, but I've never tasted a pregnant woman before, especially one who's so beautiful and has such a temperament. How should I address you, miss?" Han Jin Yen's expression changed instantly. From the initial indifference to the current enthusiasm, it only took a blink of an eye. Most importantly, although Han Jinyan had lustful thoughts in his heart, he did not show it on his face or in his eyes. The lustful gleam in the depths of his eyes flashed before it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1543. This was also Han Jinyan's habit. Usually, he would treat the woman he had taken a liking to with respect in the beginning. It was only when he realized he could not get what he wanted that he would turn hostile and use force to force the woman he had taken a liking to submit to him. From the past until now, he had never failed. "Who are you?" At this moment, 3 short figures stood in front of Han Jinyan in unison, blocking his view. A little boy and 2 little girls were looking at Han Jinyan warily. When Han Jinyan saw the 3 little kids blocking his view of the beauty, his face turned grave immediately. However, when he remembered he had to maintain a good impression in front of the beauty, a smile bloomed on his face. "I'm Han Jinyan from Greenwave Han Mansion. Humph, my young master is the most beloved grandson of the Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder." At this moment, the lackey behind Han Jinyan chimed in. At the same time, the other 3 middle-aged men who were dressed in uniforms looked at the pregnant beauty with a hint of pity in their eyes. They could tell Han Jinyan had taken a liking to this woman. As far as they knew, none of the women whom Han Jinyan had taken a liking to would be able to escape from his grasp. Although they could not stand it, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Han Jinyan was the only grandson of their Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder. Moreover, just like what the lackey beside Han Jinyan had said, Han Jinyan was indeed the most beloved grandson of their Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder. Their Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder had a transcendent position in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Even the current mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion had to address him respectfully as clan uncle. "So you're the big pervert Han Jinyan that Sister Xuanai mentioned." The golden-clad little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade nodded as realization dawned on her. When the lackey behind Han Jinyan heard the little girl's words, his expression turned grave immediately. He could not help but shudder. What did this little girl say? Sister Xuanai? Was she referring to the eldest young miss of their Greenwave Han Mansion who was doted on by everyone? The little she-devil whose name made everyone in Greenwave Han Mansion turn pale? "You know Xuanai?" Upon hearing the little girl's words, Han Jinyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. A trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. In the Greenwave Han Mansion, there were only a handful of people who could make him feel apprehensive. However, that eldest young miss was one of them. In the past, he had often been teased by that young miss. At the same time, Han Jinyan's face darkened. The little girl had called him a big pervert, which had completely ruined his image in front of the beauty. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a green figure appeared out of thin air nearby. It was an old woman in green clothes. Standing there, it was as if he had become one with the heavens and earth. Lady Qing knew. Seeing the old woman, the 3 middle-aged men in uniforms immediately bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. "They are eldest Mrs. Friends. You can leave now." The green-clothed old woman was precisely that Qing Nu who followed by Han Xuanai's side in the past. Qing Nu glanced indifferently at the 3 middle-aged men as she spoke. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the 3 middle-aged men immediately left. At the same time, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of that good-for-nothing rich kid. Young Master Jin Yen. After asking the 3 of them to leave, Qing Nu glanced at Han Jinyan indifferently and greeted him perfunctorily. "Qing Nu, are they really Xuanai's friends?" Han Jinyan asked with a frown. "Why, young Master Jinyan, are you going to ask eldest Miss personally?" Qing Nu's tone was laced with sarcasm. It was as though she was not very respectful to Han Jinyan, this young master. "There's no need for that." A cold gleam flashed in Han Jinyan's eyes as he shook his head. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to see that little devil. Whoosh! At this moment, Qing Nu waved her hand. The air trembled as a profound energy flashed past. Then, whether it was Qing Nu, that peerless beauty, the two little girls or one little girl, all of them disappeared without a trace. At the same time, only Han Jinyan and his lackeys were left at the scene. "Young master, let's go back." The lackeys seemed to have noticed that Han Jinyan was in a bad mood, so they suggested to him, "Go back and investigate the background of those people. The most important thing is that woman. I must have that woman." Now that there was no one else around, Han Jinyan no longer bothered to conceal his desires. An uncontrollable lust could be seen in his eyes. "Young master, why don't we just forget about it? Lord Qing Nu also said that she's Miss Xue Nai's friend. If you lay a finger on her, I'm afraid Miss Xue Nai won't let this go easily." The lackeys seemed to be afraid of the Miss Xue Nai that Han Jinyan mentioned. Every time he mentioned her, his body would tremble. "Humph! So what if she won't let this go? Do you think she can kill me? Put aside the fact that she might not have the strength to do so. Even if she does, I don't believe she'll kill me for an outsider." Han Jinyan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Even so, Miss Xue Nai isn't easy to deal with." The lackeys smiled wryly. "You don't have to say any more. I must get that woman no matter what. As long as I can get her, it doesn't matter even if my life is shortened by a few years. Let alone that little devil's meaningless pranks." Han Jinyan raised his hand to stop the lackeys from continuing. When the lackeys heard this, he did not say anything else. This was because he knew that once his master had decided on something, nobody could change his mind. On the other hand, the four travel-worn people were led by Qing Nu to the mountain forest that was shrouded in clouds and mist. That place was a vast piece of land with numerous buildings standing on it. It was like a small kingdom behind the clouds and mist. This was the Greenwave Han Mansion. The travel-worn people were none other than Li Fei, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had traveled all the way here from Half Moon Island. When Li Fei left Half Moon Island, although she was worried about Ker's safety, she knew her strength was weak. Even if she went back, she would only be courting death. If she was alone, she would choose to go back and live and die with Ker even if she died. However, she was not alone now. There was a child in her womb. It was the child of her and the man she loved. For this reason, under such circumstances, she obeyed Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's decision and came to the Greenwave Han Mansion in the Dao Marshall Saint Land to ask for help. Naturally, it was not easy for them to travel all the way here. It took them almost a year. However, they had finally arrived at their destination. Sister Fei Soon after, Li Fei and the others saw Han Xuanai. When Han Xuanai saw Li Fei, her eyes lit up immediately. She welcomed her enthusiastically and held Li Fei's hand. "Sister Fei why are you here? Xuanai, you've changed a lot." Seeing Han Xuanai again, even Li Fei could not help but be stunned. After her cultivation base had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, Han Xuanai's appearance was no longer restricted by her cultivation method. She gradually grew from a young girl to a great beauty. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Li Fei at all. Han Xuanai giggled. Then, she glanced behind her and asked Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, "Why is it only the three of you? Where's Sister Ker?" Sigh. Li Fei sighed. When she heard Han Xuanai mention Ker, a worried expression appeared on her face. During this journey, she was most worried about Ker's safety. What's wrong? What happened? Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly. She also felt that something was not right. Sister Xuanai, Half Moon Island. At this moment, Little Gold opened her mouth angrily and told her everything that happened after Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, came to Half Moon Island. In the end, she said sadly, "Right now, we don't know if Sister Ker and the others are still alive or not. Sister Xuanai, you must save them." Almost a year ago, Han Xuanai's heart felt heavy. It had been almost a year since the incident. It was not certain if the remaining people were still alive. Moreover, when she heard that it was done by Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, she felt helpless. As the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, she had naturally heard of Diju before. She knew that he was one of the 2 five-clawed golden dragons in the Greenwave Han Mansion. He was very powerful. Even in their Greenwave Han Mansion, there were only a handful of people who could be compared to him. If it was just Diju alone, it would be fine. However, the problem was that Diju had all the dragons behind him. Among the dragons, there was no lack of existences whose strength was far more powerful than Diju. Sister Fei, don't worry about your pregnancy. Leave this matter to me. All of you have been on your way. Follow Qing Nu down to rest first. Han Shuanai looked at Qing Nu as she spoke to Li Fei. Without waiting for Han Shuanai's order, Qing Nu waved her hand again and brought Li Fei and the 3 little fellows down. She did not even wait for Li Fei to reply to Han Shuanai. Diju, 5-clawed golden dragon. Dragons, I'm afraid even father won't be able to intervene in this matter. I can only look for master. I hope she's not in closed-door cultivation. When Han Shuanai reached the end of her sentence, her heart could not help but clench. This time, even if master is in closed-door cultivation, I'll still have to wake her up. This matter concerns Sister Ker's safety. I can't let anything happen to her. I've already lost Brother Ling Tian, but I can't lose Sister Ker no matter what. Otherwise, how am I going to face Brother Ling Tian when I see him in the future? Based on Han Shuanai's words, it seemed as though she had already confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound. The reason she could confirm this was because of her master. The moment Han Shuanai thought of this, she left the huge mansion she was living in and flew up into the sky. She headed straight to the depths of the mountains in the north of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Chapter 1544. On the way back to the Moon Illumination sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian's heart grew heavier and heavier. Now, he was thinking about his 2 fiancées all the time. Ker was fine since he could confirm her safety for now. As for Li Fei, although he guessed she and the 3 little fellows had gone to look for Xuanai, the journey from Cloud Continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land was extremely dangerous. Would they be able to arrive safely? He was extremely worried about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even have the mood to read the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, even if he did not read the Sovereign Heart Sword in detail, Duan Lingtian's current sword Dao had already reached the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That half a year of meditation was not for nothing. As for the sword technique he performed as though he had an epiphany, it went from simple to complicated and from complicated to simple again. This was the interpretation of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the Sword in the Heart. Although it was only the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in terms of power, it had already surpassed the highest stage of the Aerolite Strike that Duan Lingtian had cultivated. Naturally, the prerequisite was that he did not rely on the energy of the Saint inscriptions when he cast the Aerolite Strike. In other words, the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword had already surpassed the highest stage of the human rank top Saint grade martial tactics offensive technique. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from some imminent Saint stage powerhouses, he was confident he could defeat or even kill other martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was still very safe for him to bring Feng Wu Dao and the others along. Soon after, he brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the entrance of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already a popular person in the Moon Illumination Sect. Due to this reason, the few outer court disciples guarding the entrance greeted him respectfully as Senior Brother Duan when they saw him and welcomed him in respectfully. They did not even check Feng Wu Dao and the others. What a joke! Not only was this Senior Brother Duan an outstanding talent among the younger generation in the Moon Illumination Sect, but he was also elder by Li Hong's junior brother. How would they dare to stop him from bringing people into the sect? Duan Lingtian, those Moon Illumination Sect's disciples seem to respect you a lot, Chun Xiao Shui said in surprise. The others were more or less surprised. Earlier, they could see that the respect the few Moon Illumination Sect's disciples had for Duan Lingtian came from the bottom of their hearts. Especially when they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with admiration for the strong, For a moment, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to achieve so much in the Moon Illumination sect in just 3 years. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had only entered the Moon Illumination sect for less than a year, they would most likely be dumbstruck. Senior Duan. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. Along the way, Feng Wu Dao and the others were numb to the greetings of Dao venerables. When Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others through the outer court, almost all the outer court disciples they met along the way greeted and bowed at him. Due to the fact that he was not in a good mood, Duan Lingtian merely nodded his head nonchalantly when the group of outer court disciples greeted him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others into the inner court and into Bai Li Hong's mansion. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, he went to look for Bai Li Hong immediately. "Junior brother, why are you back so soon?" Bai Li Hong was surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. Was his junior brother not going back to accompany his 2 sisters-in-law to give birth? "Did my 2 sisters-in-law give birth when you returned? Did my nephew and them come with you?" Bai Li Hong asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Senior brother." When Duan Lingtian heard Bai Li Hong mentioning his 2 fiancées, the worry that he had put down resurfaced in his heart again. He could not help but tremble. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally replied to Bai Li Hong. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Bai Li Hong asked hastily when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression had turned grave. Faced with Bai Li Hong, who was worried about him, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Then, he told Bai Li Hong everything that had happened. "Dragons? 5-clawed golden dragon?" After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave. Although his knowledge of dragons was based on written records, it was still a legend. However, the Dragon Clan in the written records was an extremely terrifying force. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, very few forces were willing to offend the Dragon Clan. Especially after he found out how powerful Diju was, Bai Li Hong felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. According to his junior brother's description, Diju's strength was even higher than the few Saint Stage powerhouses in their Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, Bai Li Hong also learned about Qi Mei. Junior brother, since Qi Mei is sisters-in-law's twin sister, and she's so kind to sisters-in-law, I'm sure she won't harm sisters-in-law. However, I've never heard of Zoroastrianism before. Bai Li Hong comforted Duan Lingtian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but shake his head. As for the other sisters-in-law, since she's your sweetheart and is pregnant with your child, I'm sure she's a blessed person. You don't have to worry too much, junior brother. Bai Li Hong added. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian's expression softened when he heard his words, he struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade Duan Lingtian and comfort Duan Lingtian. One must admit that Bai Li Hong was indeed a wily old fox. In the end, he managed to calm Duan Lingtian down a lot. "Senior brother, I've brought some seniors and friends with me this time." Soon after, Duan Lingtian told Bai Li Hong about Feng Wu Dao and the others. Bai Li Hong was very straightforward. "Just let them stay at my place. I don't have anything else here except for a lot of empty houses. Since they're your seniors and friends, they're naturally my friends as well." "Thank you, senior brother." Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. "Junior brother, you're here again," Bai Li Hong said with a slightly displeased expression on his face. I forgot. I won't thank you again if I need your help again, senior brother." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. "Let's go. Bring me to meet your seniors and friends," Bai Li Hong said. "It would be rude if I, as the host, didn't go and greet my friends who came from afar." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong went to meet Feng Wu Dao and the others. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong, they were dumbfounded. Although they had heard from Duan Lingtian that he had a senior brother in the Moon Illumination sect, and his senior brother's position in the sect was quite high, they thought Duan Lingtian's senior brother was the son or disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. It did not cross their minds that it would be a white-haired old man. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was not a simple person. Everyone, since all of you are my junior brothers, seniors, and friends, naturally you're my friends as well. From today onward, all of you will stay here. I'll apply for an identity token for all of you tomorrow. From tomorrow onward, all of you will be inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Lihong smiled as he spoke to Feng Wudao and the others. Inner court disciples? Although they knew Bai Lihong was not a simple person, Feng Wudao and the others were still stunned when they heard his words. They were inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect. They had heard from Duan Lingtian everything about the Moon Illumination sect on their way here. They knew the inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Even the weakest outer court disciples were at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. However, they had not even entered the Mortal Shedding stage, and yet they became inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Don't tell me he's the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? Chun Xiao Shuai looked at Nangong Yi and asked through voice transmission in shock. Even if he's not the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he must be someone with great influence in the Moon Illumination sect. Otherwise, how could he be so capable? Nangong Yi, who was stunned, regained his senses when he heard Chun Xiao Shuai's voice transmission and replied. While Feng Wudao and the others were still in shock from Bai Lihong's words, Bai Lihong raised his hand and took out a huge pile of 6th-grade saint stones. Take these 6th-grade saint stones as my meeting gift to all of you. Also, I'll apply for a crystal card for all of you tomorrow. At that time, I'll transfer some merit points to all of you so you can exchange them for saint-grade martial tactics and pills at the Merit Pavilion. As for the saint weapons, I'll personally customize them for all of you. Bai Lihong smiled. Feng Wudao and the others thanked him immediately when they heard his words. Naturally, they did not know how big the meeting gift from Bai Lihong was. The last promise was enough to make half of the people in the Moon Illumination sect jealous. The saint weapons that Bai Lihong customized for them were undoubtedly inscribed with the most suitable saint inscriptions for them. Once they used such a saint weapon, their strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1. All of you must be tired from the journey, so I won't disturb your rest. After bidding farewell to Feng Wudao and the others and Duan Lingtian, Bai Lihong left. After Bai Lihong left, Feng Wudao and the others looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. Feng Wudao took the lead and asked, Lingtian boy, who's your senior brother exactly? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me your senior brother is the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. Chun Xiao Shuai asked as well. My senior brother is an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. However, due to some reason, my senior brother's position in the Moon Illumination sect is extraordinary. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to slight him when he sees him. Chapter 1545. As for the reason, I can't explain it to you in a short time. However, you'll find out when you stay in the Moon Illumination sect longer. Duan Lingtian added. Duan Lingtian was touched when he recalled the welcome gift his senior brother Bai Lihong mentioned earlier. His senior brother had arranged everything for him. What Feng Wudao and the others lacked the most when they came to the Dao Martial Saint Land was all kinds of cultivation resources. The welcome gift his senior brother mentioned earlier had undoubtedly solved this problem completely. Uncle Feng, teacher, all of you should have a good rest. Have a good rest today. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Duan Lingtian finished speaking to Feng Wudao and the others. Under the puzzled gaze of Feng Wudao and the others, Duan Lingtian bade farewell and left. Duan Lingtian said, We still have many things to do tomorrow? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian is still the same as before. He likes to keep us in suspense. Chun Xiao Shuai and Nangong Yi began to talk at the same time. Feng Wudao and the others who had rested for a night finally found out what Duan Lingtian was talking about when they saw Bai Lihong the next day. Apart from giving each of them an inner court disciple identity token, Bai Li Hong had also given each of them a crystal card. Not only that, he had personally brought them to the merit pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect and allowed them to choose their own cultivation method to borrow. He had also recommended many Saint Grade pills for marrow cleansing and jade tokens that introduced various matters in the Tao Martial Saint Land to them. During this process, they finally understood the meaning of the merit points in the crystal cards in their hands. As it turned out, the merit points were the most important currency in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, using the merit points to borrow the Saint Grade martial tactic made them realize that the martial skills they used to cultivate on Cloud Continent were like trash compared to the Saint Grade martial tactic in the Tao Martial Saint Land. After they had tasted the sweetness of the Saint Grade pills, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they even felt that their past selves were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. A few days later, Feng Wu Dao and the rest finally found out about Bai Li Hong's identity in the Moon Illumination sect. They were dumbstruck. 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, was actually a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In fact, during the few days they had spent in the Moon Illumination sect, they had obtained a comprehensive understanding of the Tao Martial Saint Land from the jade tokens they bought from the Merit Pavilion. They found out that apart from martial cultivators, there were also Tao cultivators in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Among the martial cultivators, there was a special existence known as the Saint Inscription Master. Among the Tao cultivators, there was also a special group of existences known as Tao Talisman Masters. In the 9 sect alliances that they were currently in, a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was the highest-ranked Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9 sect alliances district, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this, the 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters had a special status in the 9 sect alliances district. Due to this reason, when they found out that Bai Li Hong was one of the 3-star Saint Inscription Masters and the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, they were shocked. At this moment, they finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said those words earlier. That fellow Duan Lingtian, isn't this a little too exaggerated? How many years has it been since he came to the Tao Martial Saint Land? He actually managed to obtain a backer like Elder Bai Li Hong. Moreover, he even became Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Nan Gongyi said with an expression of disbelief on his face. Moreover, his words spoke the thoughts of Feng Wu Dao and the others. Even Xiong Quan, who had always been confident in Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he learned about Bai Li Hong's background. He did not expect his young master would be able to achieve such a feat in merely 3 years after coming to the Tao Martial Saint Land. As expected of my young master, Xiong Quan's heart was filled with pride. While Feng Wu Dao and the rest were shocked by Bai Li Hong's identity, many outer court disciples and inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect had also learned about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. In the past few days, at least 8 out of 10 outer court disciples and inner court disciples were talking about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. This was because they were just too dazzling. Naturally, unlike Duan Lingtian, who was dazzling in the past, Duan Lingtian had relied on his strength to gain the attention of everyone. On the other hand, Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not gain the attention of everyone because of Bai Li Hong's care. Due to this reason, many people looked down on Feng Wu Dao and the rest. They felt they had entered through the back door and became inner court disciples as soon as they entered. This caused many outer court disciples and inner court disciples to be so jealous that they were about to go crazy. A few days after Duan Lingtian returned, Lu Huan, who had just walked out of his closed-door cultivation room, also learned about the news of Duan Lingtian's return. He's actually still alive. Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. The thing he did not want to see the most had happened. Before Zhao Feng was killed by the mysterious powerhouse, he did not manage to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you're so lucky. Unless you're going to hide in the sect like a turtle, Lu Huan, will definitely make sure you die a graveless death. Lu Huan said through gritted teeth as his eyes gleamed fiercely. His words were filled with monstrous hatred. It was as though he had enmity with Duan Lingtian for killing his father and stealing his wife. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He had been sitting in his room for a few days and nights. From the beginning until the end, he had not changed his posture at all. In order not to worry Bai Lihong, he acted calmly in front of Bai Lihong. However, he still could not let it go. However, after a few days and nights, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Right now, it's useless no matter how much I think about it. The most important thing now is to raise my strength. Only by raising my strength will I have a chance to look for Kerr and snatch Kerr back. Although even the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, did not know about the existence of Zoroastrianism, Qi Mei's strength far surpassed Diju's. However, just the strength that Qi Mei displayed that far surpassed Diju was enough to show that the fire worship sect was not simple. Now that Kerr had been taken away by Qi Mei, if he wanted to snatch Kerr back in the future, he would definitely have to face the Zoroastrianism. If he was not strong enough, he might be killed before he even saw Kerr. As for Little Fei, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry when he thought about Li Fei. Logically speaking, with the three little fellows' alertness, there shouldn't be any problems when they bring Little Fei to look for Xuanai. I just hope that they didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Li Fei and the three little fellows had encountered more than one accident on their way to the Greenwave Han mansion. Fortunately, they managed to turn the misfortune into a blessing each time. Otherwise, he might not be able to see Li Fei and the three little fellows again in this lifetime. When Duan Lingtian realized that it would be a waste of time if he continued to be depressed, he immediately entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As soon as he entered, he heard Hualao's voice. "Don't worry, they're fine now." Huh? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he regained his senses and realized that Hualao was talking about Kerr and Li Fei. "Hualao, how did you know?" Seeing how serious Hualao was, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. "Don't forget about my origin. Although I'm not good at divination, I've been exposed to it a little. After being with you for so long, I think I can roughly deduce whether the people around you are a blessing or a curse." Hualao said. "Hualao, why you're not joking, right?" Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little agitated as well. He was afraid that Hualao was only comforting him. "When have I ever joked with you?" Hualao asked. "Hualao, since you've already roughly deduced, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you just watch me sit there like a fool for a few days and keep talking to myself?" Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile, while he was pleasantly surprised that Little Fei was also safe. "It's rare to see you like that. What's the harm in watching you for a few more days?" On the other hand, Duan Lingtian almost vomited blood when he heard Hualao's words. He secretly cursed this old man for being such a mischievous child. Why did he not see through him before? Huh? All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that something was calling out to him. To be more precise, it was calling out to his heart. Hualao could not help but feel puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian's solemn expression. Then, he saw Duan Lingtian walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as if he was possessed. For a moment, he could not help but follow Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only feel his heart trembling. It was an involuntary trembling that he could not control at all. When he was walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he noticed that his heartbeat was gradually calming down. However, the feeling of being called out to was getting stronger and stronger. "It seems like there's something calling out to me from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda," Duan Lingtian thought to himself before he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He could not figure it out. He had never felt this way when he was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. "What's that?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he finally knew what was calling out to him. The Jasper Celestial Sword. The thing that was calling out to him was the jasper celestial sword that had been lying quietly on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was also one of the 6 celestial treasures, hidden in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The jasper celestial sword was a celestial supreme treasure on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the past, when the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was opened, he wanted to take the jasper celestial sword for himself. However, he realized that the jasper celestial sword was too heavy. It was so heavy that he could not even lift it. After he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he purposely came here to try, but he still could not lift the jasper celestial sword. However, the jasper celestial sword was actually calling out to him. At this moment, his heart seemed to have resonated with the jasper celestial sword. Could it be because of the sovereign heart sword? Just as Duan Ling Tian was filled with doubts, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He immediately thought of this. Chapter 1546. Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility. Ever since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword, I've never entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Today is the first time I've entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword. It shouldn't be a coincidence that I've encountered such a situation. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement. How could he not be excited? The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure, just like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, it was a celestial supreme treasure that specialized in killing. If he could use it, it would definitely be better than any saint weapon. In front of a celestial supreme treasure like the Jasper Celestial Sword, even the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon ranking could not compare to it, let alone a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 9-star saint inscription. Since it's calling me, does that mean I can use it? Such a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind for no reason. The moment the thought appeared, it was difficult for him to suppress it. At the same time, under Hua Lao's shocked gaze, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was obvious that he wanted to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Hua Lao did not think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. When Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he realized that his heart had become extremely calm. The Jasper Celestial Sword also gave him an extremely intimate feeling. It was as though there was an extremely intimate connection between them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his heart had become one with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was difficult to tell them apart. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian held the Jasper Celestial Sword and exerted a little force in his hand. The force that he used was not even 1/10 of his full strength. However, it was this insignificant force that allowed him to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. That was right. As Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand gently, the Jasper Celestial Sword that seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies was easily picked up by him. When the Jasper Celestial Sword was in his hand, Duan Ling Tian felt as though it was connected by blood. Upon seeing this scene, Hua Lao was stunned. That was because even with his current strength, although he could barely pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was practically impossible for him to do it so casually. But now, the Jasper Celestial Sword was in Duan Ling Tian's hands, as if it was weightless. At this moment, Hua Lao cast the secret spiritual technique, Divine Eye, to probe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. At this moment, he desperately wanted to confirm Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. Although he knew what was going on, Duan Ling Tian's actions still shocked him. The Jasper Celestial Sword was actually picked up by him. With the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, Duan Ling Tian even had the lofty aspiration of, with a sword in hand, I can conquer the world. When Duan Ling Tian tried to infuse his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword, his expression changed completely. This was because the moment his true energy entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was as though the Jasper Celestial Sword had transformed into a bottomless pit as it greedily devoured his true energy. Even the true energy in his Qi was being devoured by the Jasper Celestial Sword through his 99 saint veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized for the first time that having more saint veins was not necessarily a good thing. With the help of the 99 saint veins, in less than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's true energy was almost completely devoured. This caused Duan Lingtian to panic for a moment, and he quickly put the Jasper Celestial Sword down. After the Jasper Celestial Sword left his hand, it stopped devouring the remaining true energy in his Qi. When he looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword again, a faint green energy could be seen on the originally plain and unadorned sword. However, the green energy did not last for long before it gradually dissipated. It absorbed all of my true energy, and it dissipated in just a short while? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he regretted being so impulsive earlier. You can actually use it? While Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, Hualao looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Disbelief was written all over his face. You're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage on this planet. You haven't even formed your true energy yet. How's it possible for you to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword? Moreover, you can actually use it. What's going on? When Hualao reached the end of his sentence, he still had a puzzled expression on his face even though he was very knowledgeable. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Hualao. Therefore, he told him about how he obtained the sovereign heart sword that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. At the same time, he also told him that he had already mastered the first stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword in the heart. I see. I didn't expect someone would be able to comprehend the sword heart on such a mundane planet. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang is considered a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. After he ascends, based on his attainments in the Sword Tao, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the Devata realms. Hualao could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He found it hard to believe. Who was Hualao? He was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. When he was at his peak, his strength was comparable to a celestial god. It was truly shocking that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang would be praised by Hualao, who was very knowledgeable. It's not exaggerated. Hualao shook his head and said solemnly, in the Devata realms, including the Jade Emperor Heaven, there's only one person who's comparable to him in the Sword Tao. Although this was the first time Duan Lingtian heard Hualao mention the Devata realms, he knew about the Jade Emperor Heaven. There were many existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven that he was familiar with. For example, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was the Jade Emperor in the ancient myths and legends of Hua Nation on Earth, where he lived in his past life. Many celestials in the ancient myths and legends were also existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Hualao was also an existence in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Based on Hualao's words, it was clear the Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of the Devata realms. That person is also from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Just like you, he's also a human from the mundane planet Yanhuang. Although the number of saint veins he opened is nothing compared to those from planet Yanhuang, he's the second person to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Hualao continued to say, "Who's he?" Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued. Not only was he comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the Sword Tao, but he had also left the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Gong Sun Xianyuan. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hua slowly spat out 4 words. Gong Sun Xianyuan? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Hualao's words. As an earthling and a citizen of Wuxia, how could he not know this name? The Yellow Emperor, Gong Sun Xianyuan, planet Yanhuang, the descendants of Yanhuang. The word Huang represented the Yellow Emperor. The descendants of Yanhuang could be said to be the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was their ancestor. Gong Sun Xianyuan used the Xianyuan sword to kill the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm outside the Jade Emperor Heaven, and became the new heavenly emperor of that Devata realm. When Hualao mentioned Gongsun Shenyuan, the Yellow Emperor, he could not help but feel awe and respect for him. He's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's legend, he had mostly heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's deeds on ancient Earth. However, he had never heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's deeds after that. Naturally, it was not something ordinary people would know. Hualao, you said the Yellow Emperor is the only person in the Devata realms you know who's comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian gasped when he recalled Hualao's words. Yes. Hualao nodded solemnly. I wonder how long ago Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. If he didn't ascend after Gongsun Shenyuan, I'm certain his strength is on par with Gongsun Shenyuan. Perhaps he has already become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Ascension. It was White Sun Ascension again. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about the White Sun Ascension. However, he did not know what it meant. Hualao, what does ascension mean? What does it have to do with Devata realms? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Ascension means that when one's strength reaches a certain level, it resonates with the Devata realm and triggers the Ascension Tribulation. Once one overcomes the Ascension Tribulation, one can enter a Devata realm through the heavenly path that is specially created for one. Hualao explained, there are a total of 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. The Jade Emperor Heaven is only one of them. For example, if people from planet Yanhuang ascend, they'll arrive at the nearest Jade Emperor Heaven. However, I don't know which Devata realm the people from this planet go to after ascending. Hualao continued to explain. When I said you'll have a chance to return to planet Yanhuang, I wasn't joking. As long as you ascend to the nearest Devata realm, you'll be able to teleport to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation between Devata realms. Once you're in the Jade Emperor Heaven, you'll be able to find a way to return to planet Yanhuang. Hualao explained in one breath. Hualao's words shocked Duan Lingtian greatly. There were 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. The Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of them? I'm afraid there are only a handful of mundane planets in the 81 Devata realms who are capable of forming the Sword Heart on a mundane planet. For this reason, don't underestimate the person who left you the Sovereign Heart Sword. Chapter 1547. Elder Hua, you keep talking about Sword Heart, but I wonder what it is? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not easy for me to explain the Sword Heart. All you need to know is that it's the peak of the Sword Tao on a mundane planet. There are countless people who have the Sword Heart in the Devata realms, but most of them have the Sword Heart in the Devata realms. It's not a big deal. After all, the cultivation environment and resources in the Devata realms are extremely good. Unless one is a sword cultivator who was born stupid, almost all of them would be able to attain the Sword Heart. However, it's a different story if one comprehended the Sword Heart on a mundane planet. Those who comprehended the Sword Heart on a mundane planet would be baptized by the divine energy of the Devata realms during their ascension to the Devata realms. Their Sword Heart would transform and become the Divine Sword Heart. In the Devata realms, those who possessed the Divine Sword Heart were all people who attained the Sword Heart on a mundane planet. As I said earlier, such people are rare even in the 81 Devata realms. Gongsun Shenyuan from the mundane planet Yen Huang planet is one of them. Feng Qingyang is also one of them. Hualao explained slowly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest the information. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. Even in the Devata realms, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a peerless Sword Tao genius. Moreover, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was from a very long time ago. According to Hualao, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a sword saint. Currently, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang might have become a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He was on par with Gongsun Shenyuan, the Yellow Emperor. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. He could not calm down for a long time. The Sovereign Heart Sword he had obtained was actually passed down by such an awesome person. According to what you said earlier, the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword that you've inherited the heart and sword amalgamation should be the stage where you've developed the sword heart. If you're able to develop the sword heart before you ascend, your future achievements won't be inferior to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and Yellow Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan. Hualao continued, and Hualao's words made Duan Lingtian inexplicably excited. The Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still fine. He didn't know much about him. However, the Yellow Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan was someone he was very familiar with. He could even be said to be his ancestor. After all, his soul came from Hua Nation on earth. He was a descendant of Hua Nation and a descendant of Yan Huang. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he would have a chance to achieve something like Gongsun Shenyuan, the ancestor of Hua Nation, he could not suppress his excitement. Now, even I'm a little envious of your good fortune. Not only did you obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's approval, but you also obtained the sovereign heart sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang passed down to you. That's a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method that can develop the sword heart on a mundane planet. Sometimes, I even wonder if you're the reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise, how could you have such good fortune? Hualao sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world from Earth in his previous life, everything he had experienced felt like a dream. However, he also knew that all of this was not a dream. It was all real. When Duan Lingtian recalled the fortuitous encounters he had encountered along the way, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Indeed, his good fortune was extraordinary. Regardless, after listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened. He learned about the heavens. He also learned about the value of the sovereign heart sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had passed down to him. Moreover, according to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message in the sovereign heart sword, he seems to be a member of the Fog Rain progeny, and I'm the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Duan Lingtian was also filled with doubts about the Fog Rain progeny since Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not explain it to him in detail. If it's possible, try your best to focus on the sovereign heart sword in the future. Only in that way will you have the chance to develop the sword heart. Of course, a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method like the sovereign heart sword will be of great help to you when you cultivate other martial arts. You don't have to worry about your other martial arts falling behind. Hualao told Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not know what Hualao meant. However, when he tried to perform the various Saint-grade martial tactics that he had learned in the past, he realized that apart from being able to perform them at will, there was also a hint of sword intent that originated from the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was similar to a martial tactic, but it was also separated from it. In fact, it was even above a martial tactic. The Sovereign Heart Sword was a technique that led to a myriad of techniques. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about his research on the Jasper Celestial Sword. Since he could already pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword and perform it at will, in his opinion, he should be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword now. However, before he tried to use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he still spent some time to replenish the true energy in his Qi. After recovering his true energy, Duan Lingtian was extremely careful when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword again. He was afraid that the situation would repeat itself and his true energy would be sucked dry by the Jasper Celestial Sword again. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was indeed able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the full strength of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even so, the strength he displayed when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword was still ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian made a rough estimation. He infused 30% of the true energy in his Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword and casually swung the sword. The strength he displayed was not inferior to the strength he displayed when he unleashed his full strength. If I infuse 50% of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm 90% confident that I can kill an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. After experimenting infusing 30% of the true energy in his Qi and 50% of the true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword and swinging the sword twice, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea. However, if it's a Saint Stage powerhouse, even if it's the weakest Saint Stage powerhouse with my current cultivation base, I might not be able to kill him even if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a Saint Stage powerhouse and a non-Saint Stage powerhouse is too huge. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. With his current cultivation base, even if he fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be able to instantly kill an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse. He might be able to threaten a Saint Stage powerhouse with just one swing of his sword, but he would not be able to kill him. However, if my cultivation base breaks through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, my Qi will expand again, and my true energy will become even more vast. At that time, if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, even an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse might not be able to withstand my sword. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. Although he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base with his current techniques. However, after he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he would only be able to defeat an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse at most even if he used all of his techniques, regardless of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a Saint Stage powerhouse and a non-Saint Stage powerhouse was too huge. Even with his techniques that far surpassed people at the same level as him and his terrifying physical strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat a Saint Stage powerhouse when he was not at the Saint Stage. However, everything would be different with the Jasper Celestial Sword. By the time he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, none of the powerhouses at the bottom of the Saint Stage would be able to withstand his sword with all of his might. However, I can't do that unless I have no other choice. After all, if I exhaust all of my true energy, I'll be like an arrow at the end of its flight. If someone manages to seize the opportunity at that time, I won't be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After experimenting for a while, 80% of the true energy in Duan Lingtian's Qi had been depleted, and he had to start recovering it again. After spending some time to recover his true energy, Duan Lingtian did not leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in a hurry. Instead, he stayed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated seriously in an attempt to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he would not be afraid of ordinary Saint Stage powerhouses with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian cultivated even more diligently. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating with all his might, there were also people in the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court who were in a bad mood. Duan Lingtian really doesn't want to come out? Lu Huan's expression was grave. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian had not left by Li Hong's mansion ever since he came back. He did not even have a chance to make a move on him. Don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue like this? Lu Huan paced back and forth with a frown on his face. His expression was so grave that it seemed like it could drip water at any time. If he stays in by Li Hong's mansion for a few years, don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue to grow like this? No, this can't go on. Lu Huan gasped and shook his head continuously as though he had gone mad. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he'll most likely be stronger than me in a few years. I can still deal with him now, but I won't be a match for him in a few years' time. Although Lu Huan was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian's innate talent in martial Dao was indeed so high that it was shocking. I can't let him continue to grow like this. Chapter 1548. A month later, a few Moon Illumination Sect's disciples found a corpse not far away from the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. There was a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple identity token hanging on the corpse's waist. Moreover, it was an inner court disciple's identity token. The entire Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar. Killing a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple near the Moon Illumination Sect, an inner court disciple on top of that, was undoubtedly a slap to the Moon Illumination sect's face. Who was so bold? When the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of the inner court disciple's death, a shocking piece of news soon arrived. The inner court disciple who was killed witnessed Elder Zhao Feng's death with his own eyes. That's why he was killed. Nobody knew where this news came from, let alone who spread it. However, this news swept through the entire Moon Illumination sect in just a few days. The Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. Elder Zhao Feng was dead? The first to be shocked were the nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion. All of them were dumbfounded when they learned about Zhao Feng's death. No wonder the sect leader came to ask us if Elder Zhao Feng told us where he went. Perhaps, the sect leader already knew something had happened to Elder Zhao Feng at that time. The group of nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion looked at each other. They could guess a lot of things at once. At the same time, many inner court elders who usually hung out with Zhao Feng also visited Zhao Feng's mansion to confirm whether this was true or not. When they learned that Zhao Feng had left for a long time and had not returned, they realized the news was not groundless. After the confirmation of these inner court elders, it did not take long for the entire Moon Illumination sect to confirm that something had happened to Zhao Feng. In the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area, smack! A teacup was smashed on the ground and shattered into pieces. The person who smashed the teacup was an old man. Currently, the old man's face was as grave as it could get. Soon after, the old man left his mansion and went to a mansion nearby. Sect leader, didn't you say nobody in the sect knows where Zhao Feng went? Why did someone spread the news that an inner court disciple had personally witnessed Zhao Feng's death and was even silenced? The person the old man was looking for was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. Jiang Wei did not look surprised when he saw that the old man had come to question him. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, the news is completely groundless. I've been investigating for a few days, but I still can't find out where the news came from or who spread it. There must be someone behind this," Jiang Wei said with certainty. "I don't care if someone is behind this. I have to get to the bottom of this matter. If Sect Master can't do anything about it, I'll investigate it myself. These old bones of mine haven't moved for a long time. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to move a little more," the old man said in a deep voice. "Martial Uncle Qian, don't worry. I will definitely find out the cause of Zhao Feng's death as soon as possible," Jiang Wei said confidently. Martial Uncle Qian, just wait for the good news. He was really worried that the old man would do it himself. He knew the old man's temper. For that illegitimate son of Zhao Feng, he could do almost anything. "Sect leader, my patience is limited." After giving Jiang Wei a deep look, the old man turned and left. After the old man left, the respectful expression on Jiang Wei's face was no longer there. It was replaced with a grave expression. Although the old man was his senior, he was still the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. The old man's threatening attitude made him feel extremely displeased. He felt like his dignity as the sect leader was being challenged. However, when he thought about the old man's strength that was not inferior to his, the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. Moreover, the old man was still the guardian of their Moon Illumination sect no matter what. He was duty-bound to help the old man. "I hope you've hidden yourself well. Otherwise, once I find you, I'll make sure you die a graveless death." The moment Jiang Wei thought about the person who spread the news of Zhao Feng's death, his expression turned grave. "Up until now, apart from myself and Martial Uncle Qian, the only person who knows about Zhao Feng's death is Lu Huan. Apart from that, I think only the person who killed Zhao Feng knows about his death." As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei was naturally very meticulous. Due to this reason, the first person he suspected was Lu Huan. One must admit that Jiang Wei was really smart. The first person he suspected was the mastermind who spread the news. However, as the mastermind, how could Lu Huan give himself away so easily? Due to this reason, even though Jiang Wei tried to test Lu Huan again and again, his efforts were in vain. "It's time for me to release another round of shocking news," When Lu Huan saw Jiang Wei leaving his mansion again, a cold smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, by Li Hong. Get ready to receive my gift. I don't believe you, Duan Lingtian, will be able to sit still after hearing this news. Lu Huan muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed fiercely. When the commotion caused by Zhao Feng's death in the entire Moon Illumination sect had died down, another piece of news spread out and shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect. The reason Elder Zhao Feng left that day was to avenge his personal disciple, Feng Fan, who knew there's always someone better than him. Not only did Elder Zhao Feng fail to avenge him, but he even lost his life. This was the news that spread in the Moon Illumination sect again. Similarly, no one knew where the news came from, and no one knew who spread the news. However, this news was as shocking as the previous one. It caused an uproar in the entire Moon Illumination sect. As it turns out, Feng Fan is Elder Zhao Feng's direct disciple. No wonder he has a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription when he's just an outer court disciple. No wonder he didn't have the intention of becoming a disciple of the outer court elders, even though he was a powerhouse who was ranked on the earth ranking. At this moment, many outer court disciples' doubts were answered. As it turned out, there was a reason behind all these doubts in the past. Avenge Feng Fan. I remember the person who killed Feng Fan seems to be senior brother Duan Lingtian, right? Soon after, someone said in shock. That's right. The person who killed Feng Fan was none other than senior brother Duan Lingtian. However, it was Feng Fan who took the initiative to issue a death duel invitation and invited senior brother Duan Lingtian to a death duel. Even if he's dead, it's only because he's not strong enough. He can't blame senior brother Duan Lingtian, right? If Elder Zhao Feng really went to seek revenge from senior brother Duan Lingtian, then he really doesn't have the bearing an inner court elder should have. That's right. Once the death duel invitation is issued, it's up to fate. This is the rule passed down in our Moon Illumination sect. Even if he's an inner court elder, he still has to abide by it. I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian left the sect for a period of time. Don't tell me Elder Zhao Feng was killed after he left? I wonder what the person who spread the news is trying to do. Don't tell me he's trying to say the person who killed Elder Zhao Feng is senior brother Duan Lingtian? Ridiculous. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator now, it's almost impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. Elder Zhao Feng is a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Elder Zhao Feng is ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders. Not only is he a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, but he's also a powerhouse at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It's almost impossible to kill him without the strength of an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't forget that senior brother Duan Lingtian has Elder by Li Hong behind him. Elder by Li Hong's strength is comparable to an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you suspect Elder by Li Hong killed Elder Zhao Feng. Unlike the previous news, this news was getting more and more intense because it was related to Duan Lingtian, who had been in the limelight in the Moon Illumination sect recently. In the end, many people even suspected that Zhao Feng had been killed by Li Hong. It's a pity that Bai Li Hong happened to meet the sect leader when he left my mansion. Otherwise, even the sect leader would suspect him. Although Lu Huan was satisfied with the effect of the news he spread, he also felt a little regretful. However, even if the sect leader knows it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill Zhao Feng, this matter won't end so quickly. Perhaps Bai Li Hong found a powerhouse who protected Duan Lingtian on his way back to his hometown to kill Zhao Feng? Lu Huan smiled sinisterly. All in all, Duan Lingtian won't be able to get away from this matter for the time being. I can only hope that he'll be so annoyed by this matter that he'll go out for a walk. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his eyes gleamed fiercely. This was his true motive. Meanwhile, the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area was not calm at all. Junior Uncle Qian, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath and guarantee with my life that when Elder Zhao Feng's soul pearl shattered, I saw Elder Bai Li with my own eyes. Jiang Wei said to the old man in front of him. If Elder Bai Li was the one who killed Elder Zhao Feng, there's no way Elder Bai Li would be able to rush back so quickly. Moreover, as far as I know, Elder Bai Li had been staying in Elder Lu Huan's mansion for a long time before that. In other words, Elder Bai Li happened to be in Elder Lu Huan's mansion when Elder Zhaofeng was killed. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhaofeng. At this moment, Jiang Wei really wanted to hack the person who spread the news again and again into 1,000 pieces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. He really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Perhaps he didn't do it himself. Instead, he found a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. The old man narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He said coldly, "No matter what, I'll confront him about this matter. Junior Uncle Qian, you're putting me in a difficult position." Chapter 1549. Sect Leader. I know you're troubled because he's a 3-star saint inscription master. Don't worry, Sect Leader. As long as he can prove that he has nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I'm willing to swallow my pride and apologize to him. The old man said in a deep voice. Now that things had developed to this stage, Jiang Wei knew he could no longer reject the old man. Even if he wanted to, he could not. The old man had already made up his mind, and it was not something he could interfere with. Junior Uncle Qian, since you've made up your mind, I'll follow you, Jiang Wei said. The old man did not say anything else and allowed Jiang Wei to follow him. Soon after, both of them arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion together. When Bai Li Hong received the report that the sect leader had arrived, he was not surprised. He had already heard about the news that was spreading like wildfire outside. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he was not worried at all. Although he was not worried, he still felt a little heavy-hearted. If the news was true, did it not mean Zhao Feng had tried to kill his junior brother? He thought Lu Huan was the only one who wanted to kill his junior brother. He had overlooked Zhao Feng. Fortunately, nothing happened to junior brother. Otherwise, how could I face teacher? The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he felt a little fearful. However, he was surprised when he arrived at the main hall. This was because the sect leader, Jiang Wei, was not the only one who came to his mansion. There was another familiar face as well. It was none other than one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. It was none other than the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Qian Kong. Greetings, sect leader Elder Qian. Although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master and had a special position in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Jiang Wei and Qian Kong. Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei smiled in response to Bai Li Hong. If it was any other time, Qian Kong would have smiled in response as well. However, he did not beat around the bush and said, Elder Bai Li, I'm here today because of Zhao Feng. Rumor has it that Elder Qian and Elder Zhao Feng were once master and disciple. Although I don't know the reason, Elder Zhao Feng didn't become Elder Qian's disciple. However, under such circumstances, Elder Qian is still so concerned about Elder Zhao Feng's matter. It's really admirable. Although he was shocked that Qian Kong was here because of Zhao Feng, Bai Li Hong still responded with a smile. He had also heard about the matter between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. He had always wondered why Qian Kong did not accept Zhao Feng as his disciple. Although I believe in Elder Bai Li's character, I still hope to get a clear answer from you. Is Zhao Feng's death related to you? Qian Kong stared at Bai Li Hong with burning eyes, as though he wanted to see the slightest change on Bai Li Hong's face. It has nothing to do with me. Bai Li Hong still had a smile on his face, but he shook his head. Do you dare to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death? Qian Kong continued asking. Upon hearing Qian Kong's words, the smile on Bai Li Hong's face froze. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Qian, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to confirm it. Elder Bai Li, as long as you're willing to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I, Qian Kong, am willing to bow and apologize to you. Qian Kong spoke again with a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, Qian Kong's words shocked Bai Li Hong as well. Qian Kong was willing to bow and apologize to him for Zhao Feng? Did he hear wrongly? Bai Li Hong could not help but look at the sect leader, Jiang Wei, who had been silent all this while. It was as though he wanted to get an answer from Jiang Wei about why Chen Kong cared so much about Zhao Feng. Unfortunately, although Jiang Wei knew the truth, it was impossible for him to reveal it. Elder Bai Li. The relationship between Elder Zhao Feng and Elder Qian surpasses that of a father and a son. Jiang Wei could only say this. Surpasses that of a father and a son? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Bai Li Hong scoffed. If the relationship was really better than that of a father and a son, why did Chen Kong not take Zhao Feng as his disciple back then? Elder Chen, you're doubting my character by asking me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. I, Bai Li Hong, have never lied in my entire life. However, since you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I'll do as you wish. Bai Li Hong said solemnly as he looked at Chen Kong. After he finished speaking, he swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Chen Kong and Jiang Wei. The oath stated that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with him. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder sounded, and the lightning penalty oath came true. The lightning penalty did not descend from the sky. This meant Bai Li Hong was not lying. Jiang Wei sighed in relief immediately. He was really worried this matter had something to do with Bai Li Hong. If that was the case, he would be stuck in the middle. Chen Kong was like a guardian of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. Both of them were very important to the Moon Illumination sect, and he did not want to lose either of them. Now that things had come to this, it was finally a happy ending. Elder Bai Li, I apologize for my rudeness. Chen Kong was a man of his words. After Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath, he bowed and apologized to him. Although he wasn't very sincere, he still lowered his arrogant head. Elder Qian, if there's nothing else, please forgive me for not seeing you out, Bai Li Hong said indifferently. Based on his words, it was obvious he was asking his guest to leave. He knew he was a good-tempered person, but Chen Kong's actions today had infuriated him. Junior Uncle Chen, let's go. Naturally, Jiang Wei could feel Bai Li Hong's feelings. He immediately persuaded Chen Kong to leave as well. There's no hurry. However, Chen Kong shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Bai Li Hong and said, Elder Bai Li Hong, please ask your junior brother, Duan Lingtan, to come out. Elder Qian, what do you mean? Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically as he asked in an unfriendly tone. Elder Bai Li, I believe Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with you. However, I can't confirm that this matter has nothing to do with your junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Therefore, please ask your junior brother to come out so I can confirm it. Chen Kong said. What? Elder Chen Kong, do you intend to ask my junior brother to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Chen Kong's expression eased a little. However, his eyes were still filled with killing intent when he looked at Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong looked at him fearlessly as though he was not worried Chen Kong would attack him. Humph! Chapter 1550. No matter what, Bai Li Hong was still a 3-star saint inscription master. He was important to the Moon Illumination sect. Chen Kong knew Jiang Wei would stop him if he made a move. Moreover, Jiang Wei would be displeased, so he held himself back and did not make a move. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of Jiang Wei since his cultivation base was at the saint stage. However, he still had many descendants in the Moon Illumination sect. If he wanted his descendants to live a good life, he could not offend Jiang Wei. He had to know when to stop. Just like now, Jiang Wei had already explained to him. If he still did not know what was good for him, it would mean he was deliberately going against Jiang Wei. Elder Bai Li, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you today. After Qian Kong left, Jiang Wei sighed in relief and apologized to Bai Li Hong with a wry smile on his face. Sect leader, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Naturally, he would not vent his anger toward Qian Kong on the sect leader. The sect leader had always taken care of him. Otherwise, he would have left the Moon Illumination sect long ago because he could not resist the temptation of other forces. No matter what, I'm partly responsible for this. How about this? I heard many of your junior brother's friends and family have joined the sect. I'll give them 1 million merit points each as an apology to you, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei was a shrewd person. He knew Bai Li Hong would definitely reject him if he compensated him directly. That was why he said he would give Feng Wu Dao and the others merit points. As it turned out, he was right to do so. In that case, thank you very much, sect leader. Although Bai Li Hong wasn't willing to accept Jiang Wei's compensation, this compensation was related to his junior brother's family and friends. Moreover, such a large amount of merit points would be of great use to his junior brother's family and friends, so he didn't refuse. You're too kind, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei sighed in relief when he saw Bai Li Hong had tacitly accepted the apology. He bade farewell and left. As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, it was only natural that Jiang Wei would agree to it. In just half a day, an inner court elder came to Bai Li Hong's mansion and transferred the merit points to Feng Wu Dao and the others. 1 million merit points each. Currently, Feng Wu Dao and the others were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, they knew what merit points meant. Due to this reason, all of them were dumbfounded. Are these merit points given to us by the sect leader? Only after that inner court elder left did Feng Wu Dao and the others withdraw their gazes from the crystal cards in their hands. For a time, they looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. They had no idea what was going on. To them, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect was high and mighty. With their current status, they would never be able to come into contact with him at all. However, such a high and mighty existence had actually given each of them 1 million merit points for no reason. It must have been Elder Bai Li who fought for us, Sima Changfeng asserted. At this moment, the others also deeply felt that this was the case. Only that Elder Bai Li possessed such enormous prestige. By the time Duan Lingtian learned about this matter, it was already a few days later. As soon as he came out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he came to look for Feng Wu Dao and the others to see if they were getting used to staying in the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he also learned from Feng Wu Dao and the others that they had obtained 1 million merit points each. When he heard that the merit points came from the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was a little surprised as well. At this moment, he could faintly sense that things might not be as simple as they seemed. What a joke! Feng Wu Dao and the others had obtained 1 million merit points each. In total, it was close to 10 million merit points. Even if the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect did not lack merit points, it was impossible for him to give them away like this. Moreover, he had given them to a group of people who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian immediately went to look for Bai Li Hong. Senior brother, I heard that the sect leader gave Uncle Feng and the others 1 million merit points each. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li Hong, he did not beat around the bush and asked. When Bai Li Hong saw the doubt on Duan Lingtian's face, he smiled faintly. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the sect leader insisted on giving me an apology. He knew that I wouldn't accept it if he gave it to me directly, so he came up with this idea. I have no choice but to accept it. The sect leader gave you an apology? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was even more confused. Why did he give you an apology? Because of Zhao Feng. Bai Li Hong stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. During these few days, Bai Li Hong had been thinking about this question over and over again. Was Zhao Feng's death really a coincidence? Although he didn't think that his junior brother had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, it was too much of a coincidence. In the past, Zhao Feng had left the sect on his own many times, but nothing had ever happened to him. However, this time something had happened while he was hunting down his junior brother. He had lost his life as soon as something happened. Zhao Feng? When Duan Lingtian heard Bai Li Hong's words, he raised an eyebrow. I think I've heard of this person before. He seems to be Feng Fan's master whom I killed before. Although Duan Lingtian looked calm on the surface, ripples could be seen in his heart. It seems like Zhao Feng has a soul pearl as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Junior brother, there are 2 pieces of news that have been spreading outside recently. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, right? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. What news? Indeed, Duan Lingtian did not know about it since he had been cultivating in closed-door cultivation on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Although he had not made the final breakthrough yet, he had already reached the final bottleneck. Feng Wu Dao and the others did not know about the 2 pieces of news since they did not go out recently. Therefore, it was impossible for them to tell Duan Lingtian about it. Then, Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian about the 2 pieces of news that had been spreading outside. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. I can't believe so many things have happened outside while I was in closed-door cultivation. Senior brother, who do you think is the one who spread these 2 pieces of news? Is there even a need to guess? Bai Li Hong narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Indeed, there's no need to guess. Duan Lingtian smiled. As for the compensation from the sect leader, it has something to do with the news. A few days ago, the sect leader and Elder Qian Kong came together to confirm if Zhao Feng's death had anything to do with me. When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he told Duan Lingtian what had happened a few days ago. Elder Qian Kong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He's the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect. He's one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong explained. Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Could it be that he's related to Zhao Feng? Since Zhao Feng's death could make Qian Kong go that far, it was impossible for him to believe that the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other. I also didn't expect Qian Kong to apologize to me for Zhao Feng's death. To be able to make a saint stage powerhouse bow down to him, the relationship between him and Zhao Feng must not be simple. It's impossible that they're not even master and disciple. Bai Li Hong said confidently. Maybe he's his illegitimate son. Duan Lingtian said casually. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that his casual remark, which sounded like a joke, happened to hit the mark. Senior brother, the lightning penalty oath that you made Qian Kong swear on is really ruthless. At that time, Qian Kong must have wanted to kill you, right? Duan Lingtian seemed to be smiling, but his heart was heavy. The reason Bai Li Hong had acted that way was to protect him. However, when he turned around, he did not even admit to killing Zhao Feng in front of Bai Li Hong. Of course, he wanted to kill me. Bai Li Hong smirked. Unfortunately, the sect leader won't let him have his way. Moreover, even if he really kills me, he won't have an easy time in the Moon Illumination sect. At that time, not only the sect leader, but the other saint stage powerhouses in the sect will be dissatisfied with him as well. He might be able to walk away, but he won't be alone unless he doesn't care about his descendants. Although Bai Li Hong said it casually, Duan Lingtian could feel the danger that Bai Li Hong was facing at that time. He was touched, but at the same time he was afraid. If something happened to Bai Li Hong because of him, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Senior brother, there's something that I haven't told you yet. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Li Hong, I killed Zhao Feng. Boom! When Duan Lingtian's words entered Bai Li Hong's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. His junior brother had killed Zhao Feng? Originally, although he guessed Zhao Feng's death had something to do with his junior brother, it did not cross his mind that his junior brother was the one who killed Zhao Feng. He only thought his junior brother had a hidden background and could order some powerhouse to kill Zhao Feng. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he realized he had made a mistake. Junior brother, why you really killed Zhao Feng? Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief after being stunned for a long time. Senior brother, there's no need for me to lie to you about this. Before I left the sect, I purposely spread the news that I was going back to my hometown to lure Lu Huan in. Who knew Zhao Feng would come after me instead of Lu Huan? It was completely out of my expectations. Duan Lingtian said, he wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, he died in my hands in the end. Junior brother, you should have told me about your plan in advance. The reason Lu Huan didn't chase after you was because I kept an eye on him after you left. Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. Under my watch, how could he have the chance to chase after you? Senior brother, you? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Li Hong's words. He was wondering why Lu Huan did not chase after him with his character. As it turned out, it was his senior brother who stopped Lu Huan. Junior brother, if you have any plans in the future, it's better for you to discuss them with me. I don't want to ruin your good deed again. Bai Li Hong sighed. He emphasized the word, good deed. Senior brother, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Chapter 1551. Junior brother, you actually managed to kill Zhao Feng. That Zhao Feng was at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of strength, among the people below the Saint Rudiment stage in the sect, only a few vice-sect leaders, another inner court elder, and I were able to suppress him. What level has your current strength reached? Bai Li Hong asked with a solemn expression. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's current strength. To tell you the truth, senior brother, I'm not afraid of anyone below the saint stage right now. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth and replied bluntly. His words were filled with confidence. Naturally, there was something else he did not say. When he had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was confident he would be able to kill an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. You're confident you'll be able to kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Bai Li Hong sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although an imminent saint stage powerhouse was strong with his current strength, he only needed one strike to kill his opponent if he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Looks like I really don't have to worry about your safety anymore. Junior brother, your current strength has already surpassed me as your senior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. At the same time, he was also happy for Duan Lingtian. This meant his junior brother would be able to protect himself now. No matter how strong I am, senior brother will always be Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong nodded with a smile on his face. Junior brother. Suddenly, Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something. The smile on his face disappeared as he said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, you can just tell me about your current strength, but you can't reveal it to others. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Bai Li Hong meant by inviting trouble. If the Supreme Elder, Chen Kong, were to find out about his current strength, he would probably denounce him at the first possible moment. It was because his current strength was sufficient to easily kill Zhao Feng. Apart from that, it's obvious that Lu Huan was the one who released those two pieces of news. He must know that he can't do anything to us. But he still did it, so he must have something in mind. Bai Li Hong added, it's not hard to guess what he's after. He must have seen that I haven't left the manor for a long time after returning, and was deeply afraid that after a few years of secluded cultivation, I would become even stronger than him. At that time, the initiative between him and me would completely change. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke with certainty. That should be the case. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement, and then laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, he probably never imagined even in his dreams that junior brother's current strength is far superior to his. Junior brother, you can even kill Zhao Feng, so killing him is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Since he can't sit still, I'll play along with him and have some fun with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said coldly. When he left the Moon Illumination sect, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. At that time, he had not obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and he could not use the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword. Currently, his strength was incomparable to before. Naturally, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. This time, senior brother, I won't cause any trouble. Bai Li Hong said awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, junior brother, I suggest that you wait for a while before making your move. At this moment, I'm afraid there are other eyes on you apart from Lu Huan. Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something as he spoke with a solemn expression. Senior brother, are you referring to Chen Kong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. I have a feeling that the relationship between Chen Kong and Zhao Feng is not ordinary. It has even surpassed the relationship between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. Based on Chen Kong's behavior a few days ago, he definitely won't let Zhao Feng's death go so easily. Due to this reason, I'm worried he's watching your every move. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a plan in his heart. In that case, I'll wait until I've broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage before I look for Lu Huan to have some fun. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word, have some fun. In the following days, Duan Lingtian began to repeat what he did before. He cultivated quietly on the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, ignoring everything that happened outside. Soon after, the words of Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, spread out. Elder Bai Li has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death. If anyone dares to slander Elder Bai Li again, they'll be punished severely. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. When Jiang Wei's words spread out in the Moon Illumination Sect, the entire Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar again. As it turns out, the 9 claps of thunder a few days ago were the resonance of the 9 heavenly tribulation when Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath. Since he swore on the lightning penalty oath, this matter definitely has nothing to do with Elder Bai Li. I can't believe the sect leader actually asked Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for Elder Zhao Feng. Isn't he afraid Elder Bai Li will be disappointed by his actions? Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. If he's offended, he can just leave the sect. The other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market can't wait for Elder Bai Li to join them. The sect leader has indeed gone overboard with this matter. Similar discussions spread out in the Moon Illumination sect. Most of them were on Bai Li Hong's side. At the same time, the other few supreme elders in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area had also learned about this matter. They immediately went to look for the sect leader Jiang Wei. Sect leader, you've gone overboard with this matter. If Elder Bai Li leaves the Moon Illumination sect because of this, you'll be the sinner of the Moon Illumination sect. Humph, it was just a Zhao Feng. Forget about the fact that Elder Bai Li didn't kill him, even if he did, so what? Compared to Elder Bai Li, he's worthless to our Moon Illumination sect. The few supreme elders began to question Jiang Wei as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt wronged. He immediately looked at Chen Kong, who had a grave expression on his face. Junior Uncle Chen, don't tell me you want me to take the blame for this matter? Chen Kong was dragged here by the other supreme elders. Although he did not want to come, he knew he had to come at this time. Naturally, he did not come to denounce Jiang Wei. Instead, he came to stop the other supreme elders from denouncing Jiang Wei. As expected, the moment Jiang Wei's words left his mouth, the other supreme elders looked at Chen Kong one after another. Junior brother Chen, what's going on? Junior brother Chen, don't tell me you're the one who made Elder Bai Li swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of the sect leader? If that's the case, you're too muddle-headed. Senior brother Chen, I know Zhao Feng almost became your disciple, but he failed in the end. Didn't he? Why do you care so much about his life and death? It's not worth it to offend Elder Bai Li because of him. The few supreme elders were either Chen Kong's senior brothers or junior brothers. All of them were from the older generation in the Moon Illumination sect. They were not as polite as Jiang Wei when they spoke to Chen Kong. What if he's my son? Faced with the accusation from his senior brothers, Qian Kong's face was terrifyingly grave. In the end, he told them about his relationship with Zhao Feng. The entire place fell silent at once. It was obvious the few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect did not know about the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. When they heard Qian Kong's words, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled wryly. If that was the case, they could not blame Qian Kong anymore. After all, they would have done the same if they were in his shoes. Jiang Wei, who was standing at the side in relief at this moment. He did not care what the people below said about him. However, he had to care about the opinions of these few people before him. Not only were they his seniors, but they were also the guardians of the Moon Illumination sect. In Jiang Wei's opinion, this was the best outcome. However, he didn't know that from a certain point of view, this matter was only the beginning, and it was still far from the end. In the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. That Duan Lingtian is so calm? Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would lose his cool because of this incident. However, Duan Lingtian's composure had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and helpless. Could it be that all the things he had done secretly were all in vain? He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. However, what could he do even if he was unwilling to accept this? Wait. I don't believe that Duan Lingtian will continue to hide in by Li Hong's mansion, Lu Huan said through gritted teeth. At the same time, in a place near the central district of the Moon Illumination sect, a figure flew out of an independent mansion behind a mountain that was covered in mist. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Soon after, the figure arrived in the depths of the mountain. "Master, you're finally back," Han Shuanai said excitedly when she saw the beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure before her. "Shuanai, I've already asked my friend to divine the whereabouts of Sister Kerr. She's safe now. However, she'll face a great calamity soon. That calamity is related to her life. Whether she can survive it or not will depend on her luck." The beautiful woman sighed when she saw Han Shuanai. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. When Han Shuanai heard the beautiful woman say that Kerr was safe, a smile appeared on her face. However, horror dawned on her when she heard the beautiful woman's words. A great calamity that's related to her life? Master, Senior Prophet, did he really say that? The friend her master mentioned was the oracle man who was famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1552. The oracle man was a legendary figure in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even Han Shuanai's father, the mansion master of the Greenwave Han Mansion, had never seen him before. She, on the other hand, had seen the oracle man once with her master when she was young. At that time, the old prophet had even divined her fate. He had said that she would travel to the distant mortal continent, the Cloud Continent, with Qing Nu in a few years. At that time, a great fortuitous encounter would be waiting for her. Until now, she still did not know what the great opportunity the oracle man had mentioned was. However, the trip to Cloud Continent was the happiest day of her life. There, she got to know Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, Sister Fair, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. In front of them, she was free and unrestrained. They were not like the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion who treated her like a little princess. "Master, is there a way to resolve Sister Kerr's calamity?" Han Shuanai's voice began to tremble. She did not want anything to happen to her kind sister. She did not want to see her brother Ling Tian sad. If something really happened to Sister Kerr, how would brother Ling Tian be able to accept it? That old fellow said she can only rely on herself. The beautiful woman sighed. "No, I'm going to Half Moon Island. I'm going to look for Sister Kerr." Han Shuanai turned around to leave as she spoke. She's no longer on Half Moon Island or Cloud Continent. The beautiful woman's words caused Han Shuanai's body to freeze completely. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman again. "Master, Where's Sister Kerr now? I can't tell you exactly where she is. The beautiful woman shook her head. However, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'll be leaving for a while. Master, you're leaving? Before the beautiful woman could finish speaking, Han Shuanai's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, this master was no different from her mother. Since her master had said so, it was obvious that he would be away for a long time. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with him. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. I'm leaving this time because I have an extremely important matter to do. As for you, your big sister Fei and those three little fellows, you can return to Cloud Continent to take a look. According to that old fellow's deduction, your big brother Ling Tian should have already returned to Cloud Continent. Perhaps this time you can confirm his whereabouts. Brother Ling Tian. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Shuanai's eyes lit up. As for the dragons. At this point, the beautiful woman raised her hand and took out a small, exquisite sword. She passed it to Xuanai. If you come across dragons, just inject your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. After handing the small sword to Xuanai, the beautiful woman disappeared without a trace. Master! Han Xuanai, who held the small sword tightly, suddenly felt like crying. All these years, her master had been staying in the Green Wave Han mansion and silently accompanying her. Now that she had left, she did not know when they would meet again. Although her master had long told her that she would leave one day, she did not expect that this day would come so soon. However, when Han Xuanai recalled that her master's cultivation base was far superior to her father's, she felt relieved. With her master's cultivation base, she could go anywhere in the world. As long as she was still around, there would be a day when they would meet again. Xuanai, from today onward, you can officially cultivate my red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. You don't have to worry anymore. It's time for the successor of my red dust progeny to step onto the stage. Her master's voice resonated in Han Shuanai's ears in a timely manner. After the beautiful woman left the Green Wave Han mansion, she continued to head north. Zoroastrianism, Zoroastrianism. I can't believe that the Zoroastrianism saint girl who had gone missing for so many years is actually someone by his side. I hope the Zoroastrianism won't go too far this time. Otherwise, even if my 7 Absolute sect is weak, I won't let this matter go so easily. Currently, the successor of my 7 Absolute sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has also appeared. Perhaps, just like what that old fellow, the prophet, said, it's time for my 7 Absolute sect to step onto the stage. The beautiful woman muttered to herself. A long time ago, the 7 Absolute sect was a famous first-rate force in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Later on, when the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the 7 Absolute sect left the mortal world and went into seclusion. It was only then that it was gradually forgotten by the world. Ever since the 7 Absolute sect was established, the number of people in the sect had never exceeded 20. However, this sect with less than 20 people had once stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era. It was also during that era that a person entered the sights of the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. One man and one sword, he was invincible in the Tao Martial Saint Land. One was a sect that stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era, while the other was a powerhouse who stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era. Not many people were aware that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. There were 7 Absolutes in the 7 Absolute sect. The Fog Rain progeny was the first Absolute. The Prophet progeny was the second Absolute. The mortal world was the 7th Absolute. Other than these 3 Absolutes, there were 4 other Absolutes that were also lurking in the Tao Martial Saint Land. When the time came, they would come out of hiding and make a high-profile appearance. I heard from that old fellow, the Prophet, that the successor of this generation's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has a ridiculously high fortuitous encounter. Even he can't predict it. Perhaps I'll be lucky enough to witness the 7 Absolute sect's former glory. Thinking of this, The beautiful woman's autumn eyes seemed to reveal a bright and beautiful luster. Just as Han Shu and I was about to return to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent with Li Fei and the three little fellows, a sudden incident happened. A sudden incident caused Han Shui and I to temporarily cancel her itinerary. The child in Li Fei's stomach was about to be born. In Bai Li Hong's mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? It's as if something's going to happen. In the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian frowned. No matter what, he should have broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage by now. However, due to the sudden uneasiness, he could not focus on his cultivation at all, let alone break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After forcefully cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian realized he was getting more and more agitated. He had no choice but to leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walk out of his room to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. All he wanted to do was to go out for a walk. Due to this reason, he left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate after leaving Bai Li Hong's mansion. He did not even seem to hear the greetings from the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples along the way. He was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. What's wrong with senior brother Duan Lingtian? Something doesn't seem right. Look, senior brother Duan's eyes are so dull. What happened to make him so dejected? At this moment, the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples along the way also noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked like he had lost his soul. Duan Lingtian, you've finally come out. Lu Huan had been waiting outside the Moon Illumination sect for a long time. When he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the sect alone, he secretly followed him after confirming that Bai Li Hong did not follow him. Naturally, he was very careful. He did not even plan to make a move nearby. Huh? Lu Huan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian soon, noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's emotions. Don't tell me he noticed me? However, he sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not acting strangely. Half a day had passed. Although Duan Lingtian was merely walking, he was already far away from the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian entered a dense forest, Lu Huan finally could not hold it in anymore and was ready to make his move. Boom! As a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, launched a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian. Not only that, the moment he made his move, he pushed his palm out with all his might in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. A smile crept up on the corner of Lu Huan's mouth when he saw his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, he had finally gotten rid of his greatest threat after today. However, as a louder explosion reverberated in the air, the smile on Lu Huan's face froze completely. Goodness! What did he just see? Lu Huan could clearly see a layer of light shield rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body out of nowhere when his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian. Upon closer inspection, the layer of light shield was actually consolidated by streaks of rapidly moving golden sword rays. Not only that, but the light shield also blocked his attack with all his might. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he saw the golden light shield merely swayed a little and did not collapse. At this moment, it was only natural that he realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Stagnant territory. Without any hesitation, Lu Huan instantly set up his territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius. Lu Huan's territory was called the Stagnant Territory. Within this territory, apart from himself and those whose cultivation base was higher than his, the true energy in their bodies would more or less be obstructed. It was as though there was an inexplicable force that was preventing them from unleashing their full power. At the same time, Lu Huan also took out his saint weapon. In the void above his head, the spiritual chi consolidated weapon and spiritual chi consolidated beast appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also turned around. At this moment, his lifeless eyes had regained some color. He was not surprised when he saw the person who launched the sneak attack on him was Lu Huan. He said nonchalantly, "Elder Lu Huan, You really won't let go of any opportunity to kill me. You must have instigated Zhao Feng to hunt me down, right? So what if I did? Lu Huan sneered. Unfortunately, he's too useless. He was killed by someone else before he could kill you. What if I say, I was the one who killed Zhao Feng? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in Lu Huan's ears again. Chapter 1553. Lu Huan was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission. Then he said in disdain, You think you can kill Zhao Feng? Dream on. You'll know soon enough whether it's a dream or not. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, in the void above his head, his genuine qi had also transformed into the celestial dragon celestial body. Around the celestial dragon celestial body, there were wisps of blood vigor pulsating continuously, making the celestial dragon celestial body seem lifelike. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The divine dragon phenomenon's gigantic body moved and charged toward the god weapon phenomenon and the giant beast phenomenon that were condensed in the void above Lu Huan's head. Lu Huan was dumbfounded when he saw the divine dragon phenomenon. Dragon. It was actually a dragon. At this moment, he even forgot about being shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast technique had actually condensed a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon condensed using blood essence as the foundation. Boom! Boom! Lu Huan finally regained his senses after 2 loud bangs. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his god weapon phenomenon or the giant beast phenomenon, they were all easily suppressed and crushed by Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon. When Lu Huan was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and instantly took out the Jasper celestial sword. He only used 30% of his strength and swung it casually. Chi! 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 At this moment, the sound of something shattering reverberated in the void. It was the stagnant territory that Lu Huan had consolidated using his true energy consolidated territory technique. It instantly shattered into pieces. It was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's sword. Impossible! Lu Huan's eyes widened when he saw this. There was only shock on his face. In just a blink of an eye, his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory were all destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Only Lu Huan knew how he felt at this moment. Whoosh! Before Lu Huan could react, the Jasper immortal sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot forward with lightning-like speed to cut off Lu Huan's sacred artifact. It was as simple as chopping firewood. Lu Huan groaned in pain. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. How could you? How can he be so strong? Duan Lingtian continued Lu Huan's words with a faint smile. Elder Lu Huan, do you believe me now? Do I still feel like I'm talking nonsense? Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for you to be so strong. Lu Huan was still unwilling to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. How long had it been? Duan Lingtian, who used to be like an ant in his eyes, had already become more powerful than him. Furthermore, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extremely terrifying. With a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed his stagnant element domain. Nothing's impossible, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, the Jasper immortal sword in his hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot out. This time it was aimed at Lu Huan's chest. Lu Huan, who was prepared for this, immediately cast his defensive technique. At the same time, he moved his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, would he be able to dodge it? Whoosh! The sword ray whizzed past like an arrow piercing through the sky. It easily penetrated the light shield that Lu Huan cast with his defensive technique. Before Lu Huan could dodge it, it pierced through his heart. Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, died just like that. He was killed by an inner court disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 years. After putting away Lu Huan's saint weapon and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian destroyed the corpse with ease. Then, he returned to the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. In reality, he did not intend to kill Lu Huan when he came out this time. He just wanted to come out and relax. This was because when he was cultivating earlier, he felt like his heart was in a mess. It was as though something was going to happen. However, after Lu Huan caused such a ruckus, the messy feeling in his heart disappeared. Duan Lingtian did not notice that at the same time when he killed Lu Huan, a figure had disappeared in a secluded place. This figure came and went without a trace. His strength was far above Duan Lingtian's. Only a powerhouse at the saint stage or above could hide in the dark without being noticed by Duan Lingtian. I can't believe this Duan Lingtian has hidden his strength so well. In this case, Qi Ming must have died in his hands as well. Not only that, but the sword in his hand gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. How strange. The saint stage powerhouse who left after Duan Lingtian gradually revealed himself. He was a sturdy middle-aged man. The sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Tai Wu, one of the Mountain Shade Black Market's saint stage powerhouses in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Ever since the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch leader had ordered the cancellation of the mission against Duan Lingtian, Tai Wu had been curious about Duan Lingtian. Recently, he had even been lurking near the Moon Illumination Sect on a whim. Today, he discovered Duan Lingtian had actually left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate when he was waiting for him. Moreover, what was even more interesting was there was a Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder following Duan Lingtian. He even wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, he had been watching from the side. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed. However, the outcome was completely out of his expectations. The person who died was not Duan Lingtian but the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. The divine dragon phenomenon and the mysterious treasured sword. At this moment, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian seemed to be covered by a veil that was difficult to see through. That mysterious treasured sword was so powerful. It would be a lie if he said he was not moved by it. However, every time he coveted the sword, he realized his heartbeat would speed up for no reason. It was as though the sword was a great threat to him and could even threaten his life. Due to this reason, he did not act rashly. I'm really curious. I wonder what kind of expression the people from the Moon Illumination Sect will have when they see Duan Lingtian killing their sect's elder. A sinister smile appeared on Tai Wu's face as he glanced at the Dao talisman in his hand. As a saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian looked more like he was taking a stroll when he returned. For this reason, Tai Wu had arrived in the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect's estate much earlier than him. The moment Tai Wu appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect, the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area, including sect leader Jiang Wei, immediately noticed him. At this moment, Tai Wu raised his hand and crushed the Dao talisman in his hand. At this moment, a mirror image appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect. It was extremely clear. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this, he would definitely be shocked. This was because it was exactly the same as the 3D mirror image on Earth in his past life. The Dao talisman that Tai Wu tossed out was a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman could store whatever one saw. Whether it was people or objects in one's field of vision, everything could be stored in it. After crushing the Dao talisman, Tai Wu concealed himself. At this moment, Jiang Wei and the others were also attracted by the mirror image in the sky. This was because they knew one of the 2 people who appeared in the mirror image. It's Lu Huan, one of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders exclaimed softly. Who's that young man? Lu Huan seems to be following him. A few of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders were looking at the mirror image in the sky. In the mirror image, a purple-clad young man was walking in front while Lu Huan was tailing him closely. Naturally, these old fellows from the Moon Illumination Sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian because they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Although Jiang Wei had long known about Duan Lingtian's existence and had investigated Duan Lingtian, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Due to this reason, it was only natural that he did not recognize him. However, even though Jiang Wei and the other Moon Illumination Sect's Saint Stage powerhouses did not recognize Duan Lingtian, it did not mean the others in the Moon Illumination Sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian as well. When the mirror image appeared in the sky, the entire Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar. It's the sky mirror image. Many knowledgeable Moon Illumination Sect's disciples exclaimed softly. The sky mirror image can only be displayed by the mirror image talisman. Although the mirror image talisman doesn't have a specific grade, it can only be drawn by a Dao Talisman Master who's at least a 4-star Dao Talisman. Who's the one who's so generous to use a mirror image talisman? Many of the Moon Illumination Sect's elders were shocked. Look, this elder Lu Huan. He seems to be following someone. Many of the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court disciples recognized Lu Huan. The person he's following seems to be senior brother Duan Lingtian. That's right. It's senior brother Duan Lingtian. What's elder Lu Huan trying to do? How dare he follow senior brother Duan Lingtian? Don't you know? How did he do that? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is from Mound Hill City, and his teacher is Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Elder Lu Huan and city governor Fang Hui are mortal enemies. It's only natural that he wants to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. The entire Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar because of the mirror image that appeared in the sky. Many of them were worried about Duan Lingtian. In Bai Li Hong's mansion, Feng Wu Dao and the rest also saw the mirror image in the sky. The mirror image in the sky could be seen from any corner of the Moon Illumination Sect. It was impossible for them not to see it since they were cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic in the courtyard. What's that? Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not know about the mirror image talisman, so they had no idea what the mirror image in the sky was. *T. When Bai Li Hong saw the mirror image in the sky and saw Lu Huan attacking Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Those who were not in the know might have thought he was worried about Duan Lingtian. However, ever since he found out about Duan Lingtian's strength, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. Duan Lingtian's strength had already surpassed his. Even if Lu Huan attacked him from behind, he would not be able to hurt him at all. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the outcome would be Lu Huan's death. Chapter 1554. Who's that? How vicious! Bai Li Hong's expression was grave. He wanted to tear the mirror image in the sky apart, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Once the mirror image talisman was activated, unless one was a Saint Stage powerhouse, it would be impossible to destroy it. At this moment, Bai Li Hong hated himself for being too weak. He could not tear the mirror image in the sky apart for his junior brother. Sect leader and the others are fine, but if Chen Kong sees this... The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he became even more anxious. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, also learned that the purple-clad young man in the sky screen mirror image was Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on him immediately. Naturally, he knew about the conflict between Lu Huan and Duan Lingtian. However, it did not cross his mind that Lu Huan would be so deranged that he actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jiang Wei was slightly regretful. He regretted that he did not secretly execute Lu Huan first. He could imagine how furious Elder Bai Li would be if he saw this. He might even vent his anger on him and the entire Moon Illumination Sect. That was not something he wanted to see. At the same time, apart from Chen Kong, horror dawned on the other Supreme Elders as well. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang Wei's. They were worried Lu Huan would see the scene of Lu Huan killing Duan Lingtian. We must shatter the sky screen mirror image. Jiang Wei and the Supreme Elder's eyes turned cold as they prepared to attack together to destroy the sky screen mirror image. However, just as the true yuan on their bodies surged and they were preparing to attack, the image in the sky screen changed. It was this change that caused them to be stunned. At the same time, they involuntarily dispersed the true yuan that they had gathered. In the sky screen mirror image, Lu Huan launched a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a palm strike. At this critical moment, a layer of golden light rose from Duan Lingtian's body and easily blocked Lu Huan's palm strike that seemed to carry the wrath of a thunderbolt. What a strong defensive move. At this moment, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw this was trembling in fear. The defensive move Duan Lingtian executed caused them to be shocked. Looking at Elder Lu Huan's attack, it's obvious he didn't hold back at all. I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian would be able to block his attack so easily. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Since when did senior brother Duan Lingtian become so strong? How? Is senior brother Duan Lingtian could be human? All of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples were stunned by the mirror image that appeared in the sky. He Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian Tian to you Duan is. Was Duan was? Even an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not be able to easily block Lu Huan's all-out attack, right? Usually, Bai Li Hong would heave a sigh of relief when he saw this because his junior brother was safe. However, not only did he not heave a sigh of relief, but his heart was even heavier now. He did not want to see what was going to happen next. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao and the others who were staying in Duan Lingtian's mansion were worried for him when they saw Lu Huan launching a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had blocked Lu Huan's attack. What's with the mirror image that appeared in the sky? Why does it feel so real? Feng Wu Dao and the others were puzzled. In the end, Sima Changfeng was the first to react. Do all of you remember there's a Dao talisman called the Mirror Image Talisman recorded in the Jade token we bought from the Merit Pavilion? The scene before us is almost identical to the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. Seems like it. It's really the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. It seems like only a Dao Talisman Master above 4-star can draw the Mirror Image Talisman. Are there any 4-star Dao Talisman Masters in the 9-sect Alliances district? Upon hearing Sima Changfeng's words, Feng Wu Dao and the others finally regained their senses. That golden light shield seems to be formed by streaks of golden sword rays. Such a powerful defense, it's obvious that it's an extremely high-grade defensive technique. In the sky, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect saw through Duan Lingtian's defense with just a glance. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful. Jiang Wei was also shocked by the scene before his eyes. After a while, a smile appeared on his face again. I can't believe there's such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy in our Moon Illumination sect. With a little training, it's not impossible for such a prodigy to lead our Moon Illumination sect to a higher level in the future and make our Moon Illumination sect a 6th-rate force. At this moment, Jiang Wei's heart was filled with excitement. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was as though he had just seen a treasure. Apart from Chen Kong, the eyes of the other Supreme Elders glittered when they saw this. Although they had heard of Duan Lingtian before this, they thought he was just a lucky guy. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, he would be nothing. However, at this moment, they finally realized the young man whom Bai Li Hong had taken as his junior brother was not an ordinary person. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already so powerful. How heaven-defying would he be when he grew up in the future? Chen Kong's expression was extremely grave. This is Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong's junior brother? I can't believe he's so powerful at such a young age. It seems like Zhao Feng's death has something to do with him as well. The moment Chen Kong thought of this, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the image in the sky changed again. In the image, Duan Lingtian turned around and confronted Lu Huan. At this moment, Lu Huan cast his True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory. He even took out his Saint Weapon and prepared to kill Duan Lingtian with all his might. Although the image recorded by the Mirror Image Talisman was silent, People who could read people's lips could read people's lips. However, there were some people who could read lips. They could tell what the other person was saying from the movement of their lips. Coincidentally, Qian Kong was one of them. Lu Huan opened his mouth, causing his expression to turn grave. You want to kill Zhao Feng with just you? Dream on. This was what Lu Huan said. You'll find out soon whether it's a dream or not. This was what Duan Lingtian said. What happened next shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect. To be more precise, it shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw the image in the sky. Faced with Lu Huan, who had used all his techniques, Duan Lingtian also cast his True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. At this moment, everyone realized Duan Lingtian was already a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. The True Energy Consolidated Beast was the symbol of a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. They could clearly see the giant beast phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head was a dragon. It was a divine dragon, a real divine dragon. To most of the people present on the scene, a dragon was no doubt a legendary existence. Among the people present on the scene, only Feng Wu Dao and a few others had seen a dragon before. However, Duan Lingtian had consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, judging by the blood energy surrounding the divine dragon phenomenon, it was obvious it was consolidated with the blood essence. In other words, Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine dragon's blood essence in the past. At this moment, many people, including Jiang Wei, could not help but feel jealous. They were jealous of Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence before he reached the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In the next moment, they clearly saw Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon easily defeated Lu Huan's divine weapon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon. How powerful! As expected of a divine dragon. I can't believe the giant beast phenomenon Duan Lingtian consolidated with his True Energy Consolidated Beast is actually a divine dragon phenomenon. The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders exclaimed one after another. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Exactly. Not only has his cultivation base broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, but he has also consolidated such a heaven-defying divine dragon phenomenon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really created a miracle among the younger generation of our Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if senior brother Duan Lingtian can defeat Elder Lu Huan. After all, Elder Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and has a more powerful True Energy Consolidated Territory technique. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples watched the scene in the sky with anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian told them the answer with his actions. All they saw was Duan Lingtian casually taking out a sword. With a wave of his hand, the air vibrated and Lu Huan's stagnant territory was torn apart. Lu Huan was still in shock when Duan Lingtian swung his sword again and severed one of Lu Huan's arms. Due to the fact that it was a mirror image recorded by Tai Wu, a Saint Stage powerhouse, using the mirror image talisman, every detail was recorded clearly. Even the Moon Illumination sect's disciples with a weak cultivation base could see the entire process clearly. They did not miss any details just because Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. How powerful! How terrifying! Everyone in the Moon Illumination sect, whether it was the group of elders, the group of deacons, or even the group of disciples, was dumbfounded. They were all shocked by the technique Duan Lingtian had displayed. Those who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian before gasped one after another as they were drenched in sweat. Naturally, they were drenched in cold sweat. A few moments later, everyone saw Duan Lingtian piercing Lu Huan's chest with his sword, killing him instantly. At this moment, nobody pitied Lu Huan anymore. They all thought he deserved it. After all, he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian first. We've avenged Master. In the Moon Illumination sect's outer court area, Ling Yun and Xiong who looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. God bless our Moon Illumination sect. God bless our Moon Illumination sect. Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few other Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders were extremely excited. They were thrilled that a monster like Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Moon Illumination Sect. They saw the future of the Moon Illumination Sect in Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1555. When Chen Kong left, Bai Li Hong had also left his mansion and arrived near the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. What he wanted to do was to intercept Duan Lingtian and make him leave the Moon Illumination Sect. Naturally, the reason he wanted to do that was because of Chen Kong. In his opinion, Chen Kong must be certain that Duan Lingtian was the one who killed Zhao Feng when he saw what happened. Based on Chen Kong's attitude toward Zhao Feng's death, it was impossible for him to let Duan Lingtian go. As soon as Bai Li Hong left, Chen Kong arrived at his mansion. His face turned grave immediately when he discovered Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found. Don't tell me he hasn't returned yet? The moment Chen Kong thought of this, he searched the entire Moon Illumination Sect as fast as he could. In the end, he appeared near the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate and waited there. Bai Li Hong. When Chen Kong arrived near the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, he noticed Bai Li Hong immediately. His face turned grave immediately. However, he did not want to alert Duan Lingtian. Instead, he hid at the side. Bai Li Hong was waiting, and so was he. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian had no idea what was happening in the Moon Illumination Sect at all. Currently, he was returning to the Moon Illumination Sect's estate as though nothing had happened. Soon after, he saw a little black dot appearing in the distance. As he continued to move forward, the little black dot grew bigger and eventually transformed into the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. The Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate also appeared clearly before his eyes. I'm back. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. I'll find some time to return to Mount Hill City and inform teacher about Lu Huan's death. I'm sure teacher will be very happy at that time. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian continued to make his way to the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, a thunderous roar resonated from the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. It was so loud that it spread in all directions. At once, everyone in the Moon Illumination Sect's estate heard the thunderous roar. At this moment, the sky mirror image above the Moon Illumination Sect disappeared. Most of the people in the Moon Illumination Sect's estate were stunned for a moment before they rushed toward the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate one after another. They could faintly sense that something interesting was going to happen at the place where the roar came from. It's Martial Uncle Qian. When the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders and disciples rushed out of the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, sect leader Jiang Wei, who was hovering in the sky, could not help but be stunned when he recognized the owner of the voice. Junior Brother Qian? Senior Brother Qian. At this moment, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's Saint Stage powerhouses, who were also the supreme elders of the Moon Illumination Sect, could not help but frown. Not good. Jiang Wei was the first to react, and his expression changed drastically. What? The other few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination Sect immediately looked at Jiang Wei. Martial Uncle Qian must have seen Duan Lingtian's strength. He must be certain that Duan Lingtian killed Zhao Feng. We must stop him. The moment his words left his mouth, Jiang Wei vanished from his spot and rushed out of the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate as fast as he could. When the other supreme elders heard his words, they immediately regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them as well. Junior Brother Qian is foolish. Senior Brother Qian is too rash. As the few of them caught up to Jiang Wei, they could not help but curse him inwardly. At this moment, they also realized the severity of the matter. They knew Chen Kong's temper very well. This time, due to the pressure from the territory of the suspected Saint Stage powerhouse and the thunderous voice transmission, Duan Lingtian managed to complete the final breakthrough and take the most crucial step. After he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, although the pressure from the Golden Ocean was still there, it was not as strong as before. However, the suffocating sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura sweeping toward him at an extremely exaggerated speed. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian instantly activated his strange pupil. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleted, causing the scene in his field of vision to slow down. Seizing this critical moment, Duan Lingtian quickly took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. The true energy in his Qi that had expanded after his breakthrough continuously surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian still retained 10% of his true energy. 90% of his true energy was quickly injected into the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, the Jasper Celestial Sword began to tremble violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. The green energy on the sword was constantly flashing, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Without any hesitation or time for Duan Lingtian to think, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and swung the Jasper Celestial Sword out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his heart was extremely calm. It was as though he had vaguely established a connection with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. This connection was magical and difficult to describe with words. However, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling in the air disappeared in a flash, as though it was a flash in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders and disciples who had rushed out of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, an old figure that was not far away from Duan Lingtian was directly slashed into half. At the same time, the golden ocean in the sky disappeared as well. Junior Uncle Qian, Junior Brother Qian, Senior Brother Qian. At the instant the old figure was slashed into half by the sword ray, a few sorrowful cries resonated in the sky far away. It was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect. Initially, they were a little disappointed. They thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from Chen Kong's evil clutches. However, the sudden scene in front of them left them completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian had killed Chen Kong with just a sword strike. At the same time, not only were Jiang Wei and the others dumbfounded, but even Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky and watching the show, was shocked as well. Cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He was thankful that he did not snatch the mysterious sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, although he knew his strength was far more powerful than Chen Kong, who had been killed. However, even he did not dare to say he could block that sword strike with 100% certainty. That sword strike was too fast and too powerful. It was so fast that it shocked him. It was so powerful that it made his heart tremble. Junior brother, run. Although Bai Li Hong was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's domineering sword strike, he was the first to react and urged Duan Lingtian to run. Perhaps he did not know how Duan Lingtian could perform such a terrifying sword strike, but he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian must have met certain conditions to perform that sword strike. It would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to perform the same sword strike now. I'll protect your family and friends. Bai Li Hong continued to urge him. Chen Kong. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian's train of thought instantly became clear. So Xiaofeng is really Chen Kong's illegitimate son. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Chen Kong's voice transmission and realized his previous guess was right. Xiaofeng was really Chen Kong's illegitimate son. However, he could not figure out how Chen Kong knew he was the one who killed Xiaofeng. Chapter 1556. However, Duan Lingtian knew there was no time for him to think about it. Chen Kong was the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. As a saint stage powerhouse, he was like a guardian in the Moon Illumination Sect. Killing Qian Kong in front of so many people meant that he had committed a serious crime. Most importantly, he had killed Qian Kong with just one strike of his sword. It was not because he was powerful, but because he had borrowed the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy. Borrowing the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy had cost him 90% of his true energy. Currently, he only had 10% of his true energy left in his Qi. Senior brother, I'll leave Uncle Feng and the others in your hands. The moment the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At that instant, sword Qi filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. Streaks of incomparably sharp sword light whizzed past, setting off the area within a radius of 100 meters as if it was a sword domain. This was the territory that Duan Lingtian had mastered after he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could not control what kind of territory the true energy consolidated territory was. However, after breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian knew what kind of territory he had comprehended. It was the 10,000 swords territory. The reason Duan Lingtian comprehended this territory was because he knew it had something to do with the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Lingtian found out what kind of territory he had comprehended, he naturally knew what it was. Due to this reason, 10,000 swords filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. After a while, the 10,000 swords flew toward him rapidly. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the 10,000 swords were going to pierce his heart. The scene of 10,000 swords whistling through the air was extremely spectacular. Only the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling through the air was left in the wake of the 10,000 swords. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000 swords gathered under Duan Lingtian's feet and transformed into a solid and dazzling sword. Then, it seemed as though it had transformed into a streak of light as it disappeared into the distance. What a terrifying territory! What a fast speed! His speed is much faster than an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse or even a Saint Stage powerhouse. High up in the sky, Tai Wu was also shocked when he saw this scene. However, looking at his complexion, he doesn't seem to be in a good condition. It's very obvious that using that mysterious treasured sword earlier also consumed a lot of his true energy. It's impossible for him to perform a second sword strike in such a short time. As a Saint Stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's judgment was not bad. It was easy for him to see through Duan Lingtian's current situation. Therefore, he immediately chased after him. When Tai Wu chased after him, the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, finally regained their senses. Their expressions were grave as they chased after Duan Lingtian. They had never imagined that things would develop to such an extent. Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong. Who was Qian Kong? That was a powerhouse from the older generation in the Moon Illumination Sect. He was a grand elder of the Moon Illumination Sect whom they had known for many years. Yet today he had fallen before their eyes. The person who killed him was a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple. Although they thought highly of Duan Lingtian and felt that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, he would definitely lead the Moon Illumination Sect to glory, things had developed to such an extent that they could no longer control it. It would be fine if they were the only ones who saw Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong. However, the problem was that more than half of the Moon Illumination Sect's people had seen it. Although Qian Kong was the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elder, and many of the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples had never seen him before, the Moon Illumination Sect's elders and some of the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples recognized him. If someone who killed a Moon Illumination Sect's grand elder like Qian Kong could still be nurtured by the sect and become the sect's leader in the future, it would undoubtedly be a huge joke. Therefore, the moment Duan Lingtian killed Qian Kong, they knew the Moon Illumination Sect could no longer tolerate Duan Lingtian. Since they could no longer tolerate him, and Duan Lingtian might hate the Moon Illumination Sect because of Qian Kong, they were left with only one choice, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. They could not take the risk. If they took the risk, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be a potential threat to the Moon Illumination Sect when he grew stronger. They had to nip this threat in the bud. At this moment, they had already forgotten about Bai Li Hong. Although a 3-star saint inscription master was rare, it was insignificant in the face of the sect's survival. While they were chasing after Duan Lingtian, sect leader Jiang Wei did not forget to instruct the few vice sect leaders. Keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Don't let him and the people in his mansion leave. Several vice sect leaders rushed back to Bai Lihong's residence at the first moment. They were just in time to intercept Bai Lihong, who was preparing to leave with Feng Wudao and the others. To be more precise, they had intercepted Bai Lihong and Feng Wudao's group. Elder Bai Li, the sect master has ordered that you and the people in your residence are not allowed to leave. If you have offended him in any way, I hope that you can forgive us. A few vice sect masters surrounded Bai Lihong and the others, and one of them said, "Gentlemen, how about we make a deal?" Bai Lihong looked at the few vice sect leaders and asked indifferently. He did not panic. "What deal?" Several vice sect leaders frowned. "If you let me go, I'm willing to give each of you a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions," Bai Lihong said. Bai Lihong's words lit up the eyes of the few vice sect leaders. "Are you serious? I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, it's not convenient for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath in the sect now. I'm sure the vice sect masters don't want others to hear the resonance of the 9x9 heavenly tribulation, right?" Bai Lihong added, "Let's go." At this moment, the few vice sect leaders looked at each other. Not only did they disobey sect leader Jiang Wei's order, but they even personally escorted Bai Lihong, Feng Wudao, and the others out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Naturally, they were extremely discreet when they left. Nobody noticed them at all. The reason they did so was because the temptation of Bai Lihong's promise was too great. Even the sect leader and the few supreme elders did not have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, let alone them. To them, Bai Lihong's life and death were of no importance. The most important thing was to obtain the benefits in their hands. As for the sect leader Jiang Wei, they could completely shirk the responsibility and say that they had chased after Bai Lihong but failed to catch up to him. When they arrived at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Bai Lihong swore on the lightning penalty oath and negotiated a deal with the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect were satisfied and let him go. Although they had yet to obtain a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, they were not worried that Bai Lihong would go back on his word since he had swore on the lightning penalty oath. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath that Bai Lihong swore said that he would give each of them a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions within 3 years. 3 years was not a long time to them. Naturally, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, was unaware of what had happened here. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would throw up blood. When Bai Lihong brought Feng Wudao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders, deacons, and disciples near the mountain gate of the Moon Illumination sect's estate had already regained their senses. The scene that had happened earlier had given them a great shock. The Moon Illumination sect's elders who recognized Chen Kong, in particular, muttered in shock, "Duan Ling Tian, he actually killed Elder Chen Kong? How's this possible?" Elder Chen Kong is our Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder. He's a saint stage powerhouse. But he... Unbelievable! Unbelievable! How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Some of them were even trying to confirm that they were not dreaming. Elder Chen Kong? Supreme Elder. Saint Stage Powerhouse. Naturally, the group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples heard the words of the Moon Illumination sect's elders. At once, the identity of the old man who was killed with their own eyes spread out. Chen Kong was the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder, a saint stage powerhouse. Oh my God! I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Lu Huan and Elder Chen Kong? Elder Chen Kong is a saint stage powerhouse. A saint stage powerhouse is almost invincible to martial and Dao cultivators below the saint stage, Don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian is also a saint stage powerhouse? When senior brother Duan Lingtian left earlier, he seemed to have cast his territory with the true energy consolidated territory. His strength is not as simple as what he showed in front of Elder Lu Huan. The true energy consolidated territory is the symbol of a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is at least a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Paramount saint rudiment stage? In my opinion, senior brother Duan Lingtian is a saint stage powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he kill Elder Chen Kong? I also think senior brother Duan Lingtian is a saint stage powerhouse. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples discussed among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with awe and shock. They were not the only ones. Even the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders did not realize that although Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong, he had cast a heavy blow. Apart from Tai Wu from the Mountainshade Black Market, even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had noticed this as well. They knew it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to cast such a powerful sword strike again in a short period of time. That was why they dared to chase after him. Otherwise, how would they dare to chase after a powerhouse who could kill Qian Kong in just one strike? Naturally, the reason they chased after Duan Lingtian was not only to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future trouble, but they could also see how extraordinary the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was. As Saint Stage powerhouses, apart from having a good eyesight, they also had a keen sense that far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Chapter 1557. Due to this reason, the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, coveted the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Due to this reason, they chased after him without any hesitation. In the distance, Duan Lingtian's face was turning paler as he flew on his sword. The sword strike he used to kill Qian Kong earlier seemed simple, but it had actually depleted 90% of his true energy. The remaining 10% of his true energy had been used to form the 10,000 swords territory using the true energy consolidated territory. Subsequently, the 10,000 swords territory transformed into a flying sword and carried Duan Lingtian away from the Moon Illumination sect. One must admit that the flying sword was very fast. However, due to its fast speed, it consumed a lot of energy as well. After flying for a short distance, Duan Lingtian discovered that the true energy in his body was almost depleted. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in his mind was almost depleted due to the strange pupil that he had cast earlier. His true energy was almost depleted, and his spiritual energy was almost depleted as well. Currently, Duan Lingtian only felt extremely uncomfortable. This was not physical discomfort, but it was mental discomfort. What should I do? The few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect will definitely catch up with me. After killing Qian Kong, Duan Lingtian noticed a few figures flying out from the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate. They were none other than the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Although he could kill Qian Kong with a single sword strike, it was all thanks to the Jasper Celestial Sword. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be invincible below the Saint Stage even if he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might not even be a match for the weakest powerhouses above the Saint Stage, let alone killing a Saint Stage powerhouse with a single strike. Currently, using the Jasper Celestial Sword took a huge toll on him. He had consumed 90% of his true energy to kill Qian Kong. They're catching up to us soon. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice resonated from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to remind Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao, what should I do now? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Not only did the flying sword beneath his feet slow down, it even began to fade, as if it could disappear at any moment. Find a place that won't be exposed to wind and rain, then put the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda inside. As long as they don't destroy the surrounding environment, you should be safe. Hualao pondered for a moment and reminded him. As soon as Hualao said this, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Hualao's intention. That works. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He stepped on the flying sword and descended from the sky. He directly rode the sword into a dense forest and a huge rock appeared in front of him. That's it. Duan Lingtian mobilized his remaining true qi and lifted the boulder. Then, he dug a hole under the boulder and threw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda into it. Then, before the boulder fell again, he entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with a single thought. Boom! As the boulder fell, the small hole where the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was completely covered. It was not afraid of wind and rain at all. Under such circumstances, unless the pursuers behind him went crazy and destroyed the surrounding environment, it was impossible to force Duan Lingtian to show himself. After Duan Lingtian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he immediately went to the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Apart from recovering his true energy, he also began to recover his spiritual energy. To him, this was an urgent matter. While Duan Lingtian was hiding, Tai Wu, the Saint Stage powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Market stationed in the 9 Sect Alliances district, also appeared in the sky above the forest where Duan Lingtian was hiding. He's hiding. Tai Wu looked at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Then, as though he had noticed something, his eyes narrowed before he hid again. While Tai Wu was hiding, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and a few other Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders also appeared in the sky above the forest. They stopped moving and looked around. His aura seems to have disappeared in this place. Jiang Wei said with a frown. Let's look around. At once, the group of Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect split up to patrol in the sky while the rest entered the forest and began a thorough search. As Saint Stage powerhouses, their spiritual energy had already given birth to the divine consciousness. Nothing could hide from their divine consciousness. Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, had a grave expression on his face. He was not afraid of any of the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect. However, if these Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect joined forces, he was no match for them. Due to this reason, no matter how anxious he was, worried that Jiang Wei and the others would beat him to it and snatch the mysterious treasured sword from Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch. I hope you'll hide well and not be discovered by them. Otherwise, you'll disappoint me, Tai Wu thought to himself. His words were obviously directed at Duan Lingtian. One could imagine how speechless Duan Lingtian would be if he heard Tai Wu's words. While Tai Wu was feeling anxious, the group of people from the Moon Illumination Sect searched the surroundings for an entire hour before they finally gathered again. However, all of them returned empty-handed. Upon seeing this, Tai Wu sighed in relief. We didn't find him. Jiang Wei frowned. His aura clearly disappeared here. Don't tell me he can fly or burrow into the ground. Perhaps he has some way to remove his aura and prevent us from detecting it. One of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders speculated. That's possible. Another supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect agreed with this supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, how could a martial cultivator who hasn't even entered the Saint Stage escape from our divine consciousness? In the end, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect, including Jiang Wei, reached a consensus. How would they know that Duan Lingtian's aura was also isolated by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after he entered it? As a celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was still capable of this. Now we can only split up and search for him. Soon after, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect reached a consensus again. They split into 3 groups and searched for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts in a carpet style. Seeing the few people from the Moon Illumination Sect had split up, Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, did not show himself. His expression was calm, as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, the few high-ranking officials from the Moon Illumination sect, including Jiang Wei, returned from 3 different directions and gathered again. It was apparent their departure earlier was just an illusion. Their purpose was to lure Duan Lingtian out, since they were not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Currently, they had confirmed that Duan Lingtian was no longer in this area. At this moment, they finally split up and searched for Duan Lingtian in 3 different directions. At this moment, Tai Wu finally showed himself. Hermf, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm the closest to him and know he's hiding in this area, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by him like those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. After Tai Wu showed himself, he looked down at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was certain Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what kind of secret technique you've used to hide, you'll still have to show yourself in front of me. Tai Wu, no matter how strange your secret technique is. Tai Wu sneered and extended both of his arms. At this moment, a surge of vast true energy appeared on each of Tai Wu's arms. It seemed to have transformed into 2 dragons that kept swallowing and hissing. In the next moment, as Tai Wu's arms shook, the 2 dragons transformed from true energy lashed out at the forest below like 2 huge whips. Wherever they passed, the wind howled and the cranes screamed as though the air had been sucked out. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the 2 dragons landed in the forest, causing the ground to tremble as though there was an earthquake. Although the 2 dragons did not hit the gigantic rock that the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was hiding in, due to the trembling ground, the gigantic rock was sent flying. At this moment, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda that was hidden under the gigantic rock was sent flying as well. Before the 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was repaired, the space inside was unstable. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and recovering his true energy and spiritual energy, was sent flying out of the pagoda. Since he did not have much true energy left, Duan Lingtian rolled on the ground a few times after he was sent flying out. He was covered in dust and looked extremely wretched. Oh no! At this moment, he finally regained his senses and realized the thing he did not want to happen the most had happened. Originally, he knew he had taken a risk by hiding in such a way. This was because he did not know if his pursuers would destroy the surrounding environment. If it was destroyed, he would be sent out of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda immediately even if he was hiding in it. However, he had no other choice but to take the risk. Now, the truth had proven that he was unlucky. I can't believe I still failed. When Duan Lingtian realized he was unlucky, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He immediately looked at the figure that was descending from the sky. However, when he saw the black figure, he could not help but frown. It doesn't seem like any of the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, the feeling he gives me doesn't seem like he's from the Moon Illumination sect. The person who had appeared was, naturally, Tai Wu, Duan Lingtian. After Tai Wu appeared, he studied Duan Lingtian with interest. You're quite capable to be able to deceive those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. Tai Wu. Who are you? Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He realized he had guessed correctly. This black-clad middle-aged man was not from the Moon Illumination sect. However, since this person dared to call the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect trash, he must be more powerful than the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that you'll die in my hands today. Chapter 1558. Although Tai Wu was considered a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, his identity in the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper branch was still an assassin. All assassins in the Mountain Shade Black Market would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would never reveal their identities outside. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. I don't think there's any enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "There's no enmity between us. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. I've taken a fancy to the sword in your hand." Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. At the same time, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Sword. Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, he quickly regained his senses and realized the sword Tai Wu was talking about was his Jasper Celestial Sword. Don't play dumb. You haven't even entered the Saint stage yet. Didn't you rely on that sword to kill Chen Kong from the Moon Illumination sect? Although Chen Kong is trash, he's still a Saint stage powerhouse no matter what. If you don't have that sword, it's impossible for you to kill him with just one strike. Tai Wu smirked. You're talking about this, right? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared in his hand with a raise of his hand. When Tai Wu saw the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, his eyes lit up immediately. If you're interested in this sword, I don't mind giving it to you. However, the prerequisite is that you'll have to use it first. With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian grabbed the body of the Jasper Celestial Sword and handed the hilt to Tai Wu as though he was really going to give the sword to him. Boy, what are you trying to do? When Tai Wu saw how cooperative Duan Lingtian was, he became a little fearful. He did not reach out to take the sword. Instead, he asked with a grave expression, "What can I do?" Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. "If I can still do something, why would I be here talking nonsense with you? You're a Saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you're so cowardly that you don't dare to take the sword that I'm giving to you?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word give. Tai Wu only realized that Duan Lingtian did not have the strength to wield the sword in his hand Duan Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he would utterly not waste his breath on him and would have swung his sword over since long ago. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Chen Kong with his sword was still vivid in his mind. That sword strike appeared ordinary, but it actually contained an extremely powerful and frightening strength. Wu's sword, celestial. Wu's celestial Duan celestial al done. He tai Tian's Tian Wu s dun he Duan sword dun Wu dun sword. S celestial al Wu's Duan Wu's. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because he realized the Jasper Celestial Sword that was as light as a feather in Duan Lingtian's hand was terrifyingly heavy in his hand. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not pick it up. "Lad, what's going on? You're a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, so why can't I pick it up?" Tai Wu asked in a deep voice as he withdrew his hand after a long while. In his opinion, there must be a secret in Duan Lingtian's sword. If he wanted to pick up the sword, he would have to master the secret first. "I'm giving the sword to you. You can't blame me if you can't pick it up." Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. At the same time, Tai Wu did not notice the fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes had disappeared and was replaced with indifference. It was as though his mentality had undergone a great change in an instant. "Lad, you must be up to something." Tai Wu's face turned pale as he shouted. "I advise you to tell me the secret of this sword if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, even if I can't obtain it, I'll kill you." When Tai Wu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. "What kind of trick can I play?" Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. He did not panic as Tai Wu had expected. Instead, he looked indifferent as though he did not care about Tai Wu's threat at all. "Lad, are you doubting my words? Do you think I won't kill you?" Tai Wu asked coldly as his expression darkened. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not reply. "Lad, since I can destroy you, I can naturally kill you as well. I advise you to cooperate with me honestly. Perhaps I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood." Tai Wu sneered. "You'll destroy me?" Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what he meant. I'm sure you don't know what happened in the Moon Illumination sect before you returned to the sect, right? Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. Although I don't know why Qian Kong attacked you, there's no place for you in the Moon Illumination sect even if you didn't kill Qian Kong today. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect is a crime punishable by death in the Moon Illumination sect. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect? You mean Lu Huan? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was even more puzzled by Tai Wu's words. I don't know who Lu Huan is, but since the Moon Illumination sect's elder you killed had a cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, it's only natural that he was an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Tai Wu snorted. Perhaps you don't know this, but before you returned to the Moon Illumination sect, I recorded the scene of you killing the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect into the mirror image talisman. Then, I projected the image stored in the mirror image talisman into the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate before you did. However, Tai Wu was unaware of this. If Duan Lingtian did not kill Lu Huan, nothing would have happened to Duan Lingtian even if the matter of him killing Lu Huan was exposed. Lu Huan's death was mostly his own doing. Although Lu Huan was dead, nobody in the Moon Illumination sect sympathized with him. Everyone thought he had dug his own grave and deserved to die. After Jiang Wei and the others from the Moon Illumination sect saw Duan Lingtian's strength, they regarded him as a treasure. If it was not for the incident that happened later, they would have trained Duan Lingtian as the next successor to the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect even if it was not for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian finally had an answer to some of the questions in his heart. No wonder Qian Kong wants to kill me. As it turns out, he's already found out about my true strength. Since he knows about my true strength, it's only natural that he knows Zhao Feng's death has something to do with me. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Boy, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't tell me the secret of this sword after 15 minutes, I'll definitely kill you. As soon as Tai Wu finished speaking, he even swore on the lightning penalty oath as though he wanted to be more persuasive. Boom, 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 boom. As the 9-9 heavenly tribulation responded to the tribulation oath, Tai Wu faced Duan Lingtian in a victorious manner. It was as though he was not worried Duan Lingtian would reveal the secret of the sword in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, laughed when he saw Tai Wu swearing on the lightning penalty oath. He laughed in a carefree manner. What are you laughing at? Tai Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'm laughing at your ignorance. After Duan Lingtian's smile faded a little, he said nonchalantly, however, since you like swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll play with you as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he also swore on the lightning penalty oath. If I have a way to make this person use the sword in my hand, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty. This was the lightning penalty oath Duan Lingtian swore on. After he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not suffer from the lightning penalty at all. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not lying. You have no way to make me use it? Impossible. Impossible. Then, how can you use it? You're just an ant at the Saint Rudiment stage. How can you use a sword that even a Saint stage powerhouse like me can't pick up? When Tai Wu realized Duan Lingtian was not lying, horror dawned on him immediately. Initially, his imagination was perfect. As long as he obtained the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he would be able to leave the 9 Sect Alliances district and return to the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper-level branch. Not only did he want to return, but he also wanted to kill all those who had gone against him in the past. However, reality told him that he could not use the sword that he had always dreamed of. Nothing is impossible in this vast world. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, since I can't use it, don't even think about using it. Die! Die! Tai Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. After he shouted coldly, the true energy in his body surged as he was about to kill Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Just when Tai Wu was about to lose his mind, Duan Lingtian spoke nonchalantly again. At the same time, he casually tossed out an item. A stone tablet with a missing corner appeared out of thin air. After Duan Lingtian tossed it out, it seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Tai Wu as though it was on steroids. Boom! Before Tai Wu could make his move, the stone tablet hit his body. In the next moment, although Tai Wu did not seem to be injured, he fell down. His eyes were dull as though he had lost his soul. As for him, he had indeed lost his soul. To be more precise, his soul had been suppressed. Naturally, the thing that suppressed his soul was the Devil Seal tablet that Duan Lingtian had just taken out. When Tai Wu was trying to take the Jasper Celestial Sword away from Duan Lingtian had already discovered that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator. After finding out that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator, he was no longer worried. With his current Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, it was impossible for a devil cultivator at the first stage of the Saint stage to escape from the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. The Saint stage was divided into many stages. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that the strongest powerhouse in the 9 Sect Alliances district was only at the peak of the first stage of the Saint stage. In the entire 9 Sect Alliances district, there were only 2 such powerhouses. Chapter 1559. After killing Tai Wu, taking his spatial ring, and destroying his corpse, Duan Lingtian immediately left the forest that was destroyed by Tai Wu. Currently, the most important thing for him was to find a secluded place to recuperate. As for other matters, he would have to wait until his true energy and spiritual energy had recovered. The group of Moon Illumination Sect's Saint Stage powerhouses, including Sect Leader Jiang Wei, returned to the Moon Illumination Sect one after another in disappointment after searching for Duan Lingtian for more than 10 days to no avail. As soon as Jiang Wei returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, he was furious when he heard about Bai Li Hong escaping with his men. He was not stupid. His first thought was that the few vice sect leaders had let Bai Li Hong go. However, what could he do even if he guessed it? Could he sentence them to death or expel them from the Moon Illumination Sect? The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect were all imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. All of them were the pillars of the Moon Illumination Sect. Moreover, none of them would be able to break through to the Saint Stage at any time. It would be a loss to the Moon Illumination Sect if any of them died. Due to this reason, Jiang Wei did not do anything even though he was furious. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect had taken this into consideration when they decided to let Bai Li Hong and the others go. No matter what, the Moon Illumination Sect had lost Chen Kong, Bai Li Hong, and a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian. The loss was immeasurable. Due to this reason, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect, did not have a pleasant expression on his face. Naturally, although he did not continue to search for Duan Lingtian, he did not give up. He secretly sent the elders he trusted in the Moon Illumination Sect to search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. If my Moon Illumination Sect can obtain that sword, it won't be impossible for my Moon Illumination Sect to become the leader of the 9 sections. When Jiang Wei recalled the mysterious sword Duan Lingtian had used to kill Chen Kong, his heart burned with eagerness. He was determined to obtain that sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was hiding in a remote place, cultivating on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. More than 10 days had passed in the outside world, but more than a month had passed in the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian's true qi had almost fully recovered, and his mental strength had also recovered. The reason he did not wake up from his cultivation was because Duan Lingtian was further consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After all, he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in a hurry, so his cultivation was not stable yet. This time, he planned to use this opportunity to completely consolidate his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After he had stabilized his cultivation base, he would make another trip to the Moon Illumination Sect. He was very worried about Bai Li Hong and his friends. Although Duan Lingtian was worried, he did not think the Moon Illumination sect would execute them. After all, even if the Moon Illumination sect executed them, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. In his opinion, as a seventh-rate sect, the Moon Illumination sect would not do such a stupid thing. While Duan Lingtian was consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion was not calm at all. Whoosh! A swift figure landed on the floating island like a gust of wind. Elder Rong. Elder Rong. On the other hand, the rows of black armored guards patrolling the island in the sky also stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw the newcomer slowing down. To a certain extent, he could be considered as Duan Rufing's eyes and ears in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would be able to find out immediately if there was any commotion in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, if it was just some insignificant force, he would not pay any attention to it at all. Something must have changed in this matter. Duan Rufing's eyes gleamed brightly as he said in a deep voice, "Rong Yuan, I plan to make a trip back to the Cloud Continent. Tell Madam that I have something to attend to at the last minute. Don't tell Madam about this. I'm afraid she'll be worried." Yes. Rong Yuan was also the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. He was also Duan Rufing's right-hand man. When he heard Duan Rufing's words, he immediately responded respectfully. After Duan Rufing passed down his order, he immediately left the Azure Cloud Mansion. He left alone without bringing anyone with him. His destination was the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Lord Mansion Master? Kumi, who had been waiting at the southern coastal district of the Dao Martial Saint Land for a long time, did not expect the Lord Mansion Master would personally make an appearance. He was shocked. "Kumi, follow me to the Cloud Continent," Duan Rufing said indifferently when he saw the old man who was completely covered in a gray robe. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and made his way to the Cloud Continent. The old man did not dare to dawdle and immediately followed him. Although this old man was also dressed in gray like Rong Yuan, he was on the other end of the spectrum compared to Rong Yuan's sage-like demeanor. Just by standing there, he inadvertently exuded a gloomy and cold aura, as if thousands of ghosts were coming to visit him. He was also holding a walking stick in his hand. If Han Shuanai was here, she would definitely be able to recognize him with just a glance. This old man was the person who had stopped the group of people from the Greenwave Han Mansion when they were leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land from the south in a grandiose manner. The old man had stopped the group of powerhouses from the Greenwave Han Mansion with just his strength alone. Moreover, even the strongest powerhouse by her side, Mui, was respectful to the old man. Kumi, Rong Yuan brought back a piece of news. He said that the dragons are looking for my son. Duan Rufing said while they were on their way. Although his tone was calm, Kumi could hear a trace of terrifying coldness in it. Young Mansion Master? Isn't the young Mansion Master on the Cloud Continent? Upon hearing this, Kumi's emotions could not help but fluctuate a little. Have you encountered anything out of the ordinary while you've been here all these years? For example, did some powerhouses leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and go to the Cloud Continent? Duan Rufing asked. 2 days ago, there was a group of people who went south. Kumi pondered for a moment before he said, "At that time, it was the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, they didn't go to the Cloud Continent. They searched the vast sea for a long time as though they were looking for someone. After a period of time, they returned after they found nothing." "Did you see anyone from the dragons?" Duan Rufing asked again. "People from the dragons?" Upon hearing Duan Rufing's words, Kumi's heart skipped a beat. Then he said, "A year ago, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, passed by this place. I've met him before. According to him, he went to an island on the Separation Cloud Continent and not the Cloud Continent. Not long ago, he just came back from there. Although he forced a smile in front of me, I could tell he seemed to have suffered a setback. Then I must be right. It must have something to do with Diju." Upon hearing this, Duan Rufing's face turned grave immediately. Upon hearing Duan Rufing's words, Kumi seemed to have guessed something as well. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Mansion Master, I was careless in this matter. If something really happened to young Mansion Master because of Diju, Kumi, will definitely take Diju's life even if I have to spill my blood on the dragons. Kumi's words were said in an extremely cold and sinister manner. There's no point in saying all this now. The most important thing now is to go to the Cloud Continent to investigate the situation. Since the dragons are looking for my son, I'm sure he's fine now. The moment Duan Rufing thought of this, he secretly sighed in relief. Chapter 1560. According to the Oracle Man, he was Duan Rufing's son. He was not a short-lived person. Realizing that there might be some conflict between the dragons and Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufing and Kumi immediately sped up and headed south to Cloud Continent. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at Cloud Continent. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he immediately went to the vicinity of the Moon Illumination Sect. After lying in ambush for a few days, he finally found an opportunity to knock out a Moon Illumination Sect inner court disciple who had just returned from outside. He then disguised himself as him and took his inner court disciple token before entering the Moon Illumination Sect's estate without any obstruction. After entering the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, he immediately went to the inner court. Soon after, he learned that Bai Lihong had left the Moon Illumination Sect with Feng Wudao and the rest. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Since senior brother has left with Uncle Feng and the rest, it means that they're safe. With senior brother's strength and identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, let alone in the 9-sect Alliances district, he won't have to worry about not having a place to stay even if he leaves the 9-sect Alliances district. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt relieved. After confirming that Bai Lihong and the rest were fine, Duan Lingtian went to the outer court again to secretly check on Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. However, unfortunately, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu were not there. Could something have happened? Worried that his identity would be exposed, Duan Lingtian did not investigate further and left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate first. After leaving, he went to Mound Hill City. However, he did not show himself. Who knew if the Moon Illumination Sect had arranged for someone to wait for him in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? After asking around outside Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian realized that Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was fine and was not implicated at all. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect isn't crazy. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he left Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian's first thought was to go to Han River City. After senior brother brought Uncle Feng and the rest out of the Moon Illumination Sect, I wonder if they'll settle down in Han River City. I'll try my luck there. Maybe we can find some useful information in Han River City. Having made his decision, Duan Lingtian headed towards Han River City. As the number 1 city within the 9-sect Alliance's territory, Han River City was naturally the first to receive news. Duan Lingtian had been to Han River City before, so he was familiar with the place this time. After arriving at Han River City, Duan Lingtian spent the next few days in a restaurant, listening to the discussions of martial and Dao cultivators from all over the 9-sect Alliances. However, he was shocked to find that the news about the Moon Illumination Sect did not spread out at all. Whether it was the death of a Saint Stage powerhouse in the Moon Illumination Sect or the fact that Bai Lihong had left the sect, none of them spread out. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little strange. Duan Lingtian did not know that when the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect returned after failing to find him, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect, Jiang Wei, had urged the group of inner court and outer court elders to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not spread the news of what happened that day. Perhaps the reason why Windfall Nation did not occupy the land in the Nine Sect Alliance's district is mainly because of this desert. Standing at the border of the Nine Sect Alliance's district, Duan Lingtian, who was about to cross the desert and enter Windfall Nation's district, could not help but think to himself as he looked at the endless desert in front of him. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that when he entered the desert, his cheapskate father, Duan Rufang, had already arrived at the 10 great dynasties in the south of Cloud Continent. After entering the Darkhan dynasty, he entered the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Kumi, just wait for me here, Duan Rufang said to Kumi indifferently as he looked down at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. In front of Duan Rufang, Kumi was extremely respectful and did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Subsequently, Duan Rufang entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. One must admit that Duan Rufang was very smart. He knew to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he finally found the clue that he was looking for. Originally, Duan Lingtian had intentionally left these clues for Li Fei before he left Cloud Continent. This was because he knew that as long as Li Fei was still alive, she would definitely return. However, to his surprise, the person who obtained the clues he left behind first was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufang. Even the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left for Li Fei had also landed in Duan Rufang's hands. Through the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left behind, Duan Rufang also found out about the ins and outs of this matter. What a good dragons! What a good Diju! Good. Very good. I'll definitely ask the dragons for an explanation for destroying my son's sect. Killing intent flashed in Duan Rufang's eyes. However, when he found out that one of his daughters-in-law had been taken away, his heart sank again. Zoroastrianism? What's the background of that daughter-in-law of mine? Her twin sister actually calls herself a Zoroastrianism. Shouldn't Zoroastrianism people be in the upper province? Why would she come to the lower province? That's not right. Rower once said that my daughter-in-law, Kerr, grew up with Tianer since childhood. How could she possibly have anything to do with Zoroastrianism in the upper province? However, it's someone who calls herself a Zoroastrianism person who took her away. Not only that, but that person even calls herself her twin sister. Not only that, but that woman who calls herself Kerr's twin sister is so powerful that she's even stronger than Diju. The moment Duan Rufang thought about this, his heart felt a little heavy. Although he did not take Diju seriously, he still knew a little about how powerful Diju was. After all, Diju was one of the only 2 5-clawed golden dragons in the upper province. Although he had yet to fully mature, his strength was still extraordinary. If that woman was really Kerr's twin sister, then her actual age would only be slightly over 30 years old. Slightly over 30 years old, but her strength was far more powerful than Diju. She's so young, but she already possesses such monstrous strength. Seems like she's not lying. She's most likely a Zoroastrianism person. Only the outstanding young talents from the top first-rate forces in the upper province would possess such monstrous strength at such a young age. The moment Duan Rufang thought about this, he could not help but gasp. Even he had only heard of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had never come into contact with anyone from the upper province. Since ancient times, the Dao Martial Saint Land is divided into the 3 religions and 9 sects. The 9 sects refer to the forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land from the first rate to the 9th rate. The 3 religions refer to the 3 top first-rate forces with the longest inheritance in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They're also the 3 most mysterious and powerful sections. Zoroastrianism is one of them. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 3 great sects and the other powerful forces that rose to power entered the upper province. For so many years, nobody in the lower province mentioned the 3 great sects. Chapter 1561. In fact, Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he decided to cross the vast desert and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had heard his senior brother, Bai Lihong, mention Windfall Nation many times. Based on Bai Lihong's words, it seemed like he was looking forward to going to Windfall Nation. He had even said that if it was not for the Moon Illumination sect, he would have gone to Windfall Nation long ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian felt Bai Lihong might have brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Not only that, but this feeling was very strong as well. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was, when he was crossing the desert and heading to Windfall Nation, his cheapskate father would leave Cloud Continent not long after he obtained the clue he left behind in the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent. Let's go to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Rufeng and Kumi came and went like the wind. From the time they arrived on Cloud Continent to the time they left, it only took them a day. Of course, they didn't even spend 1/10 of the day on the road. This was because the clue Duan Lingtian left behind mentioned that he had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the Moon Illumination sect. He also introduced the Moon Illumination sect as a 7th-rate sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he also mentioned the general location of the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, Duan Rufeng brought Kumi back to the Dao Martial Saint Land and arrived at the Moon Illumination sect immediately. Duan Rufeng stood with his hands behind his back in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. He had a calm expression on his face, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, if one looked into his eyes, one could see the anticipation in the depth of his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing his son again. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Kumi took a step forward. His voice was like thunder that reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, it spread through the entire Moon Illumination sect. The entire Moon Illumination sect was shocked. The voice came from the sky. There's a flight prohibiting formation in the sky above our Moon Illumination sect's estate. The owner of the voice must be a Saint Stage powerhouse. The group of elders and disciples in the Moon Illumination sect immediately realized the problem. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Why did a Saint Stage powerhouse come to the Moon Illumination sect? Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like he wanted to see the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, the forbidden area of the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. Where did this Saint Realm expert come from? Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the other Saint Stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect were gathered together. They looked at each other, not knowing who had arrived. However, since the visitor was looking for Jiang Wei, it was impossible for Jiang Wei to avoid meeting him. After all, he was a Saint Stage expert. Although they did not know how strong the Saint Stage powerhouse was, the other Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect followed Jiang Wei and soared into the sky to meet the person in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, Jiang Wei and the others saw a skinny old man. The old man's entire body was shrouded in gray robes. He held a walking stick in his hand and stood there, imperceptibly exerting a great pressure on them. As Saint Realm experts, they immediately realized that this old man's strength was far above theirs. At this moment, a hint of dread appeared in Jiang Wei and the others' eyes. However, when they saw the middle-aged man standing at a higher spot not far behind the skinny old man, horror dawned on them. The middle-aged man stood with his hands on his back. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the position he was standing at and the aura of a superior being that was faintly emitting from his body, it was enough to show that his strength was most likely above the skinny old man. The skinny old man was obviously his underling. He was his lackey. Who are the two lords? Jiang Wei and the others had come in a menacing manner. However, when they realized the two men were not to be trifled with, they lowered their heads in unison and behaved humbly. Although they were Saint Stage powerhouses, they knew they were at the bottom of the Saint Stage powerhouses. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless when they encountered a more powerful Saint Stage powerhouse. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Not only did Kumi ignore Jiang Wei and the others, but he even repeated his question. His tone was filled with impatience. Jiang Wei and the others did not dare to flare up when Kumi ignored them. Jiang Wei immediately replied, "Lord, I'm Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. May I know why you've come to my Moon Illumination Sect, Lord?" Jiang Wei's voice was filled with anxiety. The skinny old man in front of him gave him too much pressure. The feeling of being stared at by the skinny old man was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Moreover, it was a venomous snake that he did not have the confidence to fight against. "Is there a person called Duan Lingtian in your Moon Illumination Sect?" Kumi asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, he quickly glanced at Jiang Wei and the others' faces. He did not miss the changes on their faces at all. When they heard Kumi mentioning Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on Jiang Wei and the others immediately. However, they forced their expressions back to normal in just a blink of an eye. However, in their hearts, a wave of shock had been set off. This mysterious and powerful person was actually here to look for Duan Lingtian? Was Duan Lingtian not from the mortal continent? Why would such a powerful person come to look for him? At this moment, a sense of uneasiness rose in Jiang Wei and the others' hearts. "Sect leader, did you notice that the middle-aged man seems to have a 60 to 70% resemblance to Duan Lingtian?" At this moment, one of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders secretly glanced at Duan Rufeng and transmitted his voice to Jiang Wei. At this moment, his voice seemed to tremble a little. Upon hearing that, Jiang Wei also secretly studied Duan Rufeng. He did not pay much attention to Duan Rufeng's appearance earlier, but now that he had taken a closer look, he was shocked to discover that the middle-aged man did indeed look similar to Duan Lingtian. The expression between their brows, in particular, seemed like they were made from the same mold. "Oh no!" Jiang Wei's heart skipped a beat as a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Wei also realized that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the two men in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei immediately transmitted his voice to the other few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders. "Senior uncles, junior uncles, let's speak in unison and say that we don't know any Duan Lingtian, nor did we know there was such a person in the Moon Illumination Sect." Upon hearing that, the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders responded one after another. At this moment, they also realized that Duan Lingtian's background was not as simple as they had imagined. At this moment, they even regretted pursuing Duan Lingtian. If they did not pursue Duan Lingtian, there would not be any conflict between them and Duan Lingtian. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's background was, he would not make things difficult for them. However, at this moment, everything was no longer up to them. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to think of a way to get rid of the two men in front of them. After getting rid of the two men, they would look for a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if the two men in front of them learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian in their Moon Illumination Sect, they did not doubt that they would destroy the Moon Illumination Sect. "Lord, although I'm the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, I've never heard of a person called Duan Lingtian in the Moon Illumination Sect." Jiang Wei looked at Kumi and pretended to be calm as he spoke. "You've never heard of him?" Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Kumi's eyes gleamed coldly. "Yes, I've never heard of him." Jiang Wei replied affirmatively. "If he hasn't heard of him, what about all of you?" Kumi's gaze landed on the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders behind Jiang Wei. At the same time, a devilish grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Lord, I've never heard of him as well. Lord, I've never heard of him as well." At once, the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders shook their heads one after another, indicating that they had never heard of Duan Lingtian. "Honor is not here?" At this moment, Duan Rufeng frowned as well. Earlier, he had already searched the entire Moon Illumination Sect's estate with his powerful divine consciousness, but he did not find any trace of Duan Lingtian at all. "Have you really never heard of him, or are you unwilling to tell us?" Kumi asked with a faint smile as he looked at Jiang Wei and the others. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Jiang Wei and the others narrowed their eyes. They realized that the powerhouse in front of them might have noticed something. However, they still pretended to be calm and indicated that they had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Lord Mansion Master, they don't seem to be very cooperative. If Kumi was alone, he would not have been able to restrain himself from using his own method to find out everything. However, since Duan Ruffing was here, he did not dare to act recklessly. Kumi, since when did you have to report such a small matter to me? Duan Ruffing said nonchalantly. He could not help but feel a little anxious when he did not find any trace of his son, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he could sense the uneasiness in Jiang Wei and the others as well. It was obvious they were pretending not to know his son, Duan Lingtian. Lord Mansion Master? When Jiang Wei and the others heard how Kumi addressed Duan Ruffing, horror dawned on their faces. Mansion Master was not a title that could be used by just anyone. There were many forces in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, only those fifth-rate forces or above dared to call themselves a mansion and control a mansion. The title of Mansion Master was usually reserved for the leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. The leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Wei and the others felt their vision darken, and they even felt as if the sky had darkened. However, they calmed down one after another when they heard Jiang Wei's voice transmission. Perhaps he's trying to scare us. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's voice transmission, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders calmed down immediately. They also felt it was impossible for a leader of a fifth-rate force or above to appear in their Moon Illumination Sect. Their Moon Illumination Sect was merely a seventh-rate force. Chapter 1562. Moreover, just by looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, one could tell he had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. There was a high chance they were related by blood. If Duan Lingtian really had such a relationship with the leader of a fifth-rate force or above, how could he possibly appear in the Moon Illumination Sect? The moment Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few Supreme Elders of Moon Illumination Sect thought to themselves. However, in the next moment, horror dawned on their faces. This was because they were shocked to discover that the skinny old man's cane had suddenly appeared. As the skinny old man struck the ground with his walking stick, the area within 100 meters instantly turned dark, as if night had fallen. At the same time, withered tree branches shot out from the void as though they had been given life. Whoosh! 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 The speed of the withered tree branches was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others could not react in time. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Wei and the others were bound by the flexible withered tree branches. *T. My true origin has been sealed. Just as Jiang Wei was about to struggle, his expression changed drastically. This was because he was shocked to discover that the withered tree branches that bound him actually possessed a sealing energy that suppressed the true origin in his body, causing him to be unable to mobilize the true origin in his body. My true origin has been sealed as well. Oh my God, what kind of territory is this? At the same time, the few Supreme Elders of Moon Illumination Sect cried out in horror. Their voices were filled with panic and fear. Even they could not remember when was the last time they were so terrified. At the same time, when Jiang Wei and the others looked at Kumi again, their eyes were filled with terror. Although they knew the skinny old man was not to be trifled with, they did not expect that they would be like 3-year-old children in front of an adult. They were completely powerless in front of this skinny old man. Just by consolidating his territory, he was able to bind them and control their life and death. Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Jiang Wei said in a trembling voice. Lord, we're really not lying. If you don't believe us, you can ask the other people in our Moon Illumination Sect. One of the Supreme Elders of Moon Illumination Sect said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Upon hearing the words of the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elder, Kumi replied in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei. To be more precise, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei's eyes. "Look at me." After locking his gaze on Jiang Wei's eyes, Kumi suddenly shouted in a low voice. His voice seemed to have condensed into a sound line that pierced into Jiang Wei's ears. Jiang Wei was so shocked that he subconsciously looked at Kumi and met his eyes. It was at this moment that Kumi's eyes began to shine with a crimson light. At the same time, 2 crimson rays shot out from Kumi's eyes and pierced into Jiang Wei's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wei's eyes, which had been lively at the beginning, became dull and lifeless. Upon seeing this, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders were stunned. Then, as though they had just seen a ghost, they shouted, "Soul Search! It's the soul-searching technique. Soul-searching secret technique. Impossible! Impossible! How could an expert who has mastered the soul-searching secret technique appear here?" The few Supreme Elders of the Moon Illumination Sect muttered under their breaths as they watched the scene before their eyes in disbelief. However, the scene that was deeply reflected in their eyes seemed to tell them that nothing was impossible. No matter what, the few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders were Saint Stage powerhouses. He killed Chen Kong, the Saint Stage Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect, with just a sword strike. Subsequently, he even managed to escape from the hands of a few Saint Stage powerhouses. Kumi also told Duan Lingtian about the extraordinariness of the sword in Duan Rufing's hand. During this process, Jiang Wei and the others also heard Kumi addressing Duan Lingtian as young mansion master. At once, they learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man whom the skinny old man addressed as Lord Mansion Master. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was his son. At this moment, only despair was left in their hearts. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be the son of a leader of a 5th-rate force or above. Just like the Oracle man said, "My son is really a person with great fortune." That sword allowed him to display such an attack at the Saint Rudiment stage. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Upon hearing Kumi's words and learning that Duan Lingtian was safe, Duan Rufing sighed in relief. "Lord Mansion Master, Kumi glanced at Jiang Wei and the others indifferently before he respectfully asked for instructions from Duan Rufing. "You can deal with them as you deem fit." Duan Rufing replied indifferently before he added, "Let's go to the dragons." The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Rufing vanished into thin air. It was as though he had vanished into thin air before Jiang Wei and the others' eyes. His speed was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others shuddered in fear. However, when they saw Kumi glaring at them menacingly, horror dawned on them as they cried out in horror, "Lord, please spare our lives. Please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended the young mansion master. Lord, please spare our lives for the sake of not harming the young mansion master. Lord, we're willing to help look for the young mansion master." When Jiang Wei and the others sensed the killing intent emitting from Kumi, they began to beg for mercy. At this moment, the so-called dignity of a Saint Stage powerhouse was completely thrown to the back of their minds. To them, nothing was important in the face of their lives. Being alive was the only thing that mattered. If a person died, there would be nothing left. This was especially true for Saint Stage powerhouses like them. Only they knew how difficult it was to get to where they were now. They were really unwilling to die just like that. Noisy. The instant Kumi spoke coldly, he did not seem to have made any movement. However, the dead branches that grew out of thin air within a 100-meter radius seemed to have transformed into pythons as they swept toward Jiang Wei and the others. In just a few moments, Jiang Wei and the others were crushed into minced meat. They could not be any more dead. At the same time, Kumi also followed Duan Rufing. After Kumi left, The sky within a 100-meter radius that seemed to have fallen into darkness finally regained its light. The countless dead branches in the dark night disappeared as well. Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few remaining supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect had also completely disappeared from this world. Naturally, the people from Moon Illumination Sect did not notice this at the moment. After some time, the people from the Moon Illumination Sect discovered that their sect leader, Jiang Wei, and a few other supreme elders had disappeared into thin air. They had disappeared without a trace. Without the support of the Saint Stage powerhouses, it was only natural that the Moon Illumination Sect began to decline. It was no longer as glorious as before. Naturally, all of this was a story for later. At the border of the vast desert to the south of Windfall Nation, a travel-worn figure had also arrived today. This is Windfall Nation? The person who arrived was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had crossed the vast desert from the 9-sect alliance's district to Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Windfall Nation's border and looked ahead. All he could see was an oasis. It was like a completely different world from the desert behind him. Let's continue forward and ask someone for directions to the capital of Windfall Nation. Chapter 1563. However, Duan Lingtian still felt a certain amount of exhaustion from traversing the vast desert without rest and sleep throughout the journey. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Before asking for directions, Duan Lingtian found a place to rest. After resting for a night, he continued his journey towards the north the next morning. Finally, after traveling north at full speed for an hour, he saw an inconspicuous little village. Smoke rose from the chimney as he looked from afar. A small village like this that was situated on the vast grassland was like a perfect painting when reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and landed when he was close to the little village. Before he entered the village, Duan Lingtian saw two figures darting out and blocking his path. "Who are you?" The people who blocked Duan Lingtian's path were two middle-aged men who looked strong and strong. They looked at Duan Lingtian, the uninvited guest, warily. "There's no need to be nervous. I'm just a passerby who wants to ask for directions." Duan Lingtian forced a smile as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly activated his divine eye and probed the cultivation base of the two middle-aged men. They were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked that there were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage in such a small village. In fact, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, ordinary 9th-rate forces would only have martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage at most. However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the heaven and earth spirit energy had become much richer as he approached the village. It was obvious there was a saint stone reserve buried under the village. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could easily sense that it was a 9th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. As expected of Windfall Nation, even a small village at the border is comparable to a 9th-rate force. Duan Lingtian exclaimed inwardly. When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions softened a lot. However, they still asked cautiously, "Where are you going?" "The capital." Duan Lingtian replied. "The capital?" The two middle-aged men were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. One had to know that not just any martial cultivator or Dao cultivator would dare to go to the capital through them. They were at the border of Windfall Nation. It was a long distance from here to the capital. Without a certain level of strength, one would not dare to go to the capital alone. After all, who knew how many bandits would try to kill him along the way? "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked with a smile, "Can you show me the way?" For the two middle-aged men, this was as easy as lifting their hands. After a short while, they both pointed in the same direction, which was the northeast direction. "Thank both of you." Duan Lingtian thanked them with a smile and was about to leave. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It was so ferocious that Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. Naturally, the two middle-aged men did not hear the sound when Duan Ling Tian heard it. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking toward them. At first glance, there were at least several dozens of people. These several dozens of people were led by a middle-aged man who stood on a wild beast. The middle-aged man had a curly beard as he stood on the wild beast that looked like a gigantic lion. He looked majestic. The leader is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. That wild beast is at the early Saint Rudiment stage. As for the remaining several dozens of people, the weakest one is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. They seem to be here for this village. Who are they? After activating his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian immediately probed the group's cultivation base. These people were nothing in his eyes. Due to this reason, he did not choose to avoid them. Moreover, it was obvious these people were here for the village in front of him. If he was just passing by, he might not have bothered. However, no matter what, he still owed the two villagers a favor. It would be inappropriate for him to leave at this moment. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also noticed the two middle-aged men's faces turned solemn. Haha, Chui village is old and young. Aren't you going to come out and welcome us? As the middle-aged man with curly beard who was the leader laughed, the group of people he brought with him stood in the sky outside the village. They looked like dark clouds that covered a large area of land outside the village. Huh? Duan Ling Tian, who thought these bandits were here to massacre the village, was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Based on the middle-aged man with curly beard's tone, he seemed to be acquainted with the people in this village. They're a bandit group from the southern border of Windfall Nation. They're comparable to an 8th-rate force. Every once in a while, they'll come to our village to collect a large amount of saint stones as protection fees. As though one of the middle-aged men could see Duan Ling Tian's confusion, he smiled wryly and transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. If that was the case, there was no need for him to interfere. Even if this village was comparable to a 9th-rate force, since it was located in Windfall Nation, it would be easy for it to be destroyed if it did not have a backer. Perhaps, with the protection of a bandit group that was comparable to an 8th-rate force, it might be able to survive longer. This was the law of survival. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also saw another group of people flying out of the village. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in green. The old man looked helpless, but he still forced a smile on his face. Third Chief, this is our Chui village's protection fee this year. The old man put on a humble expression in front of the curly-bearded middle-aged man. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring and tossed it to him. The curly-bearded middle-aged man reached out to catch it. After confirming it, he grinned. The number is correct. Old man Chui, see you next year. After the curly-bearded middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around and prepared to leave with his people. Just when Duan Ling Tian and the group of Chui village's people were about to watch the curly-bearded middle-aged man leave with his people, Duan Ling Tian noticed that one of the two old men following closely behind the curly-bearded middle-aged man suddenly shifted his gaze to him. In the next moment, he saw the old man looking at the curly-bearded middle-aged man. At once, Duan Ling Tian faintly sensed that something was amiss, and he could not help but frown. At this moment, the curly-bearded middle-aged man also turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around again. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian. You're not from Chui village? The curly-bearded middle-aged man stared at Duan Ling Tian as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, whether it was the group of bandits behind the curly-bearded middle-aged man or the group of people from Chui village, all of their gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian. The village head of Chui village, the old man in green, even frowned. Duan Ling Tian was just about to say that he was indeed not from Chui village, but he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Third Master, this is also from our Chui village, but he rarely shows himself. After the village head of Chui village learned from the two middle-aged men that Duan Lingtian was just a passerby asking for directions, he was also compassionate and spoke to the curly-bearded middle-aged man in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also heard the voice of the village head of Chui village. "Young man, they're not to be trifled with. Just pretend that you're from Chui village." Hearing the village head's words, although Duan Lingtian was not afraid of these bandits, he still felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he shut his mouth and did not refute the village head's words. After all, the village head had good intentions. "Old man Chui, do you really think that I, Third Master Deng, am blind? How can your Chui village produce such a young man with such temperament?" The curly-bearded middle-aged man sneered. Hearing the curly-bearded middle-aged man's words, the village head of Chui village was speechless. At the same time, he could not help but look sideways at Duan Lingtian seriously. However, he discovered that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, he could tell that he did not come from a small village. "Old man Chui, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Now I want to hear you say it again. Is he from Chui village or not? Let me remind you, you better think carefully before you speak. You should know the consequences of lying in front of me." The curly-bearded, middle-aged man continued to sneer. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the village head of Chui village. He could only cast a guilty look at Duan Lingtian. At this point, naturally, he did not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian anymore. Duan Lingtian smiled at the village head of Chui village knowingly. Then, he looked at the curly-bearded middle-aged man and said indifferently, "You have a good eye. I'm indeed not from Chui village. I'm just passing by Chui village and happened to ask for directions." "I knew it. How could there be someone with such temperament in Chui village?" The curly-bearded middle-aged man had an as-expected expression on his face. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, "I, Third Master Deng, am in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. Hand over your spatial ring and scram." "In a good mood? You don't want to see blood?" Upon hearing the curly-bearded middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled instead. "Judging from your tone, it seems like you've got me." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian flew away without waiting for the curly-bearded middle-aged man's response. Naturally, his speed was not fast. He maintained his speed at the early Saint Rudiment stage. However, even with such a speed, Duan Lingtian had already flown far away while the curly-bearded middle-aged man and the group of bandits behind him were still in a daze. The direction Duan Lingtian was heading toward the northeast, the direction where the capital of Windfall Nation was located. "You don't know how to appreciate favors." The curly-bearded middle-aged man finally regained his senses. His expression turned grave immediately as killing intent surged in his eyes. He immediately urged the wild beast under his feet to chase after Duan Lingtian. The group of bandits also followed after him in a mighty manner. "That young man's in trouble." When the group of people from Chui village saw this, they sighed. They could tell the young man's speed was not fast. At the very least, he did not have any advantage in front of the curly-bearded middle-aged man. He's still too young and impetuous, so what if he hands over his spatial ring? Don't tell me that worldly possessions are more important than his life? Chapter 1564. When third brother Deng turned around to chase after Duan Lingtian, he originally planned to leave his wild beast and chase after him alone. After all, the wild beast under his feet was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. His speed was only on par with Duan Lingtian, so it would be difficult for him to catch up with Duan Lingtian. As an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it was easy for him to catch up with an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. It was apparent that Duan Lingtian's speed made him realize that Duan Lingtian was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Ha! Soon, third brother Deng gave up on the idea of chasing after him. This was because he noticed the young man had stopped after flying for a distance. He even turned around as though he was waiting for him and the group of people behind him to catch up with him. At this moment, uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he even had the thought of turning around and running away. However, when he thought about how many of his underlings were watching from behind, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. He's just an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. I'll just kill him. In this remote place, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Even if he has an extraordinary background, who would know that I, third brother Deng, killed him? The moment third brother Deng thought of this, he made up his mind. Soon, third brother Deng led the group of bandits to surround Duan Lingtian. What? Have you thought it through? Are you willing to leave your spatial ring behind? Third brother Deng sneered at Duan Lingtian. I'll give you one more chance. Leave your spatial ring behind and I'll spare your life. Upon hearing third brother Deng's words, the two old men who were following behind him were surprised. In fact, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, each time, as long as the target had the thought of escaping, their third chief would immediately chase after the target and kill him. However, this time, their third chief actually gave this young man a second chance. They could not help but be surprised. Maybe the third chief thinks he can be spared the death penalty since he stopped on his own accord. The two old men exchanged glances and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. However, how would they know? Third brother Deng began to feel a sense of dread toward this young man in front of him. What if I don't give it to you? From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian looked calm as though he would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Third's face changed when he heard Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're courting death. Third chief, kill him. Kill him. At this moment, third brother Deng's several dozen bandits with him. Third, to kill Duan Lingtian shouted to. If it were not for the fact that third brother Deng had not given the order, they would have dashed forward and torn the ungrateful young man into pieces. Kill him, kill him. At this moment, third brother Deng had no way to back down after hearing the wishes of his subordinates. Thus, he yelled and gave the order. Kills too. At that instant, apart from third brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the other bandits made their moves one after another. They charged toward Duan Lingtian as though they were going to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was besieged, had a disdainful smile on his face. Seeing the several dozen bandits closing in on him, the void within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian began to tremble. Then, in the void within a 100-meter radius, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air. Each of the streaks of sword light looked like a real sword. At first glance, there were more than 10,000 swords. Territory. At this moment, third brother Deng and the two old men behind him reacted immediately. Horror dawned on them when they realized they had kicked an iron plate this time. What a joke! Only experts who had mastered the true energy condensed domain were able to use the domain. Powerhouses who mastered the true energy consolidated territory technique were all at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage or above. Let alone them, even their great chief was only a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. There was still a long way to go before he reached the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even the great chief would have to act humble in front of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, they were actually chasing after a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. At the same time, horror dawned on third brother Deng and the two old men. Among the 10,000 sword rays in the sky, several dozens of them seemed to have transformed into meteors as they streaked across the sky. Each sword ray took away a bandit's life. The strongest among these bandits was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. In Duan Lingtian's 10,000 sword territory, they were like fish on a chopping board. In just a blink of an eye, apart from third brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the rest of the bandits were killed by the sword rays. Their bodies fell from the sky like rain and turned into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, third brother Deng finally regained his senses. Lord, third brother Deng, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Third brother Deng, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. After realizing what had happened, Deng Laosan, whose face had turned extremely pale, started to slap himself again and again, making himself look like a pig's head. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He hoped that the powerhouse in front of him would spare his life. In front of the powerhouse, he could not muster up any will to resist at all since he knew it was useless. Naturally, he was also complaining in the depth of his heart. He was complaining that Duan Lingtian, a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had purposely displayed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse in front of them. Was he not digging a hole for them to jump into? If Duan Lingtian had displayed the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse when he left earlier, they would not even dare to let out a fart, let alone chase after him. Naturally, they would not be able to catch up to him even if they wanted to. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. The two old men behind third brother Deng, on the other hand, immediately kneeled in midair. They lowered their heads and begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Their voices were trembling from fear. At this moment, their mentality was no different from third brother Deng's. Even the wild beast under third brother Deng's feet could instinctively sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was even though it did not have much intelligence. It began to become restless. If I'm really just an early Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, and I'm not willing to hand over my spatial ring, do you think I'll still be alive? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly in the face of the three men's begging. In fact, even if Duan Lingtian did not ask, he would have gotten the answer anyway. Due to this reason, before third brother Deng and the other two men could speak, Duan Lingtian commanded the sword chi in the 10,000 sword territory to shoot out again, killing third brother Deng and the other two men and the wild beast. None of them were left alive. When Duan Lingtian left Chui village, he realized third brother Deng and the others did not intend to massacre the village. However, he did not intend to intervene. The Chui village had to hand over the protection fee because it was their way of survival. Duan Lingtian did not want to destroy it. However, even though he did not want to intervene, third brother Deng and the others had their eyes on him. At that moment, he did not intend to hold back at all. However, in order not to implicate the Chui village, he purposely lured third brother Deng and the others away from the Chui village. He only made his move when he arrived here. I'm getting more and more familiar with the 10,000 sword territory. Under Duan Lingtian's control, the area within a radius of 100 meters with him as the center turned into an ocean of swords. The 10,000 swords flew in the air, creating a spectacular scene. In the end, after collecting the spatial rings of the group of bandits, Duan Lingtian also gathered the 10,000 swords and transformed them into a flying sword under his feet. The flying sword carried him toward the northeast direction at an even faster speed, heading toward the distant capital of Windfall Nation. While Duan Lingtian was making his way, a sorrowful cry resonated in a mountain range not far from the Chui village. Third brother! A white-haired old man with a sturdy build looked at the shattered soul pearl in front of him with bloodshot eyes. A chilling aura spread out from his body. Big brother, what happened? Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared. When he saw the shattered soul pearl, horror dawned on him. This is third brother's soul pearl? No matter who it is, I'll find him and avenge third brother. The old man's eyes were red, and his voice was filled with hatred and coldness. I'll go and investigate right away. The middle-aged scholar's expression was extremely grave. Although the three of them were not blood-related brothers, their relationship was even closer than blood-related brothers. Since Duan Lingtian did not purposely destroy the corpses, the bandits quickly discovered the corpses of third brother Hu and the others. Not only that, but they also brought the corpses back to their lair. Big brother, I've asked the people in the villages around the place where third brother died. According to the time, third brother died when he was chasing after a young man. The middle-aged scholar was not only the second in command of the bandits, but he was also the strategist and think tank of the bandits. Soon after, he managed to find out something. I've asked the people in the Chui village. That young man had asked them for directions and said he wanted to go to the capital. The capital? When the old man heard the middle-aged scholar's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll kill him in the capital." "Big brother, you're planning to go to the capital?" The middle-aged scholar frowned. Chapter 1565. In Windfall Nation, those who were addressed as highnesses were undoubtedly the princes of the Windfall Nation's emperor. As a sixth-rate saint nation, the Windfall Nation's foundation was extremely strong. It was not something a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect could compare to. There were only a few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, they were the weakest type of saint stage powerhouses. In a top sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were at least several dozens of saint stage powerhouses. There was no lack of powerful saint stage powerhouses among them. The reason why Duan Lingtian did not destroy the corpses of the bandits was because he thought it was unnecessary. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the group of bandits was only from a bandit gang that was comparable to an eighth-rate force. A mere eighth-rate force was nothing to him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to destroy the corpses. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the great leader of an eighth-rate force's bandit gang would be related to the imperial family of a sixth-rate saint nation like the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If he could figure it out, he would not have saved the trouble. Everyone would make mistakes in their life. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had inadvertently made the mistake of underestimating his enemy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He was still on his way to the Windfall Nation's capital. With my speed, I should be able to reach the Windfall Nation's capital tomorrow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he hurried on his flying sword. Almost at the same time, the old man who was the great leader of the bandit gang that Duan Lingtian killed had also obtained Duan Lingtian's portrait and was prepared to head to the Windfall Nation's capital. If Duan Lingtian saw this portrait, he would definitely be shocked since he looked 90% similar to him. Those who had seen the portrait would be able to recognize him immediately if they saw him again. "Big brother, the promise that the Fourth Imperial Highness made to you is something that you've spent most of your life on. Are you really going to use it on third brother?" After a few days, the middle-aged scholar who was the second in command had calmed down a lot. Before the old man left, he could not help but ask, "Second brother, don't say such things in the future. I don't like it." The old man said in a deep voice, "Big brother, if third brother were to know of this in the underworld, he would definitely be very happy." The middle-aged scholar said, "So what if you're happy? Death is like an extinguished lamp. Anyway, it's time for me to leave." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he left. Looking at the old man's receding figure until the old man's figure completely disappeared in front of him, the middle-aged scholar came back to his senses and muttered, "Big brother, if the person who died this time was me, would you also use the promise the fourth prince made to you?" As he thought about it, the middle-aged scholar's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. In the capital of Windfall Nation, even though Duan Lingtian had seen the magnificence of the Nine-Sect Alliance's Han River City, he was still shocked by the capital of Windfall Nation. Originally, in his opinion, the biggest city on Cloud Continent was like a small village compared to Han River City. However, after arriving at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the saying, "There's always a taller mountain in every flash." Compared to the capital of Windfall Nation, Han River City was just like a rural town. Whether it was its appearance or the size of the land, it was not worth mentioning at all. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian kept a low profile as he walked in. Naturally, this was also because he had no choice but to keep a low profile. When he was close to the capital of Windfall Nation, he noticed that there was also a flight prohibiting formation in the capital. The feeling he got from this flight prohibiting formation was similar to the one in Moon Illumination Sect. The only difference was that it covered a wider area and was more difficult to set up. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to look for a restaurant and enter. Whether it was on Cloud Continent or the Dao Marshal Saint Land, the most lively and well-informed places were undoubtedly the restaurants. He did not come to the capital of Windfall Nation blindly. He had his reasons for coming here. Firstly, he wanted to see if Bai Lihong had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find out more about Xuanai's background in Windfall Nation. Xuanai is really something. Why didn't she tell me the name of the force behind her? Now that I want to look for her, I don't know where to start. Duan Lingtian sighed. The clues that Xuanai left behind for him were a pile of 5th-grade Saint Stones. 4th-grade Saint Stones? And her surname? Han. The reason Duan Lingtian wanted to find out about the force Han Xuanai was not because he wanted to look for someone to rely on. However, he could faintly sense that the force behind Han Xuanai was not simple. His purpose was to find his fiancée, Li Fei. Based on my initial estimation, the force behind Xuanai should be a 5th-rate force. It's very likely to be a 5th-rate clan. After combining everything that he knew, Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly, Han clan. I'll focus on finding out more about this when I come to the capital of Windfall Nation. As time went by, the dishes and wine that Duan Lingtian ordered were served. At the same time, the number of people in the restaurant increased. When there were more people, it was only natural that it would be lively. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also heard a lot of gossip. However, it was all about some good-for-nothing rich kid from some clan in Windfall Nation's capital. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This was because he heard from the customers around him that even some of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital had a strength that was comparable to a 7th-rate force. These clans would more or less have a few Saint Stage powerhouses in charge. Just one of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital has a strength that's not inferior to the Moon Illumination Sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that his horizons had been broadened. In the past, he had stayed in the Moon Illumination Sect in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Although the Moon Illumination Sect was not the most powerful, it was still a force that could be considered as one of the top forces. However, the moment he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, he realized that the Moon Illumination Sect was nothing compared to this place. Just based on the clans that he had heard about, there were 3 forces that were not inferior to the Moon Illumination Sect. In the Windfall Nation's district, apart from the capital, it was obvious that there were many 6th-rate forces as well. With such a comparison, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the 9 Sect Alliances district was too small. At the same time, he felt that he had made the right choice by coming here. Have you heard? The great young master of Situ clan's condition is getting worse and worse recently. I heard that he won't make it past this month. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting at a table near Duan Lingtian said to another middle-aged man at the same table. He tried his best to lower his voice as though he was worried that someone would hear him. If Duan Lingtian did not open up the saint veins that connected his ears, he would not be able to hear his voice even if he had a cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could hear him clearly now. Situ clan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He had learned about the Situ clan from the other customers' discussion earlier. The Situ clan was a big clan that could be considered as one of the top clans in the Windfall Nation's capital. Not only that, but it was also closely related to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was said that the younger sister of the current clan leader of Situ clan was one of the imperial concubines of the current Windfall Nation's emperor. Situ clan's great young master? The one who was rumored to be possessed? The other middle-aged man asked in a low voice. That's right, it's him. The former nodded. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky. Not long after His Majesty bestowed him with a saint weapon inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription, he was possessed. In my opinion, he's not blessed enough to enjoy His Majesty's reward. It's really strange. There are so many saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine, but none of them managed to find out what happened to him. The latter chimed in. I heard that those saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine have checked his body and concluded that there's nothing wrong with his body. The former added, it must be God punishing him. However, I heard that the Situ clan's great young master is a good person. He doesn't seem like an ordinary good-for-nothing rich kid. Why would he be punished by God? As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. What a pity. I heard that the clan leader of Situ clan issued a reward some time ago. Anyone who can cure the Situ clan's great young master will be rewarded with a 4-star Divine Strider talisman and a 4-star Golden Energy talisman. Even if he takes out a 4-star Offensive Dao talisman, I'm afraid nobody can cure the Situ clan's great young master. That's right. Put everything else aside. After the Situ clan's great young master was bewitched, a black mark that resembled a spider appeared between his brows. Until now, nobody knows what it is. The conversation between the two middle-aged men entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears word by word. A black mark that resembled a spider? Upon hearing their conversation, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Some information appeared in his mind. It was the information in the Saint Token that contained the inheritance of the strange inscription art that his senior brother Bai Li Hong had given him. Could it be the devil inscription? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The devil inscription was also a type of saint inscription. It was also an extremely obscure existence. In the Dao martial saint land, only devil cultivators and saint inscription masters could master the devil inscription. However, the price to pay was extremely high. Moreover, it was extremely obscure. It was so obscure that only a few people in the Dao martial saint land knew about its existence. Moreover, the requirement to inscribe the devil inscription was extremely high as well. Most importantly, the devil inscription was different from ordinary saint inscriptions. If it was classified as a saint inscription, it would be considered an unorthodox saint inscription. It was a saint inscription that harmed people. I heard from the others that the great young master of Situ clan encountered this incident because he was rewarded with a saint weapon by the Windfall Nation's emperor. Moreover, it's a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription. Don't tell me the Windfall Nation's emperor wants to kill him? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he shook his head secretly. He felt that it was impossible. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.